Hello, and welcome to the DC Studio Showcase. I'm Frankey Smith.
And I'm entertainment journalist Tyler Coates.
And welcome to our very first episode. It's going to be so lit here. I'm so excited.
I'm excited to be here.
This official podcast is presented by Max, and this is a series where we'll deconstruct and celebrate all the latest and greatest from DC Studios. Each and every episode, we'll be joined by our comic correspondent and comic book expert, Coy Jandreau.
Hello, how are you?
Amazing. Coy is our wizard at the bridge. Okay.
Have you got the curtain?
Don't look behind it.
Don't look behind it. I think that's closer to a whiz. So he's a whiz type of wizard.
Yeah, he's a whiz.
Love it. But he's here to give us more insight into the characters that we'll dissect and into the stories that we're going to look into. But here we're going to circle up, talk comics, culture, feature exclusive interviews with A-list celebrities, talk with creators, break down and deep dive into episodes and movies and all that good stuff. But don't be intimidated if you're new to DC. Like Tyler, for the DC curious, this is for all levels. And this is the perfect time to become a DC fan.
Explain to me why.
We have so much stuff going on, and you guys are going to learn all about it here on this podcast. Each episode will drop every other Friday. And you can check us out on Max, YouTube, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you can find podcasts.
Listen to us, watch us, maybe both.
I say both. I say both. You can get a real sense of who we are.
Exactly.
If you listen and watch us. But that being said, let's talk about the centerpiece of DC Comics, Superman.
Superman, the Christopher Reeve story. On December 7th will be available to stream on Max and just swept the 9th Annual Critics' Choice Documentary Awards. Obviously, it is a biopic of Christopher Reeve, the actor, the first Superman. But I think, and I grew up with that Superman. He was the Superman that when I think of Superman, I think of Christopher Reeve.
That's the only Superman I really knew.
Right.
Was Christopher Reeve. And I actually didn't even know him as a person. He only existed as this character.
Right. And Coy, I think you have an interesting connection too.
I had a really unique experience with Superman. I love the comic books. I was raised in the comics. My parents both loved comic books, but I was -10 when it came out. They were 6 and 7, so I wasn't raised on this Superman. I saw Christopher Reeve as an advocate for the disabled first, Superman second, Robin Williams' friend third, and then I got to discover Superman later. So this documentary was really interesting for me in that it gave me the context of how the greater population felt about him as Superman, and then it kind of retroactively filled in my comics that I grew up reading going, oh, that's a Christopher Reeve take, or this run with this art was inspired by this Dick Donner version. And it was really retroactively fascinating to go the opposite of how most people experience, like yourself. You see Christopher Reeve as Superman. I see him as the documentary did, which is the real hero he was, who played a hero.
Right, absolutely.
I think it's interesting that you knew Christopher Reeve as Robin Williams' best friend. I didn't even know they knew each other.
No.
I was shocked. I was like, they're that close. They were close.
Good friends, yeah.
They were good friends. And I actually had the opportunity to watch a screener of Christopher Reeve, the story, with his family, with everyone. And we're watching it and we're all boo-hooing, watching these pillars interact with each other, have this beautiful connection.
Again, we know Christopher Reeve through the lens of Superman, but I think what's so interesting is that, he was kind of the first superhero on screen at that big level. Obviously, there have been Supermen before and Batman before, but this was really the first superhero movie as we kind of know it today. And I think what's really interesting about him is that, he was a trained classical actor at Juilliard. He was nervous about taking this role, which I think today we would be like, why wouldn't you?
Mr. Reeve, it is very important you become a serious classical actor. Unless, of course, they offer you a load of money to do something else.
I resent when people try to diminish superhero content or superhero roles. That scene where he's thinking about telling Lois, which they showed in the documentary, and he's Clark Kent, he takes off his glasses, he straightens up his posture. And I think that that's such great nonverbal acting that only someone who is trained can do.
So that was really interesting. Christopher Reeve took it so seriously, and that's why Like you can see that. And I think that like a lot of people didn't give him the credit for being such a good actor.
Yeah, and I don't think they gave him the opportunity after, right? It's like, we see you as Superman, and he talked about that was, I'm so sad to know that that was kind of his worst fear, right? He did this as a first role, as a stepping stone, and that's all he's known for.
So let me ask you, can you name another Christopher Reeve movie?
What do you mean, like Superman 3?
No. No, a non-Superman Christopher Reeve movie.
No.
All right. So I'm gonna recommend two.
Okay.
First is Remains of the Day, which was mentioned in the film. He has a small role in it, but it's a Merchant Ivory. Anthony Hopkins is in it. Emma Thompson. It's not like Superman. It's also a costume drama, just no tights.
What does
no
costume
capes.
drama mean?
So it's like costume drama is like very British, Oscar baity, you know. Like Downton Abbey, I feel like is like the quintessential version of that. But the other one, and actually a movie I was obsessed with as a kid, was Noises Off, which I think like shows how good of an actor he was, a physical actor, which is about a group of people putting on a play and they're all hooking up backstage, tensions rise, jealousy rears its head, and like John Ritter's in it, Carol Burnett's in it, Christopher Reeve's pants are falling down. He's like such a good, funny actor, and like it just shows. I think like Superman, he was typecast, you know, totally, and like it overshadowed who he was as an actor.
What I really liked about this documentary is they weren't afraid to like really talk about his life, and I thought it was so tragic to watch his relationship with his son and just the enormous pressure of being Will Reeve. Could you imagine?
I mean, being that young, when that happened to him, and then losing his mom not long after his father, I think was like really incredibly tragic, obviously. But again, I think that he follows in his father's footsteps by like persevering through it and like recognizing I have the opportunity to do something good for this world and championing his activism and continuing that.
And he looks identical. He looks exactly
yeah.
like him. So I couldn't imagine the pressure of having a father that is like the pillar of hope and inspiration and just this man that everyone loves, and then looking like him and having to continue that legacy. Because at its core, Superman isn't about his superpowers or being strong. It's about what he represents and who he advocates for, which is something that also Christopher Reeve did. And I thought that was incredible. Coy, there are comic books where like Superman loses his powers, right? And then what does he decide to do after, like with it gone?
Actually, a lot of my favorite Superman stories are about a depowered or a being depowered Superman, because it shows that humanity. And as we're talking about with Christopher Reeve, that humanity is what connects us to this all-powerful being. Two of my favorites ever are actually For All Seasons, which is this stunning story of how the humanity of Superman is so important, and All-Star Superman, which you'd probably recognize the art of because that's what James Gunn actually just put out as inspiration for his new Superman. It's amazing. And actually, as far as homework goes, right behind you there, both of those books are For All Seasons and All-Star Superman, two of the best Superman stories of all time, and they're about a depowered or a getting depowered Superman still having that integrity. And all of that, when I was watching the documentary, it felt like someone who's lived a certain way, had a certain power set, and he has to adjust to a new way of living, but he's always so good. There's always this wholesomeness to him. That's what a hero is. And the documentary wrecked me because the idea of someone who has boundless inability then being adjusting to a world that is not built for them is really
confining.
Yeah.
I really love this documentary. It felt like I was watching a documentary about Superman as well, and I thought it was inspirational, and it really showed what type of man this was and also the importance of the role that he took.
And I love that you talked about the integrity of Christopher Reeve, how much that's influenced everything today. We would not be at this era of superhero culture without Christopher Reeve. So he impacted the comics, he impacted people, he's still impacting the Critics' Choice Awards. It's really special.
I encourage everybody who's like Christopher Reeve, who's interested in the tea on Christopher Reeve, and who just likes really good documentary and to learn more about the cultural zeitgeist to check it out. It's streaming on Max on December 7th, and it's incredible. We've all watched it. Yeah. I say check it out. And it's full of hope. It's a great way to give you a pick-me-up. You know what I mean?
It's not a sad, tragic documentary. It's ultimately beautiful and hopeful because he did change the world.
let's move on from that like really beautiful, inspiring story. And let's talk about the newest show that's coming out and like the worst people that we know in the DC universe, Creature Commandos.
Creature Commandos.
I'm interested to know, as someone who's new to this entire world, what was your take on Creature Commandos? What did you think it was about?
I knew kind of the general premise of the show, which is, a ragtag group of misfit monsters come together to save the day, hopefully. And I knew it was sort of related to Suicide Squad, but I mean, beyond that, it was all new to me.
What in the holy hell?
This is the Belle Reve Non-Human Interment Division. For over 50 years, only those at the uppermost levels of security clearance are aware of its existence.
I have never heard of these characters before. And
Most people
Coy,
haven't.
I mean, right, Coy, I mean, that's where I turn to you as the comic expert. Should we know who these
him?
people are?
So there are comic runs of them adjacent, but this is definitely a different canon. Like there is a run from Grant Morrison that features Frankenstein that actually inspired Peacemaker and some of the villainous choices that were chosen in Peacemaker. There's a great Jeff Lemire run that has Frankenstein with some of these members, but even that's a different canon.
And it's totally different than what we've read. For the people who have read the comics, this is its own thing. There are only two things that you really need to watch or know. And even then, they explain it in the first 10 minutes.
Right.
That's the Suicide Squad and the Peacemaker series, which are both you can stream on Max.
There isn't a canon. Like, you don't have to have read anything to get all the enjoyment of it. And that feels like the format they're going for is, let's take these completely obscure characters, make them approachable, but tell the craziest story possible.
Right. I mean, is that kind of what you think James Gunn's, vision for the future of this universe is going to look like?
Absolutely. And it's why I have been singing James Gunn's praises for Mountain Tops forever. I think that he understands how to make comic book content cinematic and interesting and fun, but still give it the gravity of these situations. These are like world-ending situations.
Yeah.
And his style is all over it, right? The fight scenes are so cool. And the sound design, the music was so cinematic that it just bleeds James Gunn.
Right.
And it's why everybody was like, he is going to be incredible. Every project he puts in is going to be amazing. And I think we kind of see that now. Coy, you have to tell us what the difference between Task Force X and Task Force M is. You have to tell the class.
That's actually a new canon to this story. Okay. So it's had a few variations in there, but the whole idea is to use monsters because that's fodder. It's collateral damage. So in this story, they're basically making it so Waller got a slap in the wrist so she can't use humans anymore, so they use monsters. And that is historically what the comics have done, whether it's in World War I with some of the characters we meet, whether it's experiments going into the future. And I think it's a really genius way to kick off something as broad as the DCU. If you start this weird, how crazy can it go?
I know you all aren't exactly enthusiastic about this mission, but...
General, I believe you've read us wrong. We're delighted to be here and delighted to serve our country.
Okay. Great.
So let's dive into these first two episodes, which are now available to stream on Max. I know sort of who Amanda Waller is, played by Viola Davis, great actress.
Yeah.
I love actresses. But so she's gathering together this group of misfits that include, a guy who's on fire, Frankenstein. I mean, what is her end game? What's her goal? That I don't know.
So that's the thing. Amanda Waller is messy, right?
Yeah,
And she kind of hides behind this whole thought of, I'm doing this for the greater good. And the big difference between the Suicide Squad, which is what you're referencing, where she takes criminals and she figures, okay, because they're criminals, no one's going to care. And she gets told not to, she moves to these monsters. But the tea is her daughter is the one who exposed what she was doing.
Okay.
So the reason why she's not able to work with humans anymore is because her daughter went on live and was like, yo, they out here sending out criminals. This is not right. This is not humane.
By using these prisoners, I think we can arguably circumvent our new restrictions.
Arguably? How?
Congress said we can't use human prisoners. These assholes aren't human.
I mean, these are characters who are... They're not even anti-heroes. They're openly villainous. A lot of them.
Yeah.
But we still kind of have to root for them. I mean, is that something that pops up a lot? in the stuff that you've read? Like
Creature Commandos comics are interesting because they're inherently monsters. And what I think James Gunn does really well is humanizes things that we would judge otherwise. So in the Suicide Squad, these are villains that we're learning have more layers underneath them. And it's more about our perception of villains, whereas monsters, that's a terrifying entity. It's a full-on monster. So how do you find that different perception? And I love the idea of us using the found family idea that James Gunn does so well. And I think, speaking to what Frankie's saying, why this is such a unique vision is he does this uniting so well where we can identify with people we wouldn't normally be able to. So even beyond villains, literal monsters. And I love that James Gunn adds a musicality and he adds this fun fight style, because to me, the reason I love comics is you're directing the space between the panels. Like when you're flipping a page or when you're looking panel to panel, you're the actor, you're the writer, you're the director, you're controlling that. And James Gunn sees how to make that approachable, but still so nerdy. So it's kind of the best of both worlds where people like me can be like, how did they adapt Creature Commandos? And people that don't know these characters can be nerdy with us alongside us going on this crazy journey, because family unites everybody.
Right.
But to your point earlier, I do think that there's a trend where we're following people that we're like, these people are terrible, but I love them anyway.
Yeah.
But I don't think that that's this. I think that we're finding out what it's like to be misunderstood because of the way that you look. Unlike the Suicide Squad, those people did it. Like they on the Suicide Squad, they in jail because they were out here doing things they weren't supposed to do. And honestly, I feel like the Suicide Squad gets more chances because they're like attractive fighters. Like, Harley Quinn be in and out of Arkham, they don't care. But like, especially like in the second episode, we watched the Bride story, and I'm sitting here trying to figure out, why is she in jail?
Right.
You know what I mean? Because she's a corpse. Like,
is
she a corpse? I don't know.
So, well, no, she's a reanimated corpse.
Yeah.
She's like, is that offensive to call her a corpse?
I don't know. I don't know what the undead prefer us to say about them. Maybe that, just the undead. The people,
Because like, it's hard because she's in animation. But I wondered, like, how do people interact with her? Are they terrified when they see her? Does she smell? You think she smells?
Oh, she probably stinks.
Dang.
Dr. Phosphorus probably smells too, right?
I mean, he's just emitting radiation.
Weasel.
What is it?
Weasel smells terrible.
Yeah.
These are important things I need to know when I'm watching a show.
Yeah.
I am making joke. For a minute, I think you're going to make mess in your pants, huh?
I was never gonna...
Very close to messing his pants.
I wasn't even in the vicinity of doing that.
And I think one thesis that they're trying to push out there is like, what do we classify as humans?
Right.
Like the Suicide Squad, they are all criminals, but we still see them as human. They cast like the best looking people, like it's just Elba and stuff like that to be these criminals, and Margot Robbie, versus like these monsters who's like a corpse bride, a man who's on fire, radioactive fire, a fish woman, and
a weasel, a literal weasel.
Which, do you remember how he looks in live action?
I barely remember.
Terrifying. Yeah.
Is he more cuddly in this version for you?
I think he looks like he smells less. Like he looks like he stinks so bad. I'm really
They
good
all
on
stink.
smell.
They all stink.
I bet Rick Flag smells good. He seems like a cologne man. He's got an aura.
He's got a musk.
Yeah. He
That's
seems
why
like
the princess was throwing it at him.
Fair enough.
You know what I mean?
That man doesn't stink if that much thrown at him. I'm just saying.
I think it was so great character building to see him decline a princess. You know what I mean? Like offer it to be like, I have a job to do. And I was like, that's right, Rick Flag. But also like I felt connected to the princess because I was like, same. You know what I mean?
Can we also commend Rick Flag's performance? Like what Frank Grillo's doing, usually you cast voice actors in voice roles, but we're having these actors develop into their live action counterparts depending. Like we had Viola Davis in live action first and animation, but these are going to be our live action version, our video game version, our animated version. Each one of these actors is absolutely slaying as their animated selves. And voice acting is such a different tool than acting. So what Frank Grillo's done so far has been insane as someone known for his on-screen acting.
It's a gamble. It's a gamble to cast across boards. And I mean, how did you feel about the performances? Like, were you sold on all of them?
I mean, I loved all the performances, but I think that's what I was excited about. I'm not necessarily an adult animation person, but I mean, again, like Viola Davis, Indira Varma as the bride, and Zoe Chao as Nina, Alan Tudyk, who is like
He's
a king of voice.
He's the king of voice acting. We can't use Ali.
Yeah.
That's why I didn't mention him. I'm like, he is
example.
the man
But
for this.
David Harbour is Frankenstein, Maria Bakalova as the princess. So like, it's like a good, solid group of actors.
And I think that adds into the entire experience. What I love about animation, particularly this animation, is it feels like it can go to depths that live action may not be able to.
Yeah.
And these are all very super powered individuals, and they do such a great job because they have full control of how we see it at power scaling, like fighting.
What do you mean by power scaling?
So like figuring out who's the strongest, like scaling and listing out like strongest to weakest. Who's the strongest person on the creature commandos?
How would you rank that?
Let me look through
Like
it.
Phosphorus?
Like who would, right? You would say that Phosphorus is the strongest.
Yeah.
I would say the bride.
That power structure thing, I really like that because I think a real way to see into this is the eye line that is our regularly powered person. I love that Rick Flag is kind of our eye line into all of this. And what you said about monsters, I think is so true. It's an evolution of perception. Like they didn't necessarily. We don't know what they've done except for be who they are. And what's more ostracizing than being judged without even doing the crime? Necessarily. We're going to find out.
I am not human.
Oh, stop with the bluff, fish. You're the only one of us freaks who is. We're monsters. You're a human being with gills.
The world does not see it this way.
Well, when has the world ever been right?
I think they do such a great job of showing like how they're almost discriminated against, right? Like we see in the Suicide Squad that they did what they in jail for. Like we like, all right, well, I guess you can rehabilitate. But in this case, I feel like, especially when we get to the bride story, we get to see the human side of it. And because this is a series, they have the room to really flesh out the characters in the way that we don't get in the Suicide Squad because there's only like 2.5 hours.
Exactly, yeah.
You know, so we really get to know it. The fight scenes too made me know the characters a little bit more as well, right?
Okay, how? How do you mean?
That first fight scene with Dr. Phosphorus and Rick Flag Sr.
That is ultimate. That is truly.
It's a crazy scene, honestly. And it was a couple of things. I was like, thank God Rick Flag declined the booty, right? Because he wouldn't have caught Dr. Phosphorus in his room if he was out, you know, getting tail.
Yeah.
So I was like, that resolve made sure that he continued his job. But also Dr. Phosphorus has powers. Rick Flag does not.
Right.
You know, he's at the disadvantage. And the entire time, even when he's like getting burned and things like that, I felt like he never lost his cool. And it was such a like hardcore fight. While I'm watching it, I'm anxious for Rick Flag. I'm like going, ooh, every time like he's touched and I know it's burning. And I was like, Rick Flag Sr. may actually win this one.
Yeah, but that's the kind of thing that you need animation to do. Like you can't see that would never work in a live action the same way.
When that sizzle off the bird,
yeah,
when he was like grabbing his hand, I was like, oh no, every time.
But even like my favorite fight scene, and it was really a montage, was in episode 2, The Bride and Frankenstein.
Right?
That just like follows them throughout the years. I thought that was incredible.
It was like a motion comic.
Yeah.
Do you know what a motion comic
No, I don't know what a motion comic. I said yes. Like
you're like,
yeah.
yes, I love it. No, a motion comic is like taking panels from a comic book and kind of layering it and doing some voiceover. So it's like you're watching it. I love motion comics. And even when I'm reading comics on my own, I like to read it on the app because I can go picture to picture. And so it's like watching things almost animated. And I felt like that where this frame was the same, but they were fighting in different areas. And so we got to see them through the years, her run for like a century.
Yeah. You know, those are characters that I knew way from outside of DC. Obviously, Frankenstein's monster was introduced by Mary Shelley in her novel, and then I think became kind of American pop culture figures. But, you know, they're just monsters and they're not characters, really. So I think that this was really interesting to, like, give them a fully fleshed storyline where you recognize, like, why they hate each other.
Yeah.
I mean, he stalks her for centuries.
Do they hate each other? She hates him.
She definitely hates him.
But I don't think he hates her.
He's in love with her. I mean, it's a symbiotic. What's a symbiotic relationship? He thinks he is. He's told he is. And I think that, like,
Yeah, because my man was on a
believes
yacht.
everything has
He
been-
wasn't even thinking about her, right? He was on a yacht. I was like, why are you terrorizing this woman?
Right.
And I think they did such a great job of showing the difference between those two fights, right? Like when we watched Dr. Phosphorus fight Rick Flag Sr., that fight felt like, I don't know, two brothers kind of hashing it out.
Yeah, it was like very macho. in that-
Yeah, like let's clear the air. And even when they were done, right? Rick Flag was like, "Stop playing." You know
Right.
what I mean?
Yeah,
Like he was
yeah.
like, "We're over. This is done." But when we were watching the bride fight Frankenstein, there's a fear there, right? She's being chased.
Yeah,
There's
pursued, yeah.
She's being stalked and chased, and even that fight scene, they're not fighting. She's running
Right.
and trying to stop him from
Right.
chasing. And that's how you add in character development, like how you color in who these characters are. And I love that balance of the two of them.
I also think it's important, like you mentioned, the fighting style shows who they are as people. Like Phosphorus could have killed Rick Flag immediately. Like he's radiating pure energy. He could phase through if he wanted to. So the showing of restraint in these monsters, and that humanizes them in their own way. And even the formatting, which I touched on a little before, but it being something that is kicking off a universe. That first episode is so different tonally from that second episode, and it makes me wonder how much each episode is going to feel like an individual comic, where we get the introduction to everyone. We know we want to like them, but how do we like them? And then you unravel them each episode as you go. And when you finish a graphic novel, there's a sense of that family, there's that sense of community, there's that sense of team, but we've never really seen it with monsters because they are not meant to be in one contained thing. They are inherently violent at each other. So I think it's a really interesting swing to put us together into and throw us into the deep end with one human eyeline. Like just Rick Flag is our identifier. The rest, monsters.
I mean, I think television, just like the narrative storytelling element of it, episodic television, especially, like it's very much like the comic storytelling process, I think.
So as like a fancy cinema guy, how does this compare? Like watching this animation, did you feel like you were watching, I don't know, like Casablanca or something? Like were you like,
It's a
this
little
is
different than
high bar.
Casablanca for sure, but a little less colorful, a little more colorful.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I think I can see a lot of like reference points. I think that like this idea of like, as I said, like getting a team together, like a misfit group of people who have their own tensions and complications, they're going to butt heads no matter what. I mean, I think a lot of Westerns like Magnificent Seven, which is based on Seven Samurai, a Japanese film, which is about like a bunch of like cowboys basically, or samurai from the original, who are kind of given a task by this town to come basically save them, to like protect them from this like group of villains, which I think is kind of, Seven Samurai is kind of like the narrative like acorn, I think, where you can find that kind of grows into a tree, where Creature Commandos is on the branch somewhere. But even like, Freaks, the Todd Browning movie, which is about like basically sideshow freaks at a circus. We would probably use different names to describe them today if that movie were coming out, but that's about like interlopers, like two like con people trying to like take advantage of, I think, like one of the little people who are part of the circus, and like all of them band together to take revenge. So I think that that's a beautiful thing. When, I mean, it's kind of scary at the same time, but like I think that's what make people relate to these type of stories, where you have so many different characters who can represent so many different things.
Yeah, I agree. And I think this is a perfect gateway for someone who wants to be in, or who's interested in animation.
Yeah.
Because like growing up, I'm a 90s baby. Anime, which is Japanese animation, was always like put on this pedestal as like something that adults can enjoy.
Yeah.
And there are a lot of animes that are very adult. And I love that we're starting to explore that side here with American animation. And I think Creature Commandos is that perfect sweet spot where we have these adult themes, adult language, and it just feels cinematic on the way that anime is. Like there's an anime called Akira, and there are so many films that are based on scenes in
Absolutely.
Akira.
I mean, it's kind of like a storyboard at this point.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, and I think it also, like, I think what sets this apart from a lot of animation we see is that just the movement is so big and bold and beautiful, and it doesn't feel like I'm watching like a static panel that someone's just kind of like walking across, you know?
Absolutely. And there's a comedy to it too, which is another signature of James Gunn, where there's a serious fight going on. But because these are people, right? They're not humans, but they're people. They have these human moments where they make a mistake, something happens, and they're like, oh shit, right? Like the floor falling from beneath Dr. Foggy, throwing fire all over a wood spot.
Yeah.
You think they'll charge him for that damage?
I feel like no one ever gets charged.
How do you build Dr. Phosphorus? Where do you send the check?
You build Amanda Waller and them, right?
Yeah, she has a budget. Like, she's a special budget set aside.
Yeah, there's an insurance policy.
I would definitely charge Rick Flag Sr., especially if like he declined me earlier. That invoice is coming, okay?
I also want to zoom out to the macro of animation in speaking of billing, but we're looking at a universe starting, right? So I think it's really interesting to use animation as the kickoff, going from comics into animation and knowing these characters are going to also be in live action. But we also see like a frame of like live action in the animation in the cell phone. There's like, I think it's Zac Efron. There's literally a frame of live action. So we know that this universe is going to be multimedia. We know we're getting live action. They just announced that they're going to be using puppetry and dynamic duo. So that movie, as far as I know, is puppetry, live action, CGI, and blending animation styles. So I think it's really interesting to start a universe in animation with just a sprinkle of live action. I'm curious if that continues, if other media gets involved. And I think the idea of like, when you look at a comic book, an inker can change how something looks and a different penciler can do a panel. I think it's going to be really interesting when we zoom out in 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, the multimedia element of what the DCU becomes by starting in this adult animation and adding little other elements. What's the great tapestry? What's the quilt of the DCU going to be going from comics into all this other stuff? And how are we going to see media differently after this?
Yeah, it's such a creative and I want to say unprecedented way to attack, especially I think including video games is such an ambitious thing to do.
Yeah.
And I think it's going to be so immersive, right? To be able to explore and see this world from so many different aspects.
Sounds like Creature Commandos gave you hope.
It gave me more than hope. I am a DC stan. I've grown up. I was born into this darkness, which is a DC reference,
I got you.
And it'll give you hope. But what I love that DC at its core and what Creature Commandos is at its core is looking into human behavior, human interactions, and then they add on to these things.
Right. So it's human first for you, superheroes,
everything else.
Magic.
Just like Christopher Reeve, Superman.
If you guys haven't seen it, watch Creature Commandos. I'm sure we spoiled a little bit for you, but
even I recommend it.
Yeah, even you recommend it. And this is the fanciest guy I know, okay? The first 2 episodes are out right now. You can stream it on Max. And be sure to watch Super/Man, the Christopher Reeve story, which will be coming out on December 7th.
Be sure to watch us every other Friday. We're available on Max and YouTube, and you can listen to the podcast wherever you listen to podcasts.
Good tidings, everyone. I know things look a little different. We're all in our homes, but I had to call an emergency recording video. After we recorded episode 2, some big news happened. I have it on good authority. You two went to see the teaser trailer for Superman on the lot, and I had to press y'all about it. Okay, because I'm a little jealous, but I'm also very curious.
I mean, this is the nice thing about living 10 minutes from Warner Brothers. I can just hop over there anytime I want. No, we were invited earlier this week to see the teaser trailer. We watched it twice in a huge theater back to back. It was kind of amazing. And then afterwards, James Gunn came out, David Corenswet, Rachel Brosnahan, and Nicholas Hoult had a Q&A. We got to chat with them afterwards. We missed you, Frankie. We really did.
Yeah, I'm a hater.
I thought about you a lot after I got home, but
we were going to Photoshop you in. We were going to bring like a cardboard cutout and put you in the photos.
I was just going to say I need to print a to-scale model, if only so David Corenswet could stand by it, hug it, and say how much he loves
Recognize
me. You know
your
what
face,
I mean? Exactly. And initially, when I saw there was a teaser trailer event, I wasn't really worried about going because I don't watch trailers.
Yeah, famously.
Famously, I do not watch trailers, but this looked really exciting. Now, Tyler, you've always been very fancy, and I know you've been to a lot of like events on a lot. But how was this? This was your first like comic book trailer event,
Well,
right?
yeah, not only that, but it was the first time I've ever gone to see just a trailer in a movie theater. You know, like usually I'm like everybody else. I see them on YouTube or in front of a movie because I'm going to see a movie, not because I'm going to see a trailer.
Yeah.
So like the idea of going in person to a theater to watch something for like a minute and a half was sort of insane to me. Luckily we watched it twice, so it was a good 3 minutes of content. But we were there. I mean, it was like a good like 45-minute conversation. It was pretty insane. And I got kind of emotional during the Q&A, which we could talk about. But
did Coy keep it together? How was
Yeah, did you hear me yelping out?
I heard someone yelp out, but it wasn't you. I recognized somebody else. Yeah, surprisingly, his head did not explode. He's still here today.
I've hosted trailer events before, and this one was special. I hosted the biggest trailer event to date until this one, and Tyler and I want to talk about it for sure, had some of the most amazing, revealing, emotionally responses I've ever heard in a Q&A. Tyler and I do Q&As like weekly, and there was some stuff in here that really was like revolutionary for my thoughts on characters.
Yeah. Q&As normally feel like TED Talks, kind of, where it's like, it's not pretentious, but it's just like, let's talk about it. But I feel like there's a genuine love, excitement, and like this film itself is pushing out a lot of hope. Like, even the little flash tease that we got from James Gunn on Monday, was it Monday or Tuesday?
The motion trailer, right? Yeah,
the
I think it was
motion
Monday.
I was like, this is what Superman is supposed to inspire.
Yeah.
Everybody was like, wow, I love James Gunn. I love what's going on. I love what we're seeing. Did you feel that while you were watching the trailer?
Yeah, I mean, Coy, you talk about the trailer because, I mean, you had much higher expectations than I did.
It is hope. The trailer, like, look up is such a perfect tagline for the experience that is the trailer. And one of the things I love that James Gunn mentioned a number of times in the Q&A was that the main goal of the trailer was to capture the feel of the film. Sometimes trailers can be misleading. Sometimes trailers can be just to sell something. Sometimes trailers can be for the purpose of trying to truncate an experience to emotionally manipulate to get a certain feeling out of the audience. This, he wanted to be a film moment and to encapsulate the feeling. And if that's the case, and I have no reason to believe it's not, this was so much grander and more emotionally exposed than I ever could have dreamed of. Like, I knew it would be huge in scope because it's Superman, but this is it's like looking up and seeing gods like in an Alex Ross painting the whole time. It's like looking up and seeing beams of light that like affect how you believe humanity can be for like rapid seconds of pure emotion. And it's just got this incredible beating heart that is what humanity can be. Like, it gave me hope as a person, and it's not like a long runtime, but it's pure light. I can't even it's wonderful.
Wow. I'm surprised to hear this.
The hope element, I mean, that's what really got me in the Q&A. I'll tell you this part, Frankie, and this might make you feel jealous, but someone in the audience.
Jealous already.
Yeah,
I'm
sure.
not jealous
You're keeping
already.
it together. No, someone in the audience asked David Cornsweet, was like, what was the experience like of putting on the Superman suit for the first time? And he was like, honestly, and I've been thinking about this for days. He was like, and this is like the magic of movie making. Like, this is like the glamour is not there. He's like, I'm an actor. Like, I'm playing Superman. They built the suit on me. Like, I would go in for fittings and like they'd put stuff on me, take stuff off. But he was like, I did get the experience of watching other people see me for the first time as Superman. Like, kids would come to set, like the Cruise kids would come there and they'd be like, that's Superman. Rachel Brosnahan was like, I was crazy. Like, at the end of one day, like, I was so exhausted and like I looked over and David walked out of his trailer as Superman. He was like, you're fucking Superman. Like, what's happening here? And then James said something, and he was like, James was like, you know, when we were working on the costume fittings, the entire time I was like, are the colors too bright? Is it too like cheesy? Is it too hokey, like old fashioned? Like, he's wearing underwear on the outside of his pants. And James said, David turned to me and said, it's because he's an alien and he doesn't want kids to be afraid of him.
Wow.
That's why he dresses like this bright figure, that looks, I mean, maybe today can look a little cheesy because we've seen it so many times and like it does feel old fashioned. But at the end of the day, it's like the old fashioned superhero. He's like the one who started it all to me. And like the idea that like it's because he wants to make people, especially children, feel safe and comforted. I don't know. That to me, like...
Coy, I think we got him. I think we got him. We got Tyler.
Do you see how happy he is? Do you see this glow, this glee?
Yes.
That's the trailer, but I also want to speak to outside the trailer, even if it was just a 45-minute Q&A, either if they just gathered us there to sit and hear about the movie, I have never, and this is part me being a Superman fan and part me being a movie fan, I've never watched a Q&A where my brain kept shifting between, oh, that's David Cornsweet, oh, that's Superman, oh, that's Clark, oh, that's Nicholas Hoult, oh, that's Lex Luthor. The way they answered questions was as actors, but their answers were so essentially the character that it felt like my brain was slipping between. Like David Cornsweet would pause and think, and he and I had an amazing conversation about the size of Superman, and he referenced certain Frank Quitely art, he referenced Tim Sale art, but he also talked about his big brother being 280 pounds and 6'8". So he was saying how he'd move around and try to find a place for him to physically be, like he'd always feel like he was at a place, but then David Cornsweet bumped into someone while we were talking, and I got to see Clark Kent go, oh, I'm so sorry, and then shift back into David Cornsweet. Nicholas Hoult talked about how he might be the right thing for humanity. Rachel Brosnahan was talking to a bunch of journalists, and she kept telling us how we as journalists were her into Lois Lane and how she found Lois Lane through that. We talked about like Marvelous Mrs. Maisel and the pentameter of what it is to speak as a journalist. That's that much fire. Like these were the actors, but they were also who I see as Superman, Lois, and Lex. And I could not be more excited.
Well, let me tell you, I don't normally watch trailers just because I feel like sometimes I'm spoiled and I'm neurotic. So I will set up expectations from watching the trailer. Like, this is what the film is going to be because this is in the trailer. But honestly, you guys are making, especially since Tyler seems like a Superman fan now, I feel like I have to watch it. That, and I got a DM the other day when I mentioned I didn't watch trailers. Hi, Frankie, new fan and follower. I love your energy on the DC Studio Showcase. I saw that you don't watch trailers, and while I respect your reasoning, I'm sorry to say that it is now your responsibility to watch the Superman trailer as our new DC girl. You answered the call. Now lock in. So I'm going to go ahead and lock in. I'm very excited to see it. I know you guys have seen it, and I'm just, even though I'm jealous that you guys went without me, the fact that we got Tyler on board with Superman and we got you excited for a DC project is what we live for. So I'm so excited. That's why I called this meeting, to see where you were sitting, okay?
Yeah, well,
So
here I am.
be sure to check out the teaser trailer. You can find it everywhere now. It's incredible. I'm going to watch it and give my thoughts on my page. Yes, Coy's excited, right? Because we already know Coy's going to watch it, and you've already put out your thoughts everywhere as well. So be sure to check out Coy. You could find us, you could find me at Fantastic Frankie. Frankie is spelled Frankey on all platforms. Coy?
You can find me at Coy Jandreau, also covered it at Real Rejects. I made 3 videos on my page, but I was saying I can't wait to watch you. I'm excited to watch your videos. Find my page, find Real Rejects, but watch Frankie's because she's going to watch a trailer.
I'm going to watch Frankie's first trailer.
This is a moment.
So excited. Well, thank you guys for humoring my FOMO. I feel good. And now I can kick this back to the episode, the reason why we're all here, episode 2 of DC Studio Showcase. So stay tuned and enjoy the show. What's up, everyone? I'm nerd commentator Frankey Smith.
And I'm entertainment journalist Tyler Coates.
And we have our comic correspondent and comic book expert, Coy Jandreau.
And I cannot wait for today's episode.
I like that. I like that energy because we're definitely going to get into it. And welcome to DC Studios Showcase, presented by Max. Every episode, we are going to discuss and dissect all the latest and greatest from DC Studios. So let's get into it. We got a lot going on. We have our special holiday theme.
Yeah,
Did you guys notice? We got cookies.
They're
Are
so
they
cute.
edible?
Uh,
I was going to say, are you going to eat it? You're a resident.
yes.
Yeah.
Confirmed.
Good to know.
I'm not dead.
You're not
Actually, this
dead.
is really good.
See how things go in like 40 minutes.
Tune in the next segment, but I feel good about it.
You may be
It tastes like the nostalgia I have for the logo.
But today we got a lot going on. We're going to talk about episode 3 and 4 of Creature Commandos. You guys both watched it?
Yeah,
Sweet.
of course.
We're going to have a look back at The Penguin.
Yeah.
So excited. It's one of my favorite shows that is out right now. And it's the holidays. So we're going to talk about our favorite holiday stuff. I love the holidays. I don't like the cold, but I like to be cozy.
Okay.
Are you a holiday
like,
person?
Yeah, by a fire.
I
Do you
live
have, like, a
in New York
DC
City.
blanket?
I have a Batman Snuggie that has little ears on it.
Okay.
But DC should send me a blanket. I agree. Let's get that going, you know? But yeah, let's get started.
Let's kick it off.
You know I'm excited.
The world of Creature Commandos. We got episode 3 and 4. I'm like, this stuff gets me amped. You know what I mean?
Now, how do I know? Well, let's just say the proof is in the pudding. And the pudding, ladies and gentlemen, is my next guest, G.I. Robot.
Why am I pudding?
A lot of things happened in these 2 episodes. We got the origins of G.I. Robot.
Yeah.
Cersei, I always want to say Cersei, but Cersei got apprehended finally. And I don't want to say died, but because I don't know if he's sentient or not, we'll talk about it. But G.I. Robot is killed in battle, and Weasel gets to be the hero.
And then we launch into Weasel's origin story too, episode 4. I'm going to say something that's already controversial because I know you two and what's going to come up with Coy. Episode 3 is my favorite.
Episode 3 is your favorite?
Whoa,
I really like that. I liked G.I. Robot a lot.
Can I tell you?
Yeah.
Me too.
Oh, wow.
So it's just Coy.
I'll be over here talking about 4 in a
Let
few
him
minutes.
talk about
Yeah,
4.
we'll
We'll get
talk
to
4.
that. Yeah.
No.
No, I loved G.I. Robot. I thought it was really fun. I mean, it's hard to say that that's subject matter that's fun, but it was really fun. I love the idea of a character who's sort of like stuck in one place while everyone around them is still like moving along as history and time evolves. Frankenstein's sort of the same way.
Yeah.
But I feel like G.I. Robot, because, he's literally a robot. He's like been programmed to do one thing, and that's what he does really well. So much so that it becomes like comedy. Yeah. Which like that's what I love about like TV comedy. I think like playing on a character's deep inner characteristics that just never change.
I agree. And what I loved about G.I. Robot and Sean Gunn's performance is I felt like there was so much nuance in his like monotone, consistent tone.
Yeah.
And I was honestly amazed. I love that they put clothes on him and then took it off. No. I mean,
he's really naked.
No, it's not that. I love that when he was a soldier, he had a uniform on.
Yes.
And so
I see what you're
immediately
saying.
they made us bond with this robot
Right.
because, he had on the cute little clothes and he looked like a toothpick in them.
He looked handsome in a soldier suit.
I agree. And I
Yeah.
feel like that was very important, especially during like World War II, where it's like, how do you look and, making sure that the people at home can see what we have.
I mean, it's very patriotic.
Yes.
And that, I think that he represents like that specific era and time too.
Yeah.
Like when like, everyone was rallying behind this one kind of like shared objective, which was like kind of win this war and like kind of reset everything. No, I thought he was really fun, and like a fish out of water, I think is always a fun storyline. So like, again, like someone who's kind of stuck in this perpetual like World War II era that never changes for him. And sometimes history repeats itself, and it's nice the G.I. Robot comes back to
was
save
very
the day.
consistent.
Yeah.
And that was kind of my point. Like, initially they have him in a suit, and then when they decommission him, they take his clothes off. And the first thing that guy does to connect with him is put him in clothes again.
Right.
And I think that's such a humanizing thing. And we'll get to Weasel. I think that's another reason why Weasel is so disturbing, is because he has like these humanoid, features, his height, the way he stands, but he's butt ass naked. And so like to put him in clothing like kind of humanizes them.
Yeah, that's
in
true.
a
I
way.
feel like Weasel would be a very different character if he was wearing pants.
I think so too. Like if he had on clothing,
Like
I
Dobby
think
the
it
house
would
elf. He
change
got his
it.
sock. Like Dobby got his clothes. And he's
Exactly,
it's humanizing.
What I love that I have a question for the two of you.
Okay.
They mentioned it after he does that presentation where he receives the award, that he has some semblance of, I don't know, AI, of intelligence, of artificial intelligence. And when he scans the audience and he's like, are any of you Nazis? And he's like, that's exactly what a Nazi would say.
When everyone's like, no,
Yeah, everyone's like, ooh, we need to decommission him. I took it as a joke, right? Because after the guy who like was working on him or brought him there was like, people don't appreciate his sense of humor.
Right,
And I took it as like he was joking. He had been around guys who joked around all the time, and he took on what dark humor was and was like, let me do it with this audience to loosen them up. And even like we see moments of
crowd work,
and it just didn't land.
I personally took it as a threat, and the humor came from us seeing the threat as funny because we're nervous.
I
like
agree.
like it's like like when you nervous laugh at like like I think he was serious, but it is a joke in the show. It's just the robot wasn't joking. The joke was, oh no, what's gonna happen? Is how I read it.
Have you checked all these people's identification cards?
No, we haven't done that. Why would we have done that, G.I.?
To see if there are any known Nazis. If so, they will be dispatched of in short order.
I agree. I think I think the inherent humor of him is that he is stuck.
I feel like he had goals, and there was something there. Like
the AI was brought up as something evolving that we couldn't quite pin down. I see what you're saying.
Right. Even in that final battle where he's fighting, and I don't know if he's dead or not.
Right.
Because do we say? Because then we can't say he's dead if we don't think he has feelings, right?
Yeah,
I feel
he's
like
not human. Yeah.
You're right. Then
Was
he
he ever
just
alive?
broke. Right?
He's broken.
He's broken.
Yeah.
But even during that time, I felt like he was I felt like he was like finding purpose.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like he was like,
On
I
his
just like killing
way,
Nazis.
yeah.
That's just what I'm here to do.
Yeah.
Now, there was a very cool character.
There's two characters I got to talk about. The first of which is huge. In my opinion, Sergeant Rock is a formative part of the original era of comic books in general. Sergeant Rock was one of the first, comics come from a place of escapism and telling important stories and getting the word out there. And in wartime, comics are usually like a huge way that's approachable financially. Like they're intentionally like the idea of pulp comics and the idea of like getting the word out. Oftentimes you deliver comic books to people overseas at war. Sergeant Rock is a huge character for that era of comic books, which kicked everything off. Sergeant Rock is in this episode in that platoon. And then also this guy named William Magnus, I believe his name is Dr. Magnus. Invented the Metal Men, and the Metal Men are, I think, going to be important later on. So we get both of those OG characters from DC, like legacy, in one flashback, and I love that world building for the greater DCU.
You getting the hang of this, Tin Man?
Most certainly, sir.
Good. Me and Easy been through this more than a few times. Just follow our lead.
The big fight of this episode, because there's always a big fight.
There's always a fight.
Is the full team of the Creature Commandos versus Cersei. I love saying it that way. I'm sorry. But I think that it's such a great way to scale. We were talking about power scaling.
Power scaling, yeah.
And you see that Cersei is like nothing to fuck with, right? Like all of the Creature Commandos have to come together and jump her.
Yeah.
And I love watching a team jump somebody. You know, like... Why are we...
When they deserve it.
When they deserve it, but also
not like just on the street.
What is honor
shopping.
when we're protecting the world? You know, like why are we trying to be honorable when the world is at stake?
Right.
Let's go ahead and jump her. You know, let's go all in. And I cannot get enough of the fight style, the fight choreography, and the sound design in every single fight. I'm like, I don't know. I feel like I'm watching real people squabble.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
It just happened to be like radioactive as well.
Right.
Or with gills on there.
So we're like at Area 51 and
Yeah,
they're squabbling
This is fine.
there. This is fine. This is fine. But let's get into episode 4.
Yeah. Which I know, Coy, I mean, you're like...
Giddy. Look at it. Look at him. Look at it.
I think it's one of the best episodes in comic book adaptations.
That's nuts.
I consider The Penguin one of the best comic book adaptations in long form ever. And I consider episode 4 one of the best singular episodes in comic book TV.
My brother in Christ, have you seen Batman Cape Crusader?
Oh, we're going to talk about
X-Men
Batman.
97.
We got Christmas stuff to talk about. Worry not. Batman will be discussed.
Let's go over the
You want to talk about it
of the episode. And then we'll get into why it is the greatest of all time.
I'm like a Hot Wheel car winding up. I'm ready. I'm ready.
So we got the Weasel origins this episode. Now that we effectively jumped Cersei, she's been apprehended,
right?
And they're questioning her, and we get a blossoming friendship between Rick Flag Sr. and Frankenstein. It's funny. So let's just get it out the way. Let's talk about why this is the best episode of
You're
animation.
looking over here like, is he just gonna go? Is he gonna happen?
I just see Coy's like,
I'm like, thank God he's on the other side of the room because he's
the energy. I'm Dr. Phosphorus. I'm radiating with glee.
Yeah, because we both think three
is our favorite.
Yeah, it's our favorite out of the two. But you're saying this is not just better of the two; it's the best of all time. This is
I'm saying it's in the conversation for best episode of adapted content for a few reasons. Okay, so comic books to me are comedy and tragedy, just like any, theatrical art form. And the thing that makes comics different is the Trojan horse of morality and ethics within this elevated system. So you use characters like Batman and Superman and Wonder Woman to tell stories, but they've got this shine to them. They have this extravagance. Creature Commandos is doing that at a 10 here because it's giving us drama with Weasel's terrifying story, and it's so powerful, so emotional without him being able to speak. That's so elevated. It's also world building because it ties into the Suicide Squad, and I'd be fascinated to know just how much that origin was written when they said he killed kids in the Suicide Squad.
Yeah.
So it recontextualizes, it world builds between live action and animation, and it broaches into comic books because Weasel's there. So this changes everything. That's 1/3. Second third, comedy. The comedy between Frankenstein and Rick Flag Sr. is second to none because it shows the laissez-faire attitude of Rick Flag in that this is another day at the office. It gives us so much world building around Frankenstein that he sees everything at 11. He sees, are we best friends? Versus, she loves you. Versus, I have to kill you because I'm jealous. He never knows anything but, My Chemical Romance level emotion.
The bride and I have nothing going on between us. She's not my type, and I'm not hers. Okay?
She's everyone's type. So are you.
Well, thank you, but no.
And I love that all of that comes through this relationship. So drama and comedy, now we have the comedy between the two of them. So we've got that already settled. And then Easter eggs. The reason comic book content, I think, connects us so much is there's a feeling of, I got that reference. There's a feeling of community. There's a feeling of, I've invested personally, me, Coy. I've been reading comics since I was 2, so I've got 30 plus years of love and passion. So the moment I can see a flash forward of the first canon appearance of Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, alongside the Titans, alongside Peacemaker, alongside Vigilante, I get to see Starfire and Robin and Superman all at once in an episode that has drama, that has comedy. This is what comic book can be. This is what TV can be. This is what storytelling can be. It is perfect TV.
There you go. Now everyone's happy, right? Except for you, because you no longer have food. And you're ugly.
You did not convince me.
Wow, damn.
Did it convince you?
I mean, I can easily convince. The most recent thing that someone tells me, I'm like, that
sounds good.
Seems like
it's because you're not burdened with the knowledge of
the 30 years of
the 30 years of
hanging on my back,
TV knowledge.
Yeah.
And I just think it's a testament to how good animation is getting. And I think that's what you should get from everything he's saying.
Okay.
I think it's how does art touch you and your specific experience. And I think Coy specifically, because of everything he's read and he loves, this is good.
Well, I mean, I see I think that Weasel is because he's an animal.
Yeah.
And there's already I think we see him not as this monster. He's a little
dog.
a dog. little rough around the edges, obviously. Hasn't been trained. Licks himself too much, maybe. But
stinks. We
know he stinks.
He definitely
certain that he
stinks.
stinks. But he also is a lawyer.
I love that he has a human rights lawyer.
A human from the Innocence Project is coming in and being like, no, not my weasel.
Do not talk about John that way.
I'm not going to hold you, though. I was like, I feel like the Innocence Project has like bigger fish to fry. Like, I was like, immediately I went straight to like, is he human enough?
It's everyone's on the same level. You know what I mean?
I did very much love the idea. I'm a big girl on like themes and allegories, and I love looking at something that can allude to people just misjudging you because of the way that you look.
The way
particularly
you act,
the police, right? We see the police come in there, and because of the way that Weasel looks, they're so quick to fire.
Yeah.
They're so quick to like be like, he's dangerous to these children.
Also, he's not a dog. You know,
he's not a dog.
I love the parallel, and maybe I'm misreading or reading too much into it, Tyler, but I love that we have a story with Frankenstein, and it's Eric Frankenstein, but the Frankenstein myth happens to Weasel. The people, like the fire being started, the misinterpreted monster.
Yeah,
we literally have an allegory within the episode itself. One of the best of all time.
I wonder what he's dreaming about.
Probably just chasing squirrels.
Sean Gunn voices both G.I. Robot and Weasel. So back to back, 2 great episodes where he gets to do something so completely different.
Yeah.
But both these characters are like, it's a nature versus nurture thing. Like how do, dogs, animals can be taught things, but like also their instincts take over. So like, I think that that's kind of an interesting element to it.
I agree. And finally, we get a big thing in this episode, which is Cersei's vision.
Yes.
And we get a lot of Easter eggs in it. I was kind of surprised that immediately Amanda Waller was like,
"Yep,
man,
right.
This is it." Do you believe that vision is real?
I don't know. I mean, I guess I didn't really think about it that way. I mean, to me, it's just like, I think once again, the last thing I've heard is what I believe. So if that happened to me, I'd be like, oh shit,
right?
Yeah, I mean,
but she's a liar, so it's like someone
fair.
who's a liar and who was like just fighting you and your homies said, actually, I was fighting you and your homies for the fate of the world.
Right.
I would be like, Cap.
Also, like, it's pretty overwhelming to have someone like give a premonition at that level. Yeah.
But I would posit that Amanda Waller particularly is a great person to be like, hey, superheroes are going to kill us all.
Yeah.
Because like what better weakness for Amanda Waller than like that thing I've always feared. So you're giving the person who's afraid of that very thing a vision of it. So that's why I'm like, I don't know what to trust because Amanda Waller's the exact person to tell that to.
I agree. Like it's just her bias.
So wait, so what are the Easter eggs in this vision? Because I
mean, first canon appearance.
Right over my head.
Batman. Superman with the new sigil. It's the first time we've seen it in the DCU. We get our first appearance of Batman and Wonder Woman in silhouette. We get Starfire in the background. We get, I believe, one of the Robins looked like a little tinge of yellow under his cape. We get Vigilante from Peacemaker. He appears, and Peacemaker is also in that rollout. So it's the first time we've seen in the new DCU these characters, but something big enough for the Titans and the Justice League conceptually to team up with Peacemaker and Vigilante.
So we don't know, but it's all
just a little bit.
And Starfire.
It's all just
I guess I have to rewatch
this.
Yeah.
We don't know if they'll ever show up. They may not, and that's why they were very vague.
Right, but it's still
it leaves
like
us room.
it shows the world.
Endless
that exists.
possibilities.
Yeah.
I agree.
If the need comes up for this type of group again, I hope you'll be a part.
I didn't realize I had a choice.
I want to start talking about The Penguin, which wrapped a few weeks ago on Max, very much like an HBO crime drama. I think a lot of people compare it, I think, to The Sopranos, which I think is fair. I kind of see it more like The French Connection, William Friedkin's film from the 70s, like especially just like how the view of Gotham that we get in this show is like very much like elevated train tracks and like, just kind of grime and dirt.
Yeah.
And coming out of the gutter in a way. What did you love about it? You said it's one of your favorite shows.
Yeah, I'm a big Batman fan. And I really love seeing Gotham and it feeling like a character. I feel like the best Batman stories make Gotham their own character. Everyone compares it to The Sopranos. It reminds me of the 50 Cent's masterpiece, Power.
Okay.
Where it's like unintentionally funny. It's really about the city. It's really gritty. And it's really about people who are bad, but you can root for.
Right.
Every episode was incredible. And also, I really love that they had Renzi Felice's character. We're always so quick to be like, why are you a goon in Gotham? This is a great way to show us like how easy it is to fall into that life and how regular that life seems,
Right.
you know?
Yeah.
Like,
Well, I mean, it's like the whole thing, like living inside of kind of Matt Reeves's, I would say, it's like an epic crime saga that starts with the Batman. Now we have the Penguin, and it sort of leads into the Batman 2, I assume. I'm not sure if that's been, how much of that has been talked about yet. But.
I mean, so they announced that there will be a new Batman. We're assuming because at the end of the series, they showed the bat signal.
The bat signal, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
That will, because that's the big question. Where is Batman this whole series?
So for me, this felt like Breaking Bad, like as far as parallels for me, because I liked that we had the Jesse Pinkman and Renzi Felice, and that's similar to what you're saying. Like you always wonder how people fall into this way of life, and through Breaking Bad, we see the descent of Jesse Pinkman. We also have the descent of Walter White, and in this case, it's interesting because Oz, we find out worse things about him as it develops. So he, even through flashbacks, gets more contextualized and dark. But for me, the reason I love the world building and the connection between the Batman and the Penguin is it feels like a comic where you've got one line of comic book here and you've got one line here and they kind of interact, but they grow separately to build out a universe. So I personally, and we're going to talk about it, loved that the Batman physically did not appear, but his presence felt there. And the symbol of the bat signal made that presence a very literal at the end, but there was this entire percolating of everything's gone wrong, it just happened. We see Renzi's family go, Batman's busy. He's got stuff to do. And I get like he is one man doing a lot of stuff.
You talk about how like the presence of Batman is felt, and I think it wasn't, and I think that was intentional. So this is set. Did you see the Batman?
Yeah. So this is like a couple days after.
6 days after the Batman. So, you know, the Riddler, he kind of loses, right? The Riddler goes through his plan, the levees are down. And then nobody is tripping about Batman ever. Nobody's ever like, ooh, the bat.
Right.
Like, you know, they're doing whatever. And I was one of those people who's like, it doesn't make sense for the Batman to be evolved. He's not in the know right now.
It's only been a week.
It's only been a week. But somewhere around the time that like Sophia's hanging people in the streets, you know, I was like, maybe he's like, at least the drifter should be investigating, right? Like, what the heck is going on? But like after I finished the series, because Lauren LaFranc is incredible. She told me, she said, Frankie, shut up. You're not a writer. And I was like, you're right, Lauren.
Showrunner, right?
The showrunner.
Yeah.
She didn't say that to me directly.
No,
she said it with her writing.
With her writing, yeah. She's
Stop
like,
complaining
I'm
about
in
Batman.
charge. Yeah. Well, no, I think it's really interesting that you compare it to Breaking Bad and like also The Sopranos. Like I think that like Tony Soprano and Walter White are like these kind of modern classical anti-heroes who you're really, really rooting for, despite the fact that they're doing things you aren't rooting for them to do. My question is the Penguin the hero of his own story?
No.
Absolutely not, which I love.
Well, do you think that he thinks he's the hero of his own story?
I definitely do. I agree. Like, I think with Walter White and even we could say Tony Soprano, it feels like they are anti-heroes, like they're trying to do their best. We see even as a child, the Penguin sucked. He's terrible. There's actually no development. He's not descending to getting worse.
But we realize the way it's told that he's been, but I love that we get the flashback so late. So it's narratively descending, but chronologically,
he's always been that. And I've never seen a character that's had no development that I liked so much.
You know what I like most about you, Oz? You are who you are. You couldn't change if you tried.
Ain't that what makes me fun?
One of my favorite scenes is where Sophia is trying to cut off Francis's finger, his mother's finger. And she's like, at least lie about it. And he cannot bring himself to say, I did this bad thing.
Killing his brothers.
Killing his brothers.
As a child.
As a child. And even when he talks to Vic and he kills Vic, he says, I love you too much. Which I don't think is true, right? He throws away his ID And when name recognition is the biggest thing that he thinks about, he robs that poor boy. I think he was afraid of Vic, and he was like, I just watch all these underlings kill their bosses. I need to get rid of you. But in his head, and the story he'll tell from then on, I had to get rid of the boy that I love, this son that I had.
Right. It's all self-preservation no matter what he's saying or he tells himself. So were you rooting for Sophia then?
That's what made this story so good, right?
Yeah.
Of course. I was obsessed with her.
Well, Kristen Milotti, like, you can't not be obsessed with her. She's so... Like, Colin Farrell is great.
Yeah, but she is hypnotized. I wish her all the Emmys, everything.
Yeah.
I met her right after the big Penguin panel at San Diego Comic-Con. She had on this beautiful outfit, these huge heels. Like, it was obviously uncomfortable. Like, the better the outfit, the more uncomfortable.
Sure.
And then I saw her at this party, and she was wearing sweats. And it was like a nice party. And she was like, girl, I'm tired.
Yeah.
And I was like, I will die for you. Like, what do we say?
And I love that we got her story told not exactly chronologically too, so we could uncover how much we connected with her throughout. Like that episode 4 is one of the best episodes of TV. Like her deep dive, that 3 acts of really unraveling Sophia, because you've been following the Penguin. The show's called The Penguin, and then all of a sudden you're like, wait, do I have a different protagonist now? And I think that's so unique in TV to have 3 leads and 2 leads and then a supporting lead with Renzi, and how much you care about all of them because they give you the time to really invest. And before we move on to the next segment of A Close, because I want to talk her outfit specifically, the world building, having actual dates, I think humanizes the story so much. Because the only October 31st that falls, on a Thursday ever in our lifetimes that's in an election year was this year. I dressed as the Drifter for Batman because it's the one time you're allowed to do it. Because it literally lines up, but I love that we know it's a certain amount of days. And I love that we have, at the end of the Batman, he says it's this date, and I'm assuming we can continue that trend in Matt Reeves' universe and that epic crime saga. Something about that makes it feel like our world because, there's a specific time, a place, and it'll give us a scope of how much the Batman's been active in a certain amount of time. And that to me feels like The Long Halloween. That feels like something Calendar Man could get brought into. That feels like something that's very detective Batman just by knowing the date, and that makes the Penguin feel more real because we know when and how.
I agree. I think it's also like the set feels very real. You lived in New York for a little bit, right?
Yeah, I lived there for 8 years.
Did you like travel to Brooklyn?
Oh, I lived in Brooklyn.
Oh, you lived in Brooklyn?
I lived in Brooklyn and Manhattan.
Okay, good. So please correct me or give me the information, but like the beautiful part about DC is these cities don't quite exist in our world.
Right.
But we see from Victor's ID that Gotham is in New Jersey.
He's a New Jersey resident.
I crashed out. I crashed out because of a couple of reasons. It's clear that a lot of it is Brooklyn. Let's look at where Victor lived, and he's looking into the city across the water.
Yeah.
That ain't in Jersey. That's Brooklyn. Okay, his house, the way it was styled, the way that it looked.
Yeah, it felt very Bushwick, like South Williamsburg, especially with the elevated train. Like the JMZ. I mean, that was the JMZ to me.
That's what I'm saying. But I think that's the beautiful part about Gotham is that like it means something different with each like era, right? There's the Tim Burton era and how that looks.
Well, I will say before I moved to New York, I lived in Chicago.
Yeah.
And that was when like I was living there when The Dark Knight was filming. The Nolan movies to me are very Chicago heavy. Like Chicago's known for its architecture, a lot of like early 20th century like skyscrapers and Art Deco, which I think is reminiscent of the Tim Burton kind of vision that is like very German expressionist and like dark shadows and weird angles. But again, like grounds Gotham into like a realism.
I think what's cool about that is it gives you the opportunity to have like in a comic where there's an artist that has a vision and you have a writer that has a vision and each comic having a different feel. I love that Gotham feels like the director's take on how they feel about Gotham. Like New York City proper, I think some people refer to like the title of Gotham is slang even for that. But your identifier of Gotham is to you, New York, because of your love and association. But for me, like the...
and also the markers, the
but
city
but that's in our universe. So in our universe, that is what that river is visually to us. But in like, the animated series, I see it as that like really strong brutalism and Gothic architecture. To me, that's a little closer to Chicago. And Matt Reeves sees it as Jersey, at least in The Penguin. So I love that we might get a new altogether style of Gotham in James Gunn's that is like, who knows? And that's the power of a fictional city because it's whatever the darkest version of whatever they want to express is.
Right.
I will say the accents, which are done so well, are a little bit more Jersey leaning. what I loved about the accent and the work is you can tell who's from where, right?
Yeah,
Like,
I mean, it definitely
it's
shows the
different,
social
right?
class. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, even like Sophia's like it is more has more of an Italian
And it's upper crust.
spice to it. Yeah.
Yeah. Or
Yeah.
like Victor is, I don't know if he's, oh yeah, he's like Dominican and Mexican. So there's a specific accent in New York of Dominicans who, even if their language is if English is their first language, that they have like a little twang to it. You'll hear it with like Cardi B and stuff like that. He has that version of the accent. It painted their connection. And even when we see Vic connect with Oz, it's kind of through their shared language.
Yeah.
Because Oz also speaks Spanish, El Rada. But also, like, we see those parallels where he becomes their Robin. And that's what I really love. I feel like the Matt Reeves world and Lauren LaFranc was able to really play homage to a lot of the comic books. When Vic and Oz meet, it's very similar to Jason Todd and Batman, who's one of the Robins.
Jason Todd is
Jason Todd
Okay.
is one of the Robins, and he gets caught boosting off the Batmobile, which is this big gaudy car,
bold
right?
choice, yeah.
And Vic does the same thing, right?
Right.
This Maserati is clearly someone who is not to be trifled with, and he
Right.
still has to do it out of desperation.
Right.
And we see the same thing with Sophia, where she becomes this chaos demon, right? She doesn't care about money or status anymore, and that's so similar to the Joker. So in some ways, we see that like the Penguin is supposed to be a stand-in for the Batman in this story, and then his Joker is Sophia, and I thought that was so cool.
Right, and her relationship with her psychiatrist is very,
Which is very Harley Quinn.
I mean, I got that.
The crowbar.
I got that.
And the crowbar the whole time. The crowbar is what kills Robin, and they use the crowbar
Okay.
throughout this season.
Yeah.
So that we talk about like the voting to kill Robin concept. That was literally Joker had Robin's life in his hands, and the audience voted who killed. The moment they left a cliffhanger of Sophia, our Joker, with a crowbar in his hand, looking at Renzi, our Robin. It was such a great way for comic fans to feel validated, but also a brand new story that people could feel connection. Because the whole time I was like, Julian Rush's character feels Harley Quinn-esque, but not too much, and like they have just enough of a nod that I think is so special.
Yeah.
As our cinemaphile, I have to ask you, what are your final thoughts on it? Like, now that it's done, you've seen it all.
I think it looked incredible, and like it is, you know, I think TV is becoming so much more like film these days, but like this didn't feel to me like it was what's supposed to be a 2-hour movie stretched into 8 episodes. You know, like a lot of TV can feel that way. This felt like completely accurately plotted.
I agree.
As a television show, you know, a complete story.
Yeah, I agree. I absolutely love this show. To me, it's what art is about. It is so stylized. It's so beautiful. The original score is so disturbing and anxiety inducing. The fashion is beautiful. The actors all came to fucking work. Like, And Coy, what are your final thoughts on
As a
it?
comic fan, it made Gotham a character in a way that I've always wanted. As a comic fan, it let the runtime develop the henchmen archetypes, the lackeys, the villains. Arkham felt real. It felt like I'm going to look at Batman differently, because when I know the Batman is sending someone to Arkham, I know the horrors of Arkham in a way that I haven't really felt in other adaptations as strongly. I feel like I know the crime families. I feel like I got to see Tim Sale art come to life. I feel like through Jeff Loeb's writing and Tim Sale's art, I knew the Falcones, but now I feel like I want to visit Gotham briefly in the daytime. Like, I feel like I can have this world feel tangible, and I think the long form use bridging the Batman 1 and 2 means every punch is going to land twice when I see Penguin hit in the face, because as reprehensible as he is, I grew to care and hate him. So when I see Batman fight him, it's going to feel so much more lived in. So it's the perfect way to feel like a shared universe of a comic, and it's the perfect way to make Gotham feel as big of a character as Batman, because if Batman's willing to sacrifice everything, I better know and love Gotham, and I feel like I do. Even the explosion the Riddler did in the film, we saw that from Batman's POV looking down, because he's still a billionaire, he's still comfortable, that's the whole concept. Now we know that the Riddler harmed the very people he set out to save, the lower class, the people that couldn't escape. Seeing it from his POV, the Batman is different. Seeing it from his POV, Gotham will be different, and it's a perfect storytelling.
Hey, don't do that. The man was speaking. Let him finish.
I apologize. Please.
Well, Well, let's leave all that doom and gloom and sad stuff in the past, and let's get festive. As you can see, we got everything dolled up.
Yeah, it's holiday season.
It's holidays, and what better way to talk about the holidays than to talk about a holiday film?
A classic.
A comfort film.
Yeah, I would say, every year we have this argument. Is Die Hard a Christmas movie?
Yeah.
Is Die Hard the best Christmas? No. So, like National Lampoon, Christmas Story, whatever. No. The best Christmas movie is Batman Returns.
Batman Returns.
The second Tim Burton movie. It's set at Christmas. Christmas is integral to the plot.
Fair.
There's there's a big attack at in, I don't know, Gotham Times Square or whatever that might be. Christopher Walken plays Max Schreck, who is like a big bad businessman. I mean, he has like a department store, which is sort of like Macy's, the Macy's. And of course, to bring it back to the Penguin, we have Danny DeVito as the Penguin, a very
iconic,
less grounded, less gritty realism than Colin Farrell brought, but also terrifying and a villain.
I feel like when it dropped, though, that was the most grounded we were getting.
Oh, for sure.
And so, for that, we were watching, we were like, this is dark.
I mean, that was like the most anticipated movie of the year for me. Like,
really?
I was so obsessed with Batman at the time, and I was so excited. I remember my grandmother being like, "Did you see Batman's back yet?" And I was like, "Not yet." But no, and then of course my favorite part is Michelle Pfeiffer as Catwoman.
Yeah.
Again, I think that's an early example of a comic book villain in a comic book movie who lived in the gray area. She wasn't necessarily a bad guy. I mean, she was sort of, you're rooting for her because Max Schreck, her boss, almost kills her, throws her out a window, but she has 9 lives and she keeps on kicking. But then she's also battling against Batman. She's a love interest at the same time.
Yeah.
So I just loved all of that. And also I was excited for a girl villain. I have to be honest.
Yeah. And she was fabulous too.
Yeah.
She
looked
was
incredible. She was beautiful.
I agree.
Yeah.
I watched it. We watch it every year.
Oh, same.
Batman.
Yeah.
And I also feel like Batman and Robin is a Christmas film. I was a child when all these came out. Some of them came out a little before my time.
Yeah.
But I'm from a Batman household. So
Okay.
there was a moment in time where I would watch the 3 of them consecutively, every night, and I couldn't go to bed until one of them came on.
Okay.
But yeah, I found Batman Returns when I first watched it very scary.
Oh yeah, I mean, I remember. I mean, so I was 9 years old when it came out, and I think my parents were nervous because Danny DeVito as the Penguin bites the guy's nose off.
And he's kind of gross
He's
in
disgusting.
it too. He's a little
disgusting.
gross. But Batman and Robin, maybe because of the inclusion of Mr. Freeze
And winter, colds,
and
snow.
just the way they painted that world felt very Christmas-like to me. Even though I just think it was cold.
Yeah,
You know?
I think he just made it cold.
But would you give it a pass? Would you call it a Christmas movie?
I would have to revisit it.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it in a while.
Now we can call it, because this is a holiday episode, it's a holiday movie.
Yeah, sure, why not?
It's all-encompassing.
They take place in the cold.
Right.
Yeah.
Of all winter holidays.
There you go.
That's my story, and I'm
My
sticking to
favorite thing
it.
about Batman Returns is personally Michelle Pfeiffer's string lights. That is why I wore this today, because the string lights to me always that's what I see as Christmas, and that really connects me to the seasons. That element has always been the world.
Her decor.
Oh my
Her
God.
decor.
Yeah.
She was, I love the way she spoke. I love the patent leather. Not to be replicated. It's beyond reproach.
Right. Also, a really sexy come on is the mistletoe line.
Oh,
Mistletoe can be deadly if you. How does it go?
I don't know the exact quote, but
damn, I should have.
I've never had that much Riz in my life, so
Yeah,
I
that is
wouldn't
so-
even commit that to memory.
No.
I can't even remember it because it was too much Riz in movie. It was just
Yeah.
immaculate
Yeah.
delivery. I can't contain it.
It was definitely Michelle Pfeiffer's moment. That was her golden age. I mean,
She
she's
learned to
still
whip.
incredible, but
Yeah, have you ever
Have you
seen
seen that footage?
Yeah,
Where she's decapitating those mannequins?
The behind the scenes footage.
yeah, and she did that in
In
one
one take.
take. Wow.
Terrifying.
It's
I love
like
that
and
you
like
know
just
all
the
those
crew
facts.
clap it is warms my cold bitter
Cinema.
heart.
And people always try to talk down on superhero films.
Yeah.
We talked about it with the Christopher Reeve story,
Yeah,
where
yeah,
they're
yeah.
but I'm like, these are actors doing real work,
Yeah.
physical work. We're just seeing so much from them, and I really like it.
Yeah.
I've got an
But-
important update.
Yes.
Mistletoe can be deadly if you eat it, but a kiss can be even deadlier if you mean it.
That's
wow.
it.
Would that work on you?
Oh, yeah.
Coy?
It just worked on me, and I just read it.
It just so we'll try that for next time.
Coy, but you probably know a lot more of the deeper dives of how holidays have been celebrated in the DC world.
We need one for the Christmas break, for the holiday break.
Yeah.
Let's get some recommendations for the holiday break.
You guys did movies, and I wanted to give a little more comic-y centric stuff.
Robust.
I got a movie, and then I've got a show, and then I got some comics.
Okay.
So
Okay.
I'm going to go quick, but I got 5 things I think are pretty essential. First up is last year's Merry Little Batman. I think this movie deserves more love. I loved it so dearly. Merry Little Batman is such a great story of Batman and Damian Wayne. And Damian Wayne is the Robin we're getting in James Gunn's DCU. A lot of people don't know Damian Wayne. He's the biological son of Bruce Wayne and Talia al Ghul. So it's a really cool way to meet our new Robin and to meet Damian Wayne in a fun Christmas adventure. And it feels so family holly jolly. It's like a romp. It's a really good movie just in general, but it's a legit Christmas movie. So Merry Little Batman.
Is it animated?
It's animated.
Okay.
And it's delightful. And then this is another of my favorite episodes of superhero TV. You'll appreciate where it came from. It is the second episode ever. It is season 1, episode 2 of Batman the Animated Series. It came out in 1992. It is Christmas with the Joker.
Okay.
This is essential, one, because Jingle Bells, Batman Smells, Robin Laid an Egg, like that all came from this era. And I think it came from this episode.
Wait.
Yeah.
Jingle
That's
Bells.
Batman the Animated Series
That
has
did not
impacted your
originate
life.
from
I
the
don't think it's in the
animated
episode.
Okay.
I think the zeitgeist, it elevated into the pop culture lexicon with this episode.
I
You
feel
will
like
be
I was saying
floored.
that before, but
I don't have to check the tape on that.
The animated series came out in the early 90s.
I know. I was in kindergarten '88.
You were saying it in kindergarten?
Jingle Bells, Batman Smells, Robin Laid an Egg.
What
Yeah,
a-
I'm
what
Joker
a bad noodle.
I mean, I'm sure. Look, I'm sure it originated somewhere, but yeah, I feel like that. I don't know.
Jingle bells, Batman smelt, Robin laid an egg. The Batmobile lost the wheel, and the Joker got away.
This episode is, to me, what makes Batman such a Christmas character. And
Okay.
that is because this is the second episode ever of Batman the Animated Series, first Mark Hamill Joker.
Okay.
So this is formative for everything, because not only was it the show that is really such an established Batman, it's all set at Christmas. There's a lot of really iconic imagery. It's our first ever Mark Hamill Joker, and it's him in this space. So highly recommend people go back, rediscover episode 2 called Christmas with the Joker. And then some fun comic recommendations real quick are Lobo Paramilitary Xmas Special. It is Lobo fighting St. Nicholas himself.
Who is Lobo?
Okay, so Lobo is a Zarnian. A Zarnian is an alien race.
What's a Zarnian?
Let's start at the beginning.
Okay, so the Zarnians are a race of aliens that are warlike and always trying to accomplish and take over others. He
Okay.
is the last Zarnian because he killed all the other Zarnians.
Okay.
And there's some continuities. Recent Superman, he discovers there's more Zarnians. That's a longer conversation. But for years, the last Zarnian is Lobo, and he's a physical equal to Superman. Like, he's a physical equal to Superman in his ability to fight, his strength, and all those ways, but he just loves chaos and nihilism. So he's got like a giant chopper. He like cruises through space on a motorcycle, and he's like a Hell's Angel as a character.
And he goes against
And he
Santa
fights
Claus.
Superman. In this, he takes on Santa Claus. So imagine Santa's sleigh via chopper in space with a Zarnian, all black and white makeup.
Is like
long
Rudolph shooting lasers from his nose? Like, how does that work?
He actually has a long hook, and he hooks Santa with this giant hook. You'll see. I'll
It's
show
outrageous.
you. It's amazing.
Does Santa win? Not to spoil it, but does Santa
it doesn't
win?
go well for Santa.
Damn.
I know. Those a lot of
Dark
stockings
as
go
hell.
unstuffed.
Yeah. When was the last time you spoke to Santa?
Well, it's been a long
So,
time.
you know.
Fair. But I'm not rooting against him.
You're not rooting. Like, he's not your enemy.
No. He's just generally a cool
He didn't
guy.
give me the PlayStation
Does some
1
breaking
when I
in,
So you
right?
got a
asked him.
vendetta for a little
Yeah,
while.
yeah. I asked him for a PlayStation 1 20 years ago.
Oh, fuck that.
Yeah,
So
you know what I'm saying? So, like, let Lobo wash up Santa.
You're
That's
Team
fine.
Lobo in this fight.
Yeah.
All right. So I recommend that because Lobo's a great character to discover, and he's literally fighting Santa. What a fun time. And then last two are one called Peacemaker Tries Hard. Peacemaker Tries Hard came out last year, and it is a book that feels just like Peacemaker Season 1. It's written like John Cena's take on Peacemaker. It feels like a James Gunn story in the book, and it is one of the most fun romps in short form. It's only like 5 or 6 issues. In it, he has a dog that gets kidnapped, and he named the dog Bruce Wayne. So by a series of miscommunications, people think Bruce Wayne is kidnapped, but it's his dog Bruce Wayne that has been kidnapped, and hijinks ensue because of a missing Bruce Wayne. But it feels like a good gateway into Season 2 if you're excited for Peacemaker this upcoming year. We get new Peacemaker, this comic, to bridge the gap over the holiday. And the last one is Mr. Miracle, because I feel like the holidays are really hard for a lot of people, and the holidays can be like overwhelming. And Mr. Miracle is from 2017. It's Tom King and Mitch Gerads, and it's basically his power is to escape anything, and he wants to escape the horrors of the world sometimes. And it's a very uplifting in a sad way. And I feel like the holidays are that for some people. So Mr. Miracle, the paramilitary Xmas special from Lobo, Peacemaker Tries Hard, Christmas with the Joker, and Merry Little Batman.
Joker here. Greetings, Gotham, and Merry Christmas. I hope you're watching Batman. This one's for you.
I heard
Yeah.
that we found out where
We got the fact
Batman
check.
spelled. We got the fact check.
I've
Yeah.
been corrected so aggressively.
Wow. Look, the tables have just turned.
The table.
The experts.
Go ahead and get to that.
Yeah, the
Go
experts
into the
have changed
desk.
position. I'm getting the seat at the table.
Go ahead
next.
and fold that laptop.
1960s, I've been thwarted. It was 3 decades prior.
Yeah,
I have
yeah.
failed this city.
So Adam West's Batman, probably the first real popular televised Batman. That's what started the trend of Batman spells.
I'm eating
Jingle
my
bells,
feelings.
Batman spells. That's so funny.
Well, that's all we have for today. And thank you all for joining us for the DC Studio Showcase. This is always so much fun.
Yeah.
We will be streaming new episodes every other Friday on Max, or you can watch new episodes on YouTube, on the Max's YouTube
page. Yeah.
Yeah, and people can listen to us anywhere there are podcasts, which is super cool.
Yeah.
So Apple Podcasts, Spotify, we're going to be on there.
Yeah. Or you could do both. Listen and watch.
Right? Because we look like you guys should see how snazzy we look if you're listening.
Yeah.
And see our decor because we worked really hard on this.
Yeah.
You know,
The tinsel looks good. And those cookies are going to go
we're
right
gonna,
in my mouth.
But thank you all for joining us. I'm nerd commentator Frankey Smith.
And I'm entertainment journalist Tyler Coates.
I've been your comic correspondent, Coy Jandreau, and if you want to check out any of those comics I recommended, and there are so many, check out the DC Universe Infinite app, which is DC's subscription service, which is amazing. I highly recommend it. Or you can check out your local comic shop that has tons of comics that you'll enjoy for the holiday season, and I hope you enjoy.
What's up, everyone, and welcome to the DC Studio Showcase, the official podcast. I'm nerd commentator, Fantastic Frankie, but you guys can call me just Frankey Smith.
I'm Tyler Coates, entertainment journalist.
And welcome to episode 3.
That's right.
We got 3 in here of this showcase, the official podcast. It's presented by Max.
Yep.
This show will be deconstructing and celebrating all things DC Studios. Each episode will be joined by our comic correspondent and comic book expert, Coy Jandreau.
Howdy, howdy.
Oh, that's nice. And today's episode, we have a great one for you. I'm finally going to break down quickly the DCU for not just Tyler, but for anyone who's DC curious. We are going to be joined today by Sean Gunn, and he will talk everything G.I. Robot and Weasel, but also he'll break down episode 5 and 6 of Creature Commandos with us. And finally, we're going to have Coy do what Coy does best.
I'm so excited. Like, reading comics are my favorite thing, second only to talking about comics with people that might not know them. So this gives you like half a year to read some good stuff that I think have inspired James Gunn's take on Superman.
What if Sean Gunn comes on and is like, wrong?
Where
did you get that idea from?
Like, arts correction. That's actually no. He hates that book.
What if he's like, yeah. He's like, who's this guy? Who's this hacking guy?
Who is he to tell me what my brother likes in Superman?
All right, Tyler.
Yeah.
It's time that you learn everything about the DCU.
I really don't know anything.
Let's start off at the beginning. You know who James Gunn and
I do
Peter
know who James Gunn
Safran
is. Yes, yeah, and Peter Safran. Yeah.
Okay, so that's beautiful. These two men are the creative spearhead of what we'll be calling the DC universe.
Okay.
So this is the first time that DC has its own studio, which is beautifully named DC Studios. So the brand itself has a studio where they could create all the content they want, movies, TV shows, things like that. Make sense?
Yeah, totally.
There is just one cohesive universe that will be under the watchful eye of James Gunn and Peter Safran, right?
Okay.
Now, this is relatively new. I know.
Okay,
Stick with me. I'm going to cook for a second. This is relatively new. But there are 2 projects that happened before this year that will be included in the DCU. The first one is The Suicide Squad. Which you've seen, right?
Yes, yeah.
The next one is Peacemaker. Have you seen Peacemaker?
I've seen parts of it, not the whole
parts
thing.
of it. Okay, cool. Peacemaker is so much fun, and that is a continuation of The Suicide Squad. Okay, so when we're thinking of timeline, The Suicide Squad is first.
Yeah.
Peacemaker is second.
Okay.
Got it, right?
Yeah.
Next,
That's easy.
That's easy, right? We talked about this when we talked about Creature Commandos.
Yeah.
But Peacemaker kind of jumps off the events for Creature Commandos, right? The world finds out about Amanda Waller and what she's doing, and so she has to find alternative means to create the Task Force X, and that's why she's doing the Creature Commandos. She's using monsters, right?
Right.
I know it's hip to be a superhero these days, but your resume doesn't exactly back up the Glenda the Good Witch routine.
So as of right now, these are the 3 things that are in the DCU.
And that's it? Because there's a lot of other things.
For right now.
Okay.
For right now. That's it.
Okay.
There's going to be so much more that comes on after. You can't call yourself a civilian. You have too much knowledge. It's a burden.
I know. That is the responsibility that I bear.
That's the responsibility. Now that you're up to date, we got to talk about Creature Commandos.
Yeah.
So we just got up to episode 5 and 6.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
How did you feel about it?
I love Frankenstein kind of generally on this show. He's not the Frankenstein I know personally.
Okay.
First of all, I'm kind of curious how Frankenstein...
Like the origins of Frankenstein?
Yeah, how did Frankenstein get into DC?
So Frankenstein is a canonical DC comic character, and in the comics, Frankenstein is much more of a traditional hero, and he's actually even got like a catchphrase, like he emerges and is like, is something undone? And he basically has this like, I must complete something. He's always trying to finish the cycle, but he's more altruistic in a monster way. But Eric Frankenstein, this is the first appearance of Eric Frankenstein. Like there's never been this version of the character ever. Does that make sense?
So Frankenstein famously is the scientist.
Exactly.
So this is Eric.
Which I think is the joke. Because we always say, like, it's not the monster, it's Frankenstein's monster.
It's Frankenstein's monster.
He's neither. He's Eric.
He's Eric.
Oh, sure.
He's Eric Frankenstein. But I think it's funny that you're saying that he's normally a hero because here he's quite literally a villain. Like he's terrible.
When he's a leader in the comic book. So I think it's a good distinction to have him called Eric to really separate altogether that it's not the Frankenstein that you know, and it's not even the Frankenstein from the comic books. Because like Frankenstein Agent of Shade, which is the run I'd recommend, it's the closest to it. It's written by Jeff Lemire. That's still going to be a more leader kind of like rallying his troops, going to take him into battle. Frankenstein, which is not this guy.
This Frankenstein, I don't even think is a leader, right?
No.
Right? Even in this episode where he's interacting with Rick, I felt like Rick was taking the lead.
Well, yeah, I mean, he's sort of like kind of low-key teaching Frankenstein about the world and consent. And
consent is a big thing.
Sexy. But I mean, I think that's also where the humor, I think that's why he's like, it's complicated character because a lot of the humor comes from the fact that he just like doesn't understand social cues.
And also the voice acting made
David Harbour.
Every delivery, I was like, I kind of like this guy. But I love that in the script, James Gunn made sure that maybe he knew how lovable David Harbour would be. I'm not quite sure, but he made sure that even if we started to like him in his relationship with Rick, that we remembered he's terrible. Right. Like I don't know.
Like what is the biggest indicator for you?
That he was terrible?
Yeah.
I think when they showed him kind of meeting that older woman and her like opening up her home and bringing him in and then him killing her.
Yeah.
I feel like that was like, oh yeah, this guy's there.
That's pretty shitty thing to do.
Yeah, there's a reminder. And this is after we saw him stalk the bride for a couple episodes. So I was like, he's not
But
that
there
great.
isn't nature versus nurture conversation to be had, I think, about Frankenstein too, because like he was made to be this person, like literally made.
The bride was also made by the same man, and she's chilling.
There's an interesting way that he's being portrayed here where he's always at an 11. Like all of his emotions are like, you're my best friend. Like there's no building of an arc of emotion. It's either like we hate each other, we love each other. And I think that's really fascinating that like there's a snap between emotion. He loves so passionately, he hates so passionately, he has to solve this problem. So I think there's also a conversation of like intelligence in the verbosity of his speech versus emotional intelligence, which is none. And I think it's a really fun character to play because he's so verbose and he's got this great vernacular and he's so capable. But then when it comes to actually socializing or being around anyone else, it's like, I kill or love you. And that's so cool as a character that's clearly the antagonist in this use.
And then I think that's why his relationship with Rick was so interesting because he came in here with a hard press, right? Like he was ready to kill Rick over another girl. And I think that that's interesting that Rick almost died over Princess Ilana with Frankenstein, because that's also his motivations to investigate that professor and Cersei.
Well, you mentioned Clayface.
Yes.
Who I didn't know.
You didn't know Clayface.
I didn't know. Shocker. Surprise. Another character I didn't know.
I thought he might have been big enough in the cultural zeitgeist that you would have had some exposure.
I could see him not.
Yeah.
You'd like him. He's an actor.
Okay.
He's an actor, and he's a shapeshifter.
Yeah.
His origins shift. But I think what's important with that Clayface reveal was that Cersei and the person who validated her claim was not who she said she was. She was an impersonator. My question is, did Rick Flag kind of come up on that because he didn't trust Cersei or because he got the buns earlier?
I'm going the latter. I feel
you go
like
for the
he's
buns.
got, yeah.
Yeah. He's like, you can't clap my girl. I just slept with her.
Right.
He loves her. Like he is clouded.
I would think that a man of his looks and stature would take more to like get whipped. I was
Since
shocked.
episode 1, the looks of Frank Grillo's Rick Flag have
I
been
think
a
that
through
it's
line of like,
important.
the way the man looks.
Yeah.
I think that it's important because why would they draw him like that?
Right.
If they didn't want us to like harp on it.
He's not good looking. He's just drawn that way.
He's just, I mean, also Frank Grillo
And he knows what he's
built
playing.
that way. Yeah.
But they have a really brutal fight, Clayface and Rick Flag Sr. And again, the fight choreography, the sound design in these episodes are insane.
And I want to speak on two things in that fight. The first being the actual moment we see the human element of Rick Flag being a man amongst monsters.
Yeah.
We are pretty used to in comic book movies, everyone being superpowered or even the humans being like superpowered. I love that there's actually a devastating, like, we don't know how this goes from here because of fighting a metahuman. This guy's a trained military. He's strong. He's yoked. He's handsome. But if you fight a Clayface, there's going to be consequences, which I like that they showed early on, like in the DC universe, that there's already, like, humans should not be dabbling with monsters. Right. And I also really think it's interesting that we've seen another example of mixed media. That Xbox screen was an Xbox screen. We literally saw a video game in an animated show, and now we've seen live action. We've seen Zac Efron on the phone. We've seen a lot of different media in this, and I keep thinking about this kicking off the DCU. We know later on we get live action. We know we see Frank Grillo in live action. We also know later on we get CGI and puppets and all these things. I'm really curious when you look out at the DC universe, is it going to feel like mixed media all the time? Are we going to see animation in a live action movie? Are we going to see animated characters mixing into video games? Like, this is kind of an unprecedented intermingling of medias. And the fact that Xbox was pure Xbox is pretty unique.
Yeah. But let's move on to episode 6 because there was a lot that happened in it as well.
Yeah.
This was the first origin story episode we got where I was like, yeah, he deserves to be in that bunker that they had him in.
Dr. Phosphorus, you mean.
Dr. Phosphorus, yes. So we get his backstory, we learn. And I think next to the Weasel episode, this was one that really impacted me emotionally, where I was like, whoa, they are going hard with these storylines.
Yeah.
What did you think about it?
No, I mean, he's someone I didn't really know much about until this show. So again, like all my information I'm getting along with you.
So he's a Batman villain traditionally.
Right.
And I was wondering if you still felt connected to him before, like, because I feel like the writing is so strong even before his flashback, but I can't unknow my Batman connection.
Yeah. Right.
Was it a character that was captivating to you without context?
Yeah, I mean, I just like the look of him. And again, like we've talked about this, Alan Tudyk is like,
he's
so good.
Yeah.
So like, I think that like, I've just been taken by just the visuals of the show and like how he presents himself. I think it's just like a really just the design is really impressive to me.
I agree.
Yeah.
I think something about that fight that he had with Rick Flag Sr. in the premiere kind of endeared me because I felt like I was watching siblings fight. And so when I saw that he was actually a villain, and it wasn't like he was a villain where I was like he was getting revenge or something. Well, he was, but I don't know. He was pretty terrible.
The way they use his power is so differently violent. The show's so violent, but it's fascinating that in a show of hyperviolence, there are moments where you're like, oh, too much. And like him phasing through stuff and just brutally mutilating things, even a hyperviolent world feels like a lot. And I really like that in this episode, his flashback, the transitions were this incredibly painful juxtaposition of the joy of being a father versus the violence of being a crime boss. And he basically went from like what he found joy in, love, to what he found joy in, hate and money. It was such a really, like, the swings were so aggressive. This was one of my favorite transitions where they would cut between like him in that pimp suit twirling around and then him playing with his kid. Like, you felt all of that. And to me, this episode, like you said, this guy is a villain through and through, but you feel so much that like he murdered that mafia guy's kids. How do you forgive that? But then Alan Tudyk makes him likable. It's such a great morality gray.
And I think that's the whole thing. They're all a little bit morally gray.
Right.
And I think it's lightened up by us seeing the blossoming friendship between Nina and the bride.
Yeah.
They've been kind of coupled up this entire season. And I really like knowing that the bride is I don't want to call her a victim, but, you know, she's been stalked and she's been running for a long time. And to see her interact with Nina, who's like inherently good.
Yeah.
Try to soften her up.
I mean, even just like calm her down.
Yeah, calm her down.
Just like keep her in one place and like not like feel like she's always on the run.
She's grounding too. I when I was watching Nina, I thought of you, Tyler. I was like, Nina's our Tyler.
Oh.
Like they're doing all these superhero things and these like they're interacting with this like fantastical world, and Nina is just sitting there in a very polite way saying like, what the fuck is going on? How could you just like fight someone or murder someone? And I think she's there to check the bride. And I love when they go into the brothel because the bride is someone who's experienced trauma and domestic violence, and her first instinct is to be violent to these women who are in the brothel.
Oh my God, you're crazy. You're always so hyperbolically violent. You need therapy.
I was glad they checked her. They was like, girl.
It's this learned behavior because,
they read her.
It's the patriarchy. I don't know if you've heard of it, but it's bad.
Why you bring that here to our space? I don't understand. And I loved her. I really loved seeing that. And I love that fight scene that they had.
Yeah.
In the brothel. Coy, what did you think about
I think the show's done a really good job of humanizing everyone episode to episode, even beyond what you think you could feel for them. And I feel like their bond is kind of an anchor point for us. We've got Rick Flag as the human element that anchors us as an eye line, but their friendship is what's kind of humanizing them as monsters that can show love, because the bride's so reluctant to show love. And I feel like that's so human. Like when you don't want to like someone, you're like, no, they're not getting to me. They're not breaking under my skin. I love that the bride is our most stoic, and Nina's finding her way to like humanize the bride and make her open up and make her available. And I really think that pairing is kind of the opposite of Dr. Phosphorus. The Dr. Phosphorus character, he becomes a shell that's radiating out energy that doesn't let anyone in. And then we're seeing that crack in the bride through Nina. And I think the episode was paired very intentionally because I said at the beginning, the graphic novel feel of opening with the team, and then each episode we get to dive deeper into these characters. This feels like an issue that is his flashback, but it really has us uncover a lot about the bride while we're doing it.
Softy.
It's because I was saving you again, idiot.
Because you are, my friend.
Get over yourself, fish.
Yeah, I agree. And this is actually Batman's first appearance in the DCU.
Oh.
This is the DCU.
Alive. We briefly saw him on a skewer in episode
Oh, yeah.
4.
In episode 1. But I love that reference. You're right. I love that reference that we saw in the Dr. Phosphorus flashback when he got...
I was so happy to see the cape and just like, oh, it's Batman. 'Cause that's how Batman feels. He's everywhere.
I feel like we can dive just a little bit deeper into this episode. So we have a special guest here today, Sean Gunn. Okay, he's an actor. He played Weasel in the live-action Suicide Squad, and he's also playing it in Creature Commandos, and he's also playing G.I. Robot. So let's bring him out here.
Come on.
Hi, everybody.
Hi, welcome. Thanks for coming.
Thanks for having me. This is very cool.
Well, we've watched Creature Commandos, and we were like, we have to get Shad in. You obviously have, at least for me, it's obvious to me you have fan favorites.
I have twice the roles, that's for sure. But I love both these characters. I love both Weasel and G.I. Robot, and obviously Weasel had been with me for a little while because I played Weasel in the Suicide Squad. It's not a different version; it's the same version, but it's like it's kind of a 180 from what we experienced with Weasel in that movie. So it's been great, and I love G.I. Robot, love playing him. So
Did you know about the Creature Commandos before the show dropped?
no, I never know about stuff like that. I first heard of them when my brother James told me about it and said, and it was something he was really excited about. He's like, I got this really cool thing, and we're going to be really funny. But it almost seemed like an afterthought a little bit when he was first describing it. And then he sent me the scripts, and I was just blown away. I was like, I've read a vast majority of things that my brother's written, certainly everything that's been produced. But I was like, this might be my favorite thing James has written. And sincerely, I love it. And he seems to agree. So it's, yeah, it's cool. It's
You're
been
in good company. I mean, do you go back to like the comics, the source material to learn about these characters, or you kind of rely on James's writing?
Yeah, I rely. We all on this show, we really rely heavily on what James is going for, because he's so fastidious about every single thing that he wants. So with these characters, I went back. The Weasel comic book references are not really relevant to the Weasel that we're portraying in this DC universe. It's funny, but it's not. In the comic books, Weasel's just like a dude who's like it's really bizarre. And this Weasel is not that. G.I. Robot, I look back for visual reference on what he looked like, and I did a little bit of digging through some of the comics that he was in, but it's always more relevant to me to talk to James, and sort of he'll tell me what I should look at and what direction I should be going. And really for G.I. Robot, he's so self-explanatory that it was kind of, he's got this one primary focus, which for an actor it's wonderful to just have, like, hey, your
motivation.
Yeah, what's your motivation? You only have one.
Exactly.
And so it was really just kind of about finding the voice and finding where the voice lives in my body, so that I could, so that then I can play within that range.
This is a debate we all had about G.I. Robot. Does he have a sense of humor? Like, does he have personality?
Here's what I love about G.I. Robot, all right, is that he is a robot, right? So we associate an actual robot, an actual automaton is not. He's programmed with only responses, so there's nothing in there. But when we flash back to his story and we see him with his friends in Easy Company, and that's why Cheers to the Tin Man is so important, is that when they toast him and he's there and they kind of close up on him, it's like it feels good to him. For me, playing the character, it's fun to imagine that it was like unsettling to feel something.
Right.
To be like, oh, I didn't know. So it's almost like he's not quite Pinocchio. He's not turned into a human. He's not there yet. But it's like there's a couple of drops in there of, like, there's something on the road to humanity inside of him. And playing with that as the end margin of the envelope that I'm working in, to me is like really super exciting.
When you said that's what a Nazi would say at the end, I was like, that's a joke. But you're saying it's just his programming, yeah?
Yeah. I mean, I don't think he's intentionally funny, but maybe there's a little wiggle room there in terms of being enjoying himself.
Right.
Like, he understands that things feel good. So there's something in there, because taking out Nazis is actually is another thing. It's just like, it's his motivation, but it also kind of like, ooh, kind of feels right. You know?
Yeah.
It's satisfying for him.
Yeah. Yeah.
Are these Nazis, General?
Yeah, GI. These are Nazis.
Oh.
Obviously, you're playing two characters, but they're both non-human characters. One's basically nonverbal. But I'm very curious, we're not seeing you, but how does even acting as a voice actor, how does the physicality play a role in figuring out who those people are?
Need to make sure my voice is warmed up and that my body is capable of doing everything that it needs to do to create the sounds. With Weasel, it was particularly challenging for this stuff because when we did Weasel's episode, Chasing Squirrels, that whole sequence in the last 5 minutes or whatever of the episode, we tried to do that a couple times all in one long take so that I was kind of experiencing it and doing all of the sounds and everything all at once, which really took it out of me. It's it's hard to maintain that kind of emotional connection to something without having any words to cling on to. Doing it all from somewhere in my chest and in my head, and it was interesting. But when I'm in the booth, I tend to rock back and forth a lot and stay active and move into things and stuff like that. But it's wild.
Weasel's flashbacks, one of the most gut-wrenching experiences I've had in any medium of any superhero comic adaptation. It really wrecked me existentially. And you and I once spoke about how full Weasel's story was, but it was like a year ago at a MegaCon. You told me Weasel's story is very full and you were excited. How long has that flashback been seed planted? Did you know that was his origin back in the Suicide Squad? How long has this tapestry been woven?
If I'm remembering correctly, I knew when we were shooting Suicide Squad that Weasel had not actually killed all those children. So I knew that when they were describing that about him, that it was false. I didn't know the entirety of the backstory, I don't think, till maybe shortly after we shot. I feel like when James first talked to me about Creature Commandos, he definitely told me by then what the whole story was of Weasel's backstory, and it's so heartbreaking. But the other thing James and I talked a lot about with Weasel is that Weasel is like a dog, right? He's he's big and he's human sized and he's strong, but he really is just like a big dog. And for people who have and love dogs, you know very well that dogs have a full range of, emotions. They feel fear and they get joyful and they get depressed and they get all of the things that humans experience, maybe to a lesser degree. Weasel, it's just like I have a smaller set of tools in my toolkit, but I'm still doing the job of trying to convey something truthful about what this character is feeling and what's going on, which is really a trip.
Yeah. Are those limitations exciting? Like the challenge of that?
Yeah, it's hard. When I first talked to James about doing Creature Commandos, I was a little bit because I thought it might just be Weasel, and I was a little like, ugh. It's just a lot of grunting and whining and wailing and you'd never know it, but I'm like a Shakespearean trained actor, so I'm like not even just one word,
You feel the Shakespeare in Weasel.
Yeah. I mean, which character would you compare Weasel to in the Shakespeare canon?
Shakespeare? Oh my
yeah.
Lord. Oh my God, I don't know. Probably somebody like Puck or something like that.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
Yeah. So at first I was kind of like, I don't know. And then he very quickly was like, "There's another role I also want you to play," and he speaks. And I'm like, "Yes, great." He speaks. It's awesome. Still be CGI if he was live action, but that's okay. That's a story for another day.
Yeah.
So I was like, okay, well, this should be cool. It's a robot and a weasel. But then again, I read the scripts and I was so all in. I was like, oh, I'll do whatever it takes to make this project work.
When G.I. Robot Do we say died or destroyed? Was destroyed?
I mean, that's the debate that we keep having.
To me, I felt G.I. Robot. Like, I wanted to be friends with him. Like, he didn't just need Nina. He could also have Frankie. You know what I mean? But when he was destroyed, I was so sad. So you were able to emote and make us fall in love with it.
G.I.
Friend Nina, we fought Nazis together, you and I.
Yes.
It is... Oh, what a beautiful day. Cheers for the timber.
Well, thank you. I as I said, I love G.I. Robot. I'll let you decide what his fate there is. I won't comment too much on that. But when I started working on the character, I was kind of like, I don't want to be a typical robot. I didn't want to imitate any other robots that I'd seen or heard, and I just tried to think like, okay, so this inventor is programming him back at the time. What is he going to use as his template for the voice? And I started listening to old newsreels, like news on the march kind of things, and hello in 1944, and just listening to that and then finding where that lived in my body. And then I don't have to, I'm not imitating anymore. I just I just have to do my own version of it. And then from then on, I just need to find where it lives in my vocal range, basically.
What was your inspiration for the weasel sounds then?
Watching weasels on YouTube. and again,
deep research.
It's the same type of thing. Nobody's ever going to be like, that's not really what weasels sound like.
You'd be surprised.
Because, well, they will. Yeah, they might. But the thing is, I don't care. It's not, for me, it's like, I listen to some weasels making sounds on YouTube, and to me it was like, and it kind of sounded like that, but I don't need to imitate them.
Right.
I just need to do my own version of it, and then make that real, because anybody who comes after me, it's like, I'm sorry guys, it's fictional character, it's like, it's not, there aren't real,
but you are setting a bar.
It's not real
high.
human-sized weasel. So I just need to kind of find what is fun to do. I do and then be able to live within it, and then having that as that's now the scope. That's what I make these sounds. I have this range of sounds, and then starting from there, I play it like any other character. You're just, like I'm trying to live the emotional reality and the truth of everything that's going on.
How does it look in a script? Like, do you have dialogue? Like, does it say in all caps weasel and then just exactly
like written in the script?
Or is it kind of just like scene direction?
Yeah, no, it's pretty much all stage direction type stuff.
Yeah,
it may say that he shrieks or screams or something like that, but it just basically describes what he's doing. And then when I get in the booth, it's like, okay, we need some effort here, maybe some longing, maybe some, it's always fun to be in the booth and have them say, all right, Sean, if you don't mind, we need some longer, slower licks. When Weasel is licking himself.
Do you think Weasel cleans himself? We were talking about it.
He does. We see him.
Yeah, we literally
we see him
cleaning himself.
I still think he stinks, though. I don't know if it's the way he's drawn. You think he smells good, or?
No, I do not. I do not think Weasel smells good. But, he's got a lot to clean. I mean, imagine if...
we all manage it.
Cats clean themselves pretty well, but if they were human sized, it'd be a lot.
Yeah, they'd spend all day doing it.
I feel like cats would figure it out though. Cats don't want to get caught outside smelling,
Yeah, I don't think Weasel has those standards.
He doesn't have those standards.
You also talked before about how you tie the motion to the actual character and all those things, and these characters are so diametrically opposed. One is verbal and still because he's trapped, and the other is all motion and nonverbal. Do you find your toolkit as an actor has expanded playing these two characters in the same project that are the opposite in their performance?
I think so. I think that it's really I mean, one thing that I just have to do is separate them. And I've been learning how to do that. Oddly, it's not ever something I would have imagined I needed to figure out how to do in my career. But like, when I did Guardians of the Galaxy, it was I'm playing Kraglin and playing Rocket oftentimes on the same day. And so I'm preparing for two different characters and separating them. And so I'm really doing the same thing here. I have to almost look at them as two different jobs, even though they're in the same show, in the same universe. And so, yeah, I think that it's changed my game a little bit. It's changed my relationship with how I go about performing. I'm always trying to get better. I just want to be that actor who, like, every time you see me, it's like I've gotten better. It's what drives me more than anything. So those initial complaints I have about, like, oh, I don't know, there's enough here. There's not enough for me to sink my teeth into. It's like, like from Suicide Squad, obstacles are opportunities. So like I try to really turn that into, like, wait a minute, how do I bring as much depth to these characters as I can? And they just have less to work with. They don't have as much. They're not as skilled at communication as the other characters are. So how do I do that? And that's a fun challenge.
I have one last question for you. I kind of I'm the civilian of the group. I'm not like the comic book expert. However, I'm a huge Gilmore Girls fan.
Nice.
I've seen it twice. What is the fandom like for you comparatively? I mean, like the Gilmore Girls army, I would say, versus, the people who know you from this genre world.
The Gilmore Girls fan base is more nuts in some ways. But also it's been around for so long.
Yeah.
I describe Gilmore Girls as the show that never dies.
Yeah.
And I don't mean that in a bad way. It's great. I hope that it lives forever. But it is weird because you're right. The fan bases are very different.
Yeah.
And I travel. I do a lot of Comic-Cons, which is great because I get to visit a lot of different cities, meet a lot of different people who have different sort of tastes, and I meet a lot of couples who one is a big Gilmore Girls fan, and the other is a big, DC or Marvel fan, and that's really cool. I like it. The rare time when the genders are reversed.
Yeah, I was about to ask.
And it's the wife who's really into the superhero stuff, and it's the husband that's into Gilmore Girls, which
unexpected
happens from time to time.
Yeah,
Sean Gunn, the man of the people.
Oh, I love it. Yeah. I like trying
everyone.
to bring people together. It's great.
Well, thank you so much for joining us today. We love Creature Commandos.
Yeah,
here.
this is such a fun show.
Of course. Yeah, thanks. I really, it's really, I'm very grateful to be able to do projects like this that I feel really strongly about. And it's easy to go and promote them and say, hey, watch this, because I think it's really special. And I think it is a really, really great piece of work and an interesting piece of work to come right out of this kind of new incarnation of the DCU. So I'm very excited for people to see it.
Amazing. Well, you guys can all watch Creature Commandos Catch Up. It is streaming on Max right now.
Yep.
We love it. And then you guys can ask questions, wonder whether or not G.I. Robot has feelings, because he's my favorite. And thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for coming by.
Thank you. Absolutely.
This year, we are getting the big dog, Superman.
Yeah.
We're getting the film. What do you know about him?
I mean, I know, he's from Krypton / Kansas.
Word.
Boyfriend of Lois Lane.
Boyfriend. Sometimes they're married.
Eventually, yeah. I mean, love interest.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah. Was he a photographer or is he?
He's a journalist. Like you.
Like me. Thank you.
Actually,
I didn't know if I couldn't
you guys
remember.
look very similar. You should cosplay him.
Wait a minute.
Whoa.
Superman?
Who?
Yeah, I mean, like I kind of know like the very, very basics. I'm like, I think I can hang with the new one.
You can
I
hang with
can
it.
make it through. But
Well, that's why we have Coy here.
yeah.
So Coy's going to give us some information, and he's going to break down some comic books that will help you learn more about Superman before this film comes out.
Okay.
So you can, have a more informed look and a more well-rounded look into the character, because I feel like there are a lot of misconceptions of who Superman is, and I think some of these recommendations that we'll hear today will definitely help us out.
Oh my God, take it away.
So one of my favorite things in the world, other than reading comics, is introducing people to comics. And I think characters like Superman that are so archetypal, there's no wrong answer, but there's different versions. And these are the versions I personally think that James Gunn is looking to. Some of them we know for a fact, but that overall feel of Superman. So if you have any questions that are in that world or what's in these books, please, because that's the fun.
What do you mean by he's archetypal?
So there's such a broad way to interpret Superman. Like he's an archetype in himself. And I think, Batman's the same way, Wonder Woman's the same way. You can change certain elements and they're still who they are. They're still essential. That's why the Absolute line is so fascinating, because in the new Absolute line, you can change a major part of these characters and they're still true to them, but it's a left or a right turn. So we've had Superman in so many adaptations. We've seen so many different wonderful Superman, but there is a very big difference between Tom Welling's Superman and Christopher Reeve's Superman. And you could argue that the way Henry Cavill plays him might be inherently different than David Cornsweat's, but we won't know until we get there. All we have is the reference points on different writers and different artists' interpretations. But he's such an iconic character, he can be all those things.
Yeah. Yeah. And like Lord of the Rings is the blueprint of all fantasy.
Sure. Yeah.
Superman is the blueprint for like all superheroes. Like anytime you're like, oh, this feels like Superman, because it is. Everyone loves him. Okay, he's mother.
Okay.
Or father.
And father.
And father. And actually a father.
And written approaching 100 years ago, like the late 30s. So we're coming up on a century of this important character.
So are any of the ones that you're going to talk about today, are they that
These
old?
are more modern. Great question, because I made sure these are not only good stories, but approachable stories.
Okay.
Not a lot of continuity, not a lot of tie-ins to anything else you have to have read. They're very pick up and read just these. So the first of which is going to be All-Star Superman. This is a book written by Grant Morrison, illustrated by Frank Quitely. Frank Quitely's art is very technicolor, very vibrant. The cover here in this Absolute Edition is Superman descending from the sun. This image is actually ironic because the story is Lex Luthor uses the sun to trick Superman and basically poisons him.
Okay.
The very broad Greek myth of flying too close to the sun happens to the man, and he is first superpowered and then slowly depowers.
Okay.
So we talked about with the Christopher Reeve documentary, what a humanoid Superman would be. That happens here. So this is a great story of the genius of Lex Luthor, who Kal-El is, who Clark is, who Superman is, and it's some of my favorite romance between Lois and Clark, because she, in this story, it's a brand new jumping on point-ish, so you get the moment where he tells her he's Superman. He has to prove that he's Superman. You get a lot of classic, iconic moments.
So we're not starting with Kansas here.
Kansas is involved, but it's not a fresh start where you have to go from Superboy to Superman. It's like you can just read this and it all makes sense.
And he's already Superman.
He's already Superman. Okay. He gives Lois this fire outfit so she could do superhero stuff with her.
Okay. She looks great.
It's adorable. Yeah. That image also looks like my grandma had that image on a candle in the front.
Are you serious?
Doesn't that, it was Superman. It was, Jesus.
Yeah, okay.
It looks very similar. Your
mom,
really
your grandma was in.
Really, 3 generations of DC.
You imagine?
Yeah.
You bring up a great point, though, because I think Superman being written when it was a coping mechanism in a really dark time, like the World War II era of this was someone aspirational. And I think there's a lot of takes on Superman that are inspirational. It's someone we want to be like, but I've always thought Superman should be something we can never achieve but always want to, and he always just wants to be like us.
Right.
And that dichotomy is really important in this book in particular.
Yeah, totally.
What else you got for us?
So, All-Star Superman, my next up is going to be a personal favorite. This is Superman for all seasons. And not only is this my favorite Superman story maybe ever, it's one of my favorite editions of the book because this feels just art.
Yeah.
Like the way this is made, the love for the medium is here, and this is from Jeff Loeb and Tim Sale. Jeff Loeb and Tim Sale wrote The Long Halloween, which, if you've seen The Dark Knight, if you've seen The Batman, it's one of the most formative Bat stories of all time. This one is right up there with that. These two took these Very approachable, slice of life. You immediately get the character. If you've never read a Batman, you can read Long Halloween. If you've never read a Superman, you can read For All Seasons.
What is it even about?
So this is the Kansas aw shucks. This is going to give you some Americana. This book feels like American Pie. You can smell that amazing American cheese pie combo in every page of this book. So this is going to be a very Clark Kent-based tale. This is going to be him coping with powers. This is going to be him, not quite origin, but definitely early years Superman. And it's going to be a very powered-up Lex Luthor. This is some of the best of him building suits to fight him and all those things. So very human story in an inhuman world.
Is it like Smallville? Do you remember Smallville?
Smallville, yeah. Smallville's deeply rooted in
You see,
I saw a few episodes of Smallville. I was still kind of like...
that was my Christopher Reeve Superman was Smallville. I was raised on that Superman. To me, Michael Rosenbaum is Lex Luthor, like the best he's perfect.
Absolutely.
So the next one I don't have in front of me, but it's called Superman Birthright. It is written by Mark Waid. Mark Waid is one of the current writers on Superman. He is writing Batman and Superman World's Finest, and this is one of the best-selling books in years because it's amazing. It is fun and funny and adventurous. It teams up the OGs, and it is so consistently inventive. Like there's stuff that deals with like dinosaurs and cosmic and fifth wall breaking and absurdity, but also grounded Superman story. So this guy that wrote Birthright was with Lionel Francis Yu, a very beautiful artist, very gritty, sketchy style, so a little bit more intense, and he retold Superman's origin. So Birthright isn't going back to the 30s, and it's not super modernizing, but it's kind of like a gateway between the two. You could read Birthright first and just kind of get the cliff notes, but in a really grounded and visceral way. So Birthright's my favorite retelling of the origin.
Right. I don't think of Superman as like a particularly gritty...
A gritty character?
Yeah, or gritty, like real. I always think of like the perfect kind of American man type of thing.
It's funny that you feel that way, and I think that that's an astute observation. A lot of people feel that way, but actually, Superman's for everyone, not just for America. And for a long time, his tagline was truth, justice, and the American way. But as he's evolved as a character and became a symbol for the world, he changed his tagline, or the comics changed his tagline to truth, justice, and a better tomorrow.
Okay.
I don't even know, where did truth, justice, and the American way
It was from the radio show. So the radio show invented kryptonite to give him something to fight against, and then they also invented truth, justice, the American way in like the 40s. So it was in that like Americana rah-rah, like trying to rally. So it made sense for the radio show to like rally people. But I also think as the man of tomorrow, truth, justice, and a better tomorrow ties more into Superman and the man of tomorrow.
Yeah, totally.
He got a stigma for something he didn't even make up. Yeah. That's actually very on point for Superman.
Yeah, that's too bad.
He's always fighting stereotypes that he didn't even like participate in. But I know that's a lot, but that's all we have for you today. We're going to slowly feed you more and more. Don't trip. This has been DC Studios Showcase. Thank you all for joining us. You can stream us on Max, you can watch us on Max's YouTube, or you can listen to us anywhere podcasts are available. So that's Apple Podcasts, Spotify, all the good stuff. But please check us out. Thank you for joining us today, and read some comic books. See you guys later.
Bye.
What's up, everyone? I'm nerd commentator Frankey Smith.
I'm entertainment journalist Tyler Coates.
And every episode, we have our comic correspondent and comic book expert, Coy Jandreau.
Hello there.
And welcome to DC Studios Showcase, where we dissect and go over all the latest and greatest from DC Studios. We have a jam-packed episode today.
I mean, royalty is coming in, right?
I'm glad you know he is royalty. And I'm so glad that you understand the gravity of what we're going to have for you in store today, because we're having the iconic, Jim Lee.
Yeah.
We are going to talk about Creature Commandos, the finale, episode 7.
That's right.
We're also going to talk about Vertigo, DC All-In, and the Absolute Universe, which right now, I can tell by your eyes.
I have no idea what that means.
Don't worry. I'm going to be here to translate for Coy. And then after we throw all this comic book stuff at you, I heard you have a quiz for us.
I may have a little quiz.
Okay.
It might be harder than you expect.
I expect it to be hard because of why?
Because Tyler's quizzes are crazy.
Oh, no, I was going to say because Tyler's the fanciest guy.
Oh, I messed up the shirt.
Tyler is the fanciest guy I know.
There's going to be some fancy questions.
It's very fancy questions.
And he's pitting us against each
we'll
other.
Figure it out, yeah.
But let's start with the finale.
Creature Commandos.
Of Creature Commandos. I mean, what a ride this entire series has been.
Yeah, it's been really fun. You know, again, I'm not a comic books person. I'm not really an animated adult animation person, but I have to say I really enjoyed this.
I was gonna say we're slowly turning in Coy.
I like it. Week to week, I'm seeing it.
Yeah. But a bunch of stuff happened this episode. We got Nina's origins. Frankenstein, I think, was killed. We also lost Nina.
Yeah.
Tear. Okay. We found out that Cersei's vision was true.
Yeah.
And we got a new roster for any future Creature Commandos.
Right.
So.
Well, I want to say first, the Nina origin was kind of surprising to me because I was like, oh, this is like a creature from the Black Lagoon kind of coded character. So, but I mean, also like, leading up to it, I should have known it would be a little bit more human and personable. Yeah.
But yeah, Nina, this entire time, it's clear that she has not been in the streets like everyone else, right? And that's why she's been reacting this way to everything that's been going on. I don't think she's ever been exposed to this level of violence.
Right.
I thought there's actually a character called Cyborg. Have you heard of him?
I think so.
He is a character. He's been in Justice League. He's in Young Justice as well, in the Teen Titans. He's iconic.
Okay.
But his plight has always been that he had one type of future, and his father, who was a scientist, in a desperate attempt to save his life, turns him into a cyborg with some sketchy tech, right?
Okay.
And I got that same feeling of this iconic story when I was watching Nina, where the father just wanted her to exist.
Yeah.
You know, he just loved her so much, and he did any means to do so, even if it was a little weird.
Yeah.
And to me, I felt like I was watching a story of like the troubles of someone who has a special needs child.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
yeah.
Like even the mother kind of giving up and being upset was
Right.
all like, this is way harder than it needs to be.
Right, yeah.
And it just shows like the amount of patience and time and work that goes into like having a child.
Right.
You
I mean,
know,
that is
needs
sort
help.
of like the beautiful thing about this show is that all these characters are so relatable in different ways. I mean, the whole point of it is that, you know, are they monsters because that's how they were created, or is it because of how they're seen? And I think that like we've learned that most of them are just seen as such, as opposed to being like monstrous people.
I agree.
Coy, how does like is this like origin story track with her comics?
So that's what's fun about Nina is there's not a lot of Creature Commandos comics. There's actually like runs of characters from Creature Commandos that aren't called Creature Commandos. There's one called Agents of Shade, and then there's another that is like more Frankenstein-centric without a team that Nina's in. But she has two very different origins, even though she's got very limited print time. So I was really excited because I didn't know which way they'd go. In one of her origins, it's as the show is, which is her dad had to develop this, and she, you know, developed into this over time with love and protection. But there's another one where I think as a commentary on that one, you find her dad actually stole her and she is of that race, and he took her from that race of creatures that she was.
Okay.
So I was wondering throughout whether the twist was going to be the double, whether it was going to be that. But then I got to really invest in this story that was kind of a double James Gunn-ism where he has no problem killing off guys. Like he kills a lot of dudes, but I don't see him killing a lot of female characters. He's very protective. He's very nurturing. So the whole time I was thinking like, who's gonna die in the finale? And the only character I thought was safe was Nina. The whole season I was like, you know, Nina's probably safe because I was waiting on her origin and I thought it was gonna be a flashback that was part of the episode. We got everyone's flashback. We didn't get Rick Flags, which I like because I feel like he's our eye line.
But you sort of know.
And we build with him.
Yeah, we know a lot about him too.
And the son is kind of like that. We don't need it. But I love that Nina was a double down because her origin does the thing in great writing where you love the character the most right before they kill him. And it was the only character I thought was safe. And we got an official canon DCU origin from those two disparate origins in the comics.
Yes, there are risks involved, certainly. But if it pays off, poor sweet Nina won't need to lug around an extra 30 pounds of metal to stay alive. We're transforming her very DNA to help her breathe despite the fluid in her lungs.
I feel like they kind of play into that innocence of Nina. I'm glad they went that route with her
Same.
origin, because it also kind of drives home the point that Amanda Waller was keeping these people in captivity, you know, and most of them were innocent. I think Dr. Phosphorus was the only one who's like, wasn't innocent.
I would love to hear the ranking, you know, the scale
Of like who's the most innocent?
Yeah, to innocent. With
I mean,
Nina and Phosphorus on either end.
no matter what, I think that is what it is. Like Nina for sure is the most innocent. I mean, I guess a debate could be made for Weasel, but we see him do some questionable things since then. Nina's never killed anyone that we know of. And so her first kill was going to be, you know, the princess. And that was something that she didn't take lightly. And she only did one because her newest friend and her closest, you know, ally told her that the fate of the world was on it. And she went in there with that weight and then got clapped. And, you know, and I think that was so tragic. And what I found interesting was that was the first moment I was like, man, it was too easy for that princess to kill this girl in water. And there's a moment where we see a darkness in the princess' eyes, and then we see her kind of go back to the doe-eyed princess. And it made me question her motivations with Rick Flag Sr., right? I never questioned whether or not she was attracted to him because, like, I'm a real person and I was attracted to this cartoon. Right? But then now I'm like,
and now you think she may have been playing him the whole time.
I mean, it's proven that she is, right?
Yeah.
Like, we find out that she did do all of this to kind of disarm him. And, you know, we were asking, like, is Rick Flag
It's a little convenient for her, I have to say.
What?
That he's so hot.
Right?
I mean, it's not like she had to work very hard for it, you know?
It could, you know, I mean, obviously, I think it is convenient, and I'm sure her and Cersei were like having a giggle. Like, she was like, hey, I mean, it could have been worse. Like, I'm sure they were talking about it.
That moment in the water was cool because if you're watching it from the show perspective, it is that reveal for the princess, and you get to be like, which way was it? We've been wondering this whole time. Like, she got to be a mystery, and I really liked that the show was written so well. It actually was a mystery. I didn't know. I knew I distrusted the princess in the beginning, but I was like, do I have my own biases? And then I was wondering throughout, but also in the comic books, in the one run, The Frankenstein and the Creatures of the Unknown, Nina is very much the innocent we see her here. But in Agents of Shade, she actually leads the team. So I was wondering if it was going to be, once she gets her first kill, is she going to suddenly become like the bride's position where she's like the leadership role? So it was cool that one split could have led Nina in either direction.
No. I don't know how to kill someone.
You shove the blade into her belly and twist. The water is yours. Home field advantage. She won't even see you coming.
Yeah, I felt like that scene overall gave me so much anxiety, right? Because at that moment, I'm like, no, don't kill the princess.
Yeah.
You know, and I didn't want that to darken Nina. Like, if she did go through with it, also getting Rick Flag, like, I'm like, please understand what he's saying, Amanda. And like, wondering if she would actually react to it favorably.
Right.
And I think that that's a theme that happened with all of the fight scenes in this episode. I think it had the most fight scenes of any episode.
And Weasel the whole time, he's not fighting, but he's fighting against. I love the Weasel element of like his stuff with the pack and him finally finding a wolf pack and then him leaving that to go protect his people. But the whole time he's fighting against his instincts and he wants to save her. And that was such a beautiful internal fight, and Phosphorus almost making it a physical fight, which was terrifying.
I feel like with Phosphorus fighting Rick Flag Sr. and also when he fought Weasel, I felt like in both fights, it was like a brother fighting. Like, obviously he's very dangerous, but there was like a sibling, like, friendship
he's holding
aspect.
back a little bit. He could have easily destroyed them. Yeah.
Look at you, scaling.
Yeah.
One of my favorite images of the show is him like double middle fingering going through the tanks. We know what he's capable of. So he's clearly got some energy of brotherliness towards them.
And there's also the fight.
Or maybe it's just, again, self-preservation, I think, is a theme with a lot of these villains. We talked about this back when we talked about the Penguin. Is he doing it for a brotherhood or allyship, or just like, I need this ally right now?
Yeah.
You know?
I don't know how much he values Weasel and his input. And I think it's already been established in the Suicide Squad too. He doesn't have to worry about, like, if I kill him, what would Amanda Waller do? These people are disposable to her too. But you may be correct. Like, maybe he's like, I think a little bit was feeling. I think a bit of it was I don't want to hurt him. But yeah, maybe some of it was self-preservation. But speaking of self-preservation, we got to talk about The Bride versus Frankenstein.
Yeah.
That was like almost cathartic to me. I felt the catharsis she did to like whoop his ass.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And be free of it.
Be free.
Yeah.
Like we watched him chase her through decades.
Yeah. I hunt centuries, I would say.
Yeah.
No, I love The Bride. I think, again, like, I think it's a really interesting twist on that character. I think just even the character, she's the bride, which I think that her identity is always wrapped up in the man that she was created for. And so, like, it's always been a struggle for her to, like, be seen as something else.
I agree. It's so hard to fight that identity and have it tied into it. And I was kind of happy, even though I loved Frankenstein's character. I loved David and what he put into that character. When he fell, I was like, I hope he's dead. Was the first thing.
Well, here's another debate. Is Frankenstein alive? Is the bride alive?
I think they're alive. They're reanimated, right?
Yeah,
so that would suggest that they're alive.
Did you guys see the post-credit scene?
Oh.
What was the post-credit scene?
I didn't see the post-credit.
Yeah, there's a post-credit scene.
Frankenstein is alive.
Oh no!
Damn.
I was like, thought we were talking metaphorically, but then I realized like,
I didn't know. I missed it too. Well, fuck that guy.
I'm so sorry for there's a post-credit scene. And
Damn.
Did I see the post-credit scene?
It's him. It's him sitting across from another old woman, which is very ominous.
Now I'm only more sure of the connection we have. What kind of soup is this?
Sparrow dropping soup.
Tastes disgusting.
And he's patched up, and the last line he has is, and you know, it just means she loves me more because she's so passionate. It's still him doing his thing.
Well, the lesson here
I mean,
is...
first of all, you have no business not knowing.
No. Shame on me.
I was just sitting there like,
that
do
is,
I say?
Standard
It's
for your
pretty
world.
standard to watch things to the end.
Yeah,
It is
just
so
in case.
standard.
Anyone that missed it, check out the post-credit scene.
I've definitely failed the city. I failed the show. I failed you,
The
Tyler.
Commandos, yeah.
I appreciate if you guys respect me at this
Okay,
time.
all right, fine.
But yes, well, so he's alive. Still fuck that guy.
All right, fuck that guy. Yeah.
Still fuck him. But definitely, I loved seeing the bride get that moment for herself, and then later see her become a leader. And I also I think the most harrowing fight of that episode was Nina versus the princess, because I didn't want either one of them to die at that moment.
Is it because you didn't? I mean, why not the princess?
I thought she was innocent, right?
Yeah.
And I was like, all because Amanda Waller.
I was. She's bad.
You thought she was bad?
Yeah.
I still thought she was innocent because I guess because I don't like Amanda Waller.
Uh-huh.
I love her as a character. I think she's an incredible character.
But you're not rooting for her.
Yeah, right now in the comic book, she's doing like almost xenophobic things. Like she's not good, and she's so against superheroes, and I think that's why she was like, to your point, she was so ready to believe in Cersei, who they were just trying to clap a second earlier.
Right, yeah.
And so I was like, I want her to be innocent. And I also felt like, I don't know, I liked the character.
Right.
And then for Nina, the innocence there, I didn't want her to lose her innocence by killing this woman.
Right.
And I didn't fathom Nina dying. That wasn't the anxiety. I was afraid of Nina's innocence and not
the death of her innocence, not the death of her personhood.
Yeah, so when I was like, whoa, they're really doing this. That's why they were probably comfortable with her swimming in an open lake, because they're like, she can handle herself.
Yeah.
You know?
Because we've been the baddies the whole time. Like, they knew what they were doing. I also really like that they had that moment, like you said, the doe eyes coming out of the water, because we got to see as an audience that something was wrong, but I did not, again, the writing was so good, I didn't even put together that Clayface might be that shadowy figure in the frame. And I was like, it was right in front of me, and I love when writing can be like, well, duh, why didn't I see that?
I felt as dumb as I did when I found out there was a post-credits. Yeah. I'm not going to hold you.
Before we got to the credits, the ending of the show proper does I assume sets up for a second season.
Absolutely.
But with new characters I'm gonna need some explanations for.
There's one character that we met before.
Yeah, it's the shark.
King Shark.
Yeah, I recognize that.
Yeah, King Shark, he knows him.
King
He's a
Shark.
god of shark. He's an actual god, and I love that character. I'm excited to see him back. And I like that it was perfect that he would be out of the Suicide Squad. He'd be out of Task Force X into M because he is a creature. One of our characters is Nosferatu, a female vampire. We also saw Callus, who's a mummy, who is now in there as well.
And the return of our fave, G.I. Robot.
Oh, yeah, that's
and
right.
And he
that's
got
right,
new gear. And I was so excited to see him come back. Like, I was sad when he blew up.
Yeah.
I was very sad.
I'm legit excited for season 2 or for live action takes in live action more than I would have thought possible at the start of the season. I knew I'd like the show.
Right.
I didn't think I'd be like, I can't wait for G.I. Robot's next appearance, and I so am.
So what do you think? I mean, like in a perfect scenario, like how would you want these characters to like kind of navigate?
I think
through
the
DCU?
perfect scenario is kind of already coming into fruition because this isn't. Sometimes you watch a show and you're like, I don't know if I'll ever see these characters again, but it's already been established that this is a part of the DCU. So we're definitely going to see some of these characters. Maybe there'll be another season of Creature Commandos, but we're going to see some of them in all of these other properties. And that's what makes this medium so exciting. And I think that's what makes this show so important is that we know the events that we saw in this is going to impact the future properties. We know that in some way, shape, or form, we're going to see these characters again. Maybe not all of them. But we're going to see him either live action in another
We've seen
thing.
Rick Flag Sr. in a flash in the Peacemaker teaser.
Right.
Yeah.
So we know that's soon because we saw Batman in a flash in the Dr. Phosphorus flashback. Maybe we see a live action Dr. Phosphorus in Batman, which would be exciting because that character I feel like is going to look great in live action.
Yeah.
And there's also the opportunity to do, I've said it a few times, but I'm really fascinated by it because this is the first thing. What is the medium use in each thing? I don't think we'll see them animated in this style in live action. I think it'll be like a CGI take. But since we got the Xbox in footage, since we got the live action Efron, since we got the live action movie in TV, what I'm really curious about is the intended multimedia blending. So I think they'll always be in their appropriate format for the greater story. So I'd love to see David Harbour as Frankenstein. But when we get to Dynamic Duo as puppets, will we get to see maybe Frankenstein is a puppet and see the evolution of the genre and then he's voicing a puppet? Like there's just so much possibility.
Endless possibilities. But how do you feel about this? And the DCU
I love this show. I thought it was really fun. And again, like not something that I would normally dive into. So I'm glad I did.
Wow. Final thoughts, Coy?
I think it's going to make me read a lot of comics I didn't read in the 60s and 70s, an era that I didn't read a lot of. And that's one of my favorite things about James Gunn is not only does he show me characters that I've like either glanced over, but he introduces me to ones and gives them relevance to the point where if I had read that as a kid or even last year before I met these characters, I might have been like, fine. But now I've got so much connection to them, it's going to enhance my experience of them in another medium. So he makes me love comics more than I already did, which you might imagine is a lot.
Yeah, this series made me feel, I want to say, vindicated. I've been an advocate for DC for a very long time, even before DC Studios started. And now I feel confirmed. I have so much hope for this DC universe. It looks so good. And for an animated series to slap this hard, I just know all the future
You feel like you're in
projects.
good hands.
I feel like I'm in excellent hands. I could kick my feet up.
Yeah.
And I cannot wait for all these people to be up in my DMs. Da-da-da. Frankie, this is great. What does this mean? Da-da-da-da. I'm gonna welcome them. I'm a good person.
You're gonna say like, oh, you should read this. You should read this.
You know,
just saying the
why
DC
not?
Universe Infinite app has a lot of these comics you can check out. It's a subscription service that I recommend.
Well, you in?
What else I gotta do?
But let's start with Vertigo, All In, and the Absolute Universe. I'm just going to throw you in the deep end.
Throw me in.
And get started.
And what does any of that mean?
What does any of it mean? Let's start off with Vertigo because I think that this is something that's really going to resonate with us.
Okay.
So Vertigo is an imprint within DC Comics, but it's a specificity of a type of tone. So it's a more mature tone. It's got more adult themes. It's allowed to have like nudity and language, and it's, you know, a certain demographic lean to. But what I love about it is if you don't know comics and you were to ask me, like, what should I read? It's probably going to be a more approachable Vertigo book. So books you might have heard of, like V for Vendetta.
Oh, yeah.
Swamp Thing, Hellblazer. You can find these at bookstores. You can find these in the great pop culture lexicon, and it leans a little more adult.
Wow, okay.
It's grown-up comics.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
the TLDR
Like the
there.
R-rated comics,
the
if you
R-rated,
will. Yeah.
I think Vertigo is specifically made for adults
Grown-ups.
and like fancy adults like yourself.
Okay, good.
You know what I'm saying?
My demo.
What is Nice House by the Sea?
That is Vertigo.
That is Vertigo. I
Okay.
think you'd love it.
Okay.
It's like post-apocalyptic.
Okay.
There's a lot of like betrayal, mystery, and it's written by James Tynion.
James Tynion the Fourth.
Tynion? How do you say?
Tynion. Tynion. His company's called Tiny Onion. Tynion.
Wow. I've been saying his name incorrectly, and I've met him 3 times.
I was about to say,
And
it's
he
okay,
let
he's
me.
not here, and then you're like, 3 times.
And he let me. Oh my
Maybe he's
goodness.
used to it. Yeah.
I don't know. He's a nice guy, but
Yeah.
he's excellent at mystery. He is the second fanciest guy I knew. He was the fanciest guy I knew before you.
And the power rankings have shifted.
And I think it's because I haven't seen his home like on Instagram.
On Zoom.
On
You've been
Zoom.
zooming
And
a
I
lot.
think the fanciest guy I know, Element, is why I think you'd like Vertigo, because in the parlance of your tongue, it's like the FYC category. So this is a bit more in that illustrious, so
the prestige, if you will,
Yeah.
of the DC.
So that's
library.
Vertigo.
Okay, that's Vertigo.
Prestige, Black Label, like very nice.
Okay.
But there's also All In. What's All In?
So DC's All In right here is
Okay.
iconic writers, iconic artists paired together, sometimes for the first time, on flagship titles. But it is in the main continuity, but it's new jumping on points. So they're not
Okay.
number ones, but it's like a new season of a show.
Got it.
So
got it.
this is like a new showrunner taking over. So it's a really great gateway to brand new takes on familiar characters.
Got it.
So Vertigo will be characters you don't know.
Yeah, all new.
New stories. And then the classics will be in All In.
Got it.
And then there's now something called the Absolute Universe, which I'm going to show you guys. We said royalties coming in. This is some of his art.
Okay.
Jim Lee's art. Gorgeous, right?
And who is that?
This is, believe it or not, Wonder Woman.
That doesn't look like the Wonder Woman I know.
And that's the point. That's what makes Absolute incredible. And Coy will give you the lowdown in a second. But essentially, it's like when we strip everything we know about these characters, are they still who we know them to be? And who are they at their core? It's almost an existential question.
Yeah.
It's beautiful. But
Okay.
Coy, please.
Right now, we've got Absolute Wonder Woman, which she just showed you the variants of. We've got Absolute Batman. We've got Absolute Superman. And all of those are interesting inversions on a core principle of who the characters you know are. So Batman, as you know him, is a billionaire. He's in that world. Here, he is a blue-collar worker coming from the ground up. Superman is, instead of the symbol for hope we know him as, is more of a symbol of defense, more of a symbol of a man who's fighting for the oppressed in a way that isn't as up-down. Wonder Woman is from Paradise Island. Here, she's from hell. So the direct inversions make it so there's no canon you could even know before, and this one is Absolute Batman #1, illustrated by Nick Dragotta. He draws him in a very big, like monstrous almost kind of way, this huge chess piece, and even the visual cues are going to be different. Wonder Woman's sword, Superman has a very different energy in his art. So this #1 means literally nothing ever has been written in this version of the character.
Got it. All right.
And I think what I like the most about the Absolute Universe is it poses the question, how important are these things that's been a constant in all their stories to the characters, right? We've always felt like Batman being rich was like a core part of his character.
Right,
We're learning that it's not,
Right.
right? We're reading a story where like, no, his character is about fighting for Gotham.
Can I ask, like, similar origin story there? Like, parents
I know
died,
you're
like-
over the pearls. There are no pearls.
I know,
there are
I
no
said,
pearls
okay.
in this.
Well, Batman's a great example because without the money, Alfred is not his butler because
Well,
he
don't
wouldn't.
spoil it.
Well, it's issue 1 and it's page 3.
It is page 3, but he can get to page 3. There's only 12 pages.
Alf 23.
20. Well, I say 12 pages because they're 12 pages, but they're back and front.
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
Oh, so we
okay.
are saying the same thing.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
All right, so
That's why
12,
I've been
yeah.
saying 12 pages.
I was wondering. I was like, Frankie reads as much as I do.
Yeah, no,
so
no,
we
no.
see pages as that's interesting.
Yeah. I see page. Because, yeah, you're, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, potato, tomato.
Potato, tomato.
Is that not the same?
No, potato, potato.
What?
Tomato, tomato, potato, potato. It's not potato, tomato. Those are different vegetables.
I'm sorry.
Are you like eating French fries like same?
No, but I thought it was like you say it one
Apples
way
and
or the other.
oranges. I think maybe you're mixing.
This is your shirt. I'm very excited. Tyler's the fanciest guy we know, and you're like, potato, tomato.
Either or. It could be
As I say,
however
every
you
day's a
say
school
it.
day.
So I won't spoil how, but Alfred is different in the story because the billions aren't there. And that's an integral part of it. And then at New York Comic Con, they announced we're not only getting these three, but the next rollout is Flash, who we've talked about, you might have heard of. We're also getting a Martian Manhunter, and we're also getting an absolute Green Lantern.
Yeah, I think that this is definitely an entry point to see, do you like these characters?
Right.
And I think it'll give you a point to be like, which character do I gravitate towards more? Once you find the absolute story that resonates with you the most, I think that'll make it easier for you to go into like all-in stories and like other DC stories, because you're going to be like, at this core, I like what this character is about.
Okay.
They're almost like synopsises of each character.
Right. I see.
So I think it'll be very cool.
So I'd say Vertigo is your HBO original content. I would say DC All In is a new season of a show you already love. And the absolute stuff is going to be a brand new take on a character you know from a new creative team with a brand new first season.
Got it. Thank you for putting it into information I can understand.
You can understand.
TV. Just TV shows.
Just TV shows. But we have an expert here.
Yeah.
We have royalty here.
Yeah.
And he can help you, not just convince you to read one of these, but give us like some more insight into it. So he is a world-renowned comic book artist. He is the president, publisher, and the chief creative officer of DC. So now for the moment that everyone's probably waiting for, but especially me, Coy, and I know it's going to be you, let's bring out Jim motherfucking Lee. Let's bring him out. I'm blown away.
Oh, thank you. I'm happy to hear. Thank you for having me.
What's your origin story as a storyteller? Like, when did you kind of realize the power of storytelling and that being something that you wanted to do?
Gosh, power of storytelling. I don't think I understood it at a very young age. I think I understood the appeal of brightly colored superheroes doing things that I could just dream of doing.
Fair enough.
And those adventures were really an escape for me. My family, we emigrated to the U.S. when I was like 4.5 years old. I didn't speak any English. I watched Superman, the cartoon in Korea. And when we came to the U.S., it was very comforting to see that the Americans had Superman here too, just in a different language.
Yeah.
And so that motivated me to figure out, like, what is he saying? And then the comic books were fantastic because they were the world of Superman and other characters like Superman, and what are they saying? And so they were really motivating to me. And for the longest time, I just thought they were just something I loved as an escape. But as I've gotten older and sort of psychoanalyzed my past, I was a psych major in college and everything, I do feel like they were probably an incredible escape, a real escape from the pressures of being in a new culture, not knowing the language, not knowing how to fit in, always wanting to fit in, and having that sort of low-level stress in your life as a 5-year-old kid is, it's daunting. It would be a lot. And so I do think there was an appeal to like opening a comic book and just losing yourself and escaping into this, immersive universe of shared heroes and villains. And for me, comics have always felt like the most powerful medium, more so than literature or film. The combination of the pictures with the words just really teleports me into a space that is fully immersive. I always loved drawing. I drew when I was a kid in Korea, had an art tutor, so I was always into the art. And I bought comic books primarily based on the artist. And so that's why I'm not really a writer, because a lot of the stories, if the artist left, I wouldn't buy the last issue of the arc, right? And so I had no idea how a lot of these great storylines ended, and but I didn't care. I just wanted the art really is what kind of teleported me into this world. And so I've just always drew my entire life, and it wasn't until I got to college and realized I needed to figure out what my career would be, what I would do in the world. My parents wanted me to be a doctor like my father. That's why they moved to the United States for the American dream. And I disappointed them by
being like one of the biggest.
I'm going to draw superheroes. I'm going to draw people with underwear outside their clothes.
Yeah.
They're going to fly around. And trust me, people are going to love it. And they're going to be big motion pictures. It's going to be this. It's going to take over pop culture around the world. And, like, who would ever thunk it, back then? I was just when I got into comics, I just wanted to have an article in the neighborhood flyer.
Mm.
And now comic books are covered by the New York Times
Yep.
and every news source around the world. It's crazy. So yeah, I mean, I think at first it was definitely an escape, and then later it was a passion of mine to really recapture the excitement and love I had for these characters, and how can I recreate that in the work I do today?
At what point did your parents give up on the doctor dream?
I think they're still,
Yeah,
they're still
I'd
harboring
say.
it. Yeah,
Yeah.
they are diehard Koreans. They will never give up. They
Maybe
were like,
an honorary doctorate is coming your way or something.
You know,
Yeah.
You speak of iconography and imagery, and to me, there is nothing more homecoming than the bullet. The moment that was announced, I felt like I was home. It's the symbol I was born into comic books.
Can you
it was
explain what the bullet is?
Yeah, I don't know
for
what
the
the bullet
DC
is.
curious.
So
Yeah.
sorry.
So curious.
So the DC symbol that is adorning DC Studios, DC Comics, this great unifier is the DC bullet. It ran from 76 till 05, I believe. So it's, to me, 04, 05. It's the symbol of DC Comics to me as I see it. And it just unified all of this as one thing. And I'd love to know what it meant to you to have that back, how that happened, and that unifying force behind the bullet.
well, let me just say that that logo was designed by the legendary visual graphics designer Milton Glaser. He did the I Heart New York logo,
Oh, yeah,
right?
yeah,
And
of
so
course.
there's a bunch of logos that he's done, and I think DC is the most recognizable by the bullet logo that we've returned to its full glory. Yeah, it was fantastic. Look, when I started at DC in '98, that's the logo that was running. And since then, I've seen 2 or 3 other logos. And Peter and James come on board, and they're like, "No, we want the DC bullet." And it kind of showed like the clout they had, and they were able to make it happen. And so we were very thankful that they were going to bring back this legendary logo that so many fans, generations of fans, really associate with DC. And I love the fact that it's a circular logo, and it's very different from our main competitor, which is a rectangle. So there's a lot of elements that really speak to how different DC is from all the other competing sort of shared superhero universes.
You were saying like Peter and James so casually, and I was like, Peter Safran and James Gunn.
Oh yeah. We just call him Peter.
Just your
Yeah,
buds.
sorry.
Yeah.
Now, word on the street is you and James Gunn are from the same place.
We are from the same neighborhood. Yeah, it's really strange. We both grew up in St. Louis, in the West County, roughly the West County area, and we're a couple years apart in age. We both saw Superman the movie, the first one, in the same theater. Not together.
Right.
It wasn't like a
You didn't track down the calendar.
It wasn't a play date or anything.
Right.
But because there wasn't a lot to do growing up in the Midwest, we shared that escape of really diving deep into comic books, both Marvel and DC, and just really, back then it was just fewer choices in everything, right, for TV, and so everyone had a lot more commonality in what they grew up on as sort of the touch points of pop culture for themselves. It's very different today, but we had that shared experience. And then Peter Safran and I, he's a couple years behind me. We went to the same university.
Oh, wow.
And and so we were there at college together. Our paths had never crossed, but for sure we walked on the same bit of pavement on the sidewalk together, minutes apart, I'm sure, over the 2 or 3 years that we shared in university.
What's that movie, Sliding Doors?
Sliding Doors.
Yeah. No, look,
We're
I
also
think,
just like your shared universe, honestly.
and I'm sure for both Peter and James, our paths crossed many, many times. So, and look, and I'd also worked with Peter as a producer back when DC was sort of in the middle, wrangling all our characters and storylines between all the different media groups that wanted to use our characters. Because he was involved in so many other films between, Aquaman and Shazam, I was really happy with their announcement because they were a known quantity. I had that connection with James. I had seen him on the set of Suicide Squad and had worked with Peter quite a bit behind the scenes on different TV shows that he was developing. So it was a pretty easy transition working with them as they came on board.
Yeah, I think it definitely shows, everyone knows, at least in our world, how big of fans you, James, and Peter are of the actual content of the characters.
Sure.
And I think it's bleeding through in the work.
Absolutely.
All of the new work, we've been updating Tyler on like all the tea that's going on in DC.
Okay.
And we just taught him about Absolute.
And he's still on the show?
And he's
He's
still on the
here.
show. He's like, what's going on?
Did throw the notes and say, I can't.
There's a lot that's overwhelmed me, but I have to say
Sure.
I've learned a lot. Every day's a school day, as I like to say.
He's doing great. You're doing great,
Thank you,
sweetie.
thank
I
you.
love it. But we just told him about the Absolute run,
Sure, okay.
which is incredible. And what I really love about it is the way that it kind of shifts some of the things that we thought were core components of these characters and how they just change it to something else. What excites you most about the Absolute Universe?
Yeah, the Absolute Universe to me represents a new opportunity to have our cake and eat it too, right? So when you're dealing with characters that have been around for 85, 90 years, like what can you possibly do that hasn't been done before?
Right.
And so being able to do stories at Elseworlds or Black Label or now the Absolute Universe allows us to play on known sort of what the audience already knows about these iconic characters and then kind of put those expectations and their understanding of the characters and really play around with it and deliver things that might surprise and delight them in ways. And so it allows us to keep our core Superman, Batman, DC Universe line going, but then also do something that's dramatically different that gets a lot of new customers, new fans in the door. Because sometimes it's very daunting to pick up a comic book and say, like, there's 85 years of history.
Right,
I feel, if you're OCD, you feel like you should read all of it.
Yeah, I've
to
been gathering
understand what's
that
going
a
on,
little
right?
bit. Yeah.
So Tyler's on, like Superman 38.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
1940s,
But to me, that kind of makes it. It's like a lack of preciousness around the characters. I
Sure.
think that you allow so many different views of them, so many different I guess that's really
It's
what
still
it is. Yeah.
risky though.
Yeah, I mean, it does feel
it's super risky.
risky.
And it's hard in that. So here's the thing. There's all these different imprints. I'm going to walk you through it. So Tyler, we have Elseworlds. So Elseworlds is the characters that you know, but the known conceits, their status quo is dramatically different. So it would be like, what if Clark Kent grew up during the Revolutionary War, right? And so lots of things will be changed in that canon. Under Black Label, we do stories that are true to most of the known modern conceits of the character, but we take it out of continuity. We allow the creatives to basically tell a beginning, middle, and end. Characters can die. They have more creative freedom with it because they're standalone stories. What we're doing in the Absolute is you don't want to stray too far from the known conceits because then it becomes Elseworlds, and you don't want to do something that's so standalone it feels like Black Label. So you're really building a parallel continuity where the characters are recognizably Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, but at the same time different enough that they feel like they're worthy of a different take on the characters, right? So if you don't change enough, then it becomes like, why do you do it? If you change too much, they become unrecognizable. So finding that right tonality is really critical to the launch, and they nailed it, and I think the fans are responding to it. And there was actually one more imprint that we had, which was Superman Earth 1. The premise there was, what if these superheroes existed in the world today, right now, right? And so these are the kinds of things that we do periodically, but being able to do a whole line allows you to generate enough marketing and publicity and interest among the fans to make it a big deal. And it uplifts not just these books, but all our line. It creates incredible interest across the line and actually increases sales for all our competitors too. And we noticed that even during the New 52, which we did back in 2011, is that sales lifted across the line for every publisher, and the store retailers were ecstatic.
So it's really just kind of like, I mean, it's encouraging more people to kind of get into comics.
Because you're coming with first issues. You have no, like Coy has no advantage over you. Per se, right? When you read Absolute Batman, you guys are on the same starting page. He might understand more of the references or the Easter eggs, and like, oh my God, there's a reference to Harvey Dent. Like, what does this mean? So he might get more of those references, but at the end of the day, it should be a compelling story that you don't need to have known anything else about. And that's what makes it exciting for new fans.
That's from a storytelling standpoint. From an imagery standpoint, I know your iconic designs and redesigns have been something you've played with through the years. Are there any redesign elements you particularly love of these characters that you want to speak to?
Yeah, I think they went big and bold with this because that was the other thing is like you don't want to do it where they're in essentially the same costume. So in the Earth One stuff, Superman put on a hoodie and that was like a big moment. And in these, I feel there's more of a sort of a Japanese manga anime influence, particularly Nick Dragato's work on Absolute Batman. There's a big chunkiness to it, which is real like both cartoony and also very visceral. And so I think they've really hit the right medium, sort of the happy balance of pushing the limits of what these characters can look like, but still making them feel very recognizably the iconic, superstars that they are. And so, on both the story level and the art level, I think they just really checked all the boxes in terms of what you'd want in a new imprint.
What I found interesting about these different takes on the artwork and the designs was initially when a lot of fans saw it, they were like, oh, I don't know about like this bat symbol and things like that. And it ended up being the best thing that ever happened to us. Like, after, did you see any of that stuff where people were talking about it without knowing what it was? And were you thinking to yourself, like, just wait till you see how cool this is?
Yeah.
If you don't know, Batman has this huge symbol and he fucking kills in it. He takes it off. It's an axe. He's like putting it on. His ears are like knives. It's awesome.
Yeah. Well, and then he's got these arm appendages that allow him to walk above the crowds. And again, it's just really like looking at, all right, if you have someone that's focused on using a bat as a design, what does that mean in terms of the weaponry, the gadgetry, the defenses? And they did something where it was pretty dramatically different from previous takes on Batman, but it still feels like it's plausible and believable. And so I think they did a good job of doing that. Otherwise, it's just another suit with a big bat symbol on it. But having that bat symbol come off attached to an axe, that's pretty badass. And it's 85 plus years of Batman, and it took 8+ decades to add that to the lore and mythology. So it just shows you how much life there is in these characters and so many more stories to tell.
I love that he's like super dramatic too. Like in the comic books for Absolute, Batman is like a messy bitch who lives for drama. Like every chance he gets, he's like, I'm gonna put my symbol up. I'm gonna embarrass you. And it just feels like they're really having fun with the character.
Sure, yeah.
And I'm having a blast.
Yeah, I would say Scott Snyder, he's written a lot of projects for us. I've worked with him on a Superman project, but he is like the quintessential modern Batman writer. Like, Dark Knight sort of universe to what he's doing with Absolute. He's just killing it. And in some ways, I feel like he's showing off at this point. Like, I've done it all, and I'm going to do something. I'm going to do this trick that you've never seen before, and I'm going to pull this off. Yeah, he's got a big battle axe on his chest. Yeah, it's going to work, and you're going to believe it and love it. And he can make those big swings because he's just done so many great storylines and built that audience and trust with the fan base, where he can go and push it now and do things that might have been really kind of ridiculous if he did it in like his first take on Batman.
I love that Battle Axe was in front of us the whole time, and we never saw it.
Yeah.
Never saw it coming.
Battle Axe.
Yeah.
But going from Batman to Batman, I'll admit the first Hush run was the thing that got me back into buying physical DC comics. I've fallen off for a couple of years, and then Hush was instrumental to my collecting weekly again, and it changed how I read comics again because I was in high school and life happened to fell off, but Hush got me back. Hush 2 is probably the biggest announcement for me in the last few years. What got you back to wanting to do interiors? What called you with Hush? Is there a greatest hits element to the characters you didn't get to hit in the first time? Like, why Hush 2?
Primarily, I miss drawing like interior art. The last time I did it really was, I think, Suicide Squad for Rebirth, I think, so about 8 years ago. And I've just been really sort of relegated to doing covers here and there. And I was doing them just so I would make sure I didn't forget how to draw, right? So like sitting down and do it. But telling a story is a completely different muscle set, different part of the brain that gets exercised. You're going from focusing on composition, lighting, and draftsmanship to storytelling and pacing and all the other stuff that comes along with just drawing. And so it's just been fabulous. It's just been so much fun sitting down, doing all these sort of incredibly nuanced, subtle bits of storytelling, where you're creating, fear or some sort of horrible, feeling of impending doom, right? And do you convey that more powerfully by not showing it versus showing it? These are sort of the choices you make as sort of the director or someone that's putting the story together. And so it's been fabulous doing that. And but it was a challenge because I hadn't really drawn, panel to panel interior work for about 8 years. So I had to really retrain myself both psychologically and physically to do it, because it's a very demanding look. It's a full-time job, and I've already have a full-time job, and so how am I going to carve out the time to do this? So that was a big part of it. It's like finding the time and the mental stamina to sit down and sit down for hours on end, because what I found myself doing is I would sit down and draw for a little bit, and then I'd pick up my phone and go on to Instagram for a few minutes, right? And then I would go
really familiar to me.
And so I had to retrain my brain to really focus on the drawing piece of it. And then physically sitting in a chair for 6 hours, 7 hours drawing, it's really hard on your back and your hand muscles and your nerves and all that. And so that took some, it was like a physical component to it. I didn't have to work out or lift weights or anything, but you had to sit there and get past the pain that you were feeling in your hands and your knuckles and stuff like that. And so that took 3 months, I think, really, for me to feel comfortable. And now I actually feel like I'm in the zone, in the pocket, so to speak, and the drawing comes faster to me, and the confidence that I can get it done faster is back, right? So
and that first Hush is 20 years ago now of the greatest hits of Batman villains. It's kind of informed a lot of these great miniseries. Even though it was in Canada, it's very contained. Is there a character you didn't get to work on then you're excited to know? And is there a style difference in your art between 20 years ago and now that you've noticed?
Yes and yes. Yeah, for sure. Look, I think the trick with Hush is you want to deliver something that has the nostalgic vibe, that you're paying off all the people that read it 20 years ago. But at the same time, I don't want to retread and do exactly the same thing before, because I think that's creatively pretty boring and not very exciting. And so if you look at the costumes I'm drawing, they are influenced by the current costumes, and then the goal is to leave the book at a certain point to hand off to the next creative team so they can advance the continuity going forward. So we want to make sure there were exciting things on both sides of sort of the divide. Jeff and I coming back was a very quick way to kind of, solve a complex equation very quickly, which is 1, do something big on the all-in line for Batman, 2, allow me to kind of get back in. And I've been part of every big relaunch or launch since New 52, Rebirth, whatever. And so I want to be part of this all-in experience, just because that's the fun of what I get to do, is sort of manage the line from the top, but also then be in the trenches with other creatives, fighting that monthly deadline, trying to get the stories out there. And there's lots of times where I go why did I sign up for this? Everything was fine. I spent time with my family, I was exercising, good health. And now here I'm at 2 a.m. trying to,
spend time with your Bat family.
Yeah.
Do you have deadlines though?
Jim Lee? Yes, of course I have deadlines. Yeah, it is a strange situation where obviously there's a conflict. You want to be wary of the conflict of interest, and I feel bad for my editor because I'm also his boss's boss. And so, but I tell him, look, you got to do your job, and I will be the freelancer in this. And maybe there will be times when I will put on the publisher hat and say we should do this. But for the most part, yes, I have a deadline because I am imposing myself onto their schedule. Batman should not miss shipping. I wouldn't allow another creative to do it, so I can't really allow it for myself. So we created a schedule that allows us to do 6 issues. First issue ships last week of March, and we worked it out mathematically. We should be able to do it. Yeah.
I think because DC is such a vital part of popular culture at this point, and comics in general, but I'm curious if there's popular culture that really influenced you that wasn't comic book originated, and how that kind of make their way into your work.
Everything and anything, really. Yeah. And obviously the most obvious ones are comics, right? Yeah. Anime, manga, Mobius, Western European comics, all that. Even Asterix. I'll look at anything just to see what are they doing in storytelling that could be useful for the way we tell our stories. But then outside of that, I was a huge Star Trek fan growing up. I think that was probably my favorite show, Hogan's Heroes and Star Trek, the original series, right? And I would say the stories that were told in the 3 seasons of Star Trek still sit with me today. I'm a big fan of Strange New Worlds, which is the Captain Pike version of the Enterprise, and I love how they are, because they're playing in the same space we do, which is they've got their continuity, they have their canon, they have diehard fans, but they're going in boldly and really kind of messing with things and rearranging things and making you question, like, wait, is this the same timeline? Is this a different universe? Doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, they're taking characters you know and love and doing something different with it and telling new stories, which is what we do, right? And so I look to them as sources of inspiration and how they solve some of the same conundrums or challenges we have with a fan base that knows our content inside and out, but demand to be surprised, demand to be entertained, demand to see something new. And when you have characters that are 85 plus years old, how do you do that? Right?
Yeah.
And so,
I mean, how daunting does that get to change something?
It's not daunting at all. This is the
Not for
funnest.
you.
No, like this, like you go like, I get paid to do this.
Yeah, I mean, exactly.
When you're in a room with other creatives, like spending the day just talking about storylines or projects we can do, and finally when you hit one, you can feel that chill go up and down your back. You get goosebumps, and you can see the genuine excitement. Like that's, I should pay for that experience, right? Like, so it's amazing.
Are you kind of a fan first in that way? Like when you collaborate with your
Sure, yeah. I think everything, unfortunately, I will make references to like Marvel, DC Comics from my past as sort of touchstones, and I realize that for a lot of the people I'm working with now today, that this ancient history, right? they're like, what? Like, and they kind of politely nod their head, like that they've read it. But you gotta be a little careful, right? But it's also super interesting, especially at DC, because we've introduced so many generations of fans or characters over the decades. We have fans of different versions of our characters in every generation, and it's not the powers, it's the person carrying the powers, and that's something that I think a lot of younger fans, new fans don't necessarily recognize, is that there's this visual impact that they have because they're superheroes, supervillains, but at the end of the day, it's the person behind the powers that we identify with, that we connect to, and how do we do that?
Totally.
As a longtime fan, you have this unique power, especially now that you're back to drawing panels, where you can put in Easter eggs like about you or your family.
Yeah.
Have you ever put in an Easter egg, like put yourself in there?
Yeah. So in Hush, the first Hush, there's a big scene in a opera house, and I put myself and all the other people, the other artists like Lee Bermejo and Carlos Danda, we're all in the lower right-hand corner. I've put, in the issue of Wildcats, I think Voodoo and Spartan are on a cruise ship, and in the background, I think Scott Summers and Jean Grey had just gotten married over at Marvel, so I had them on their honeymoon in the background. So if you look back, you'll see a guy with red sunglasses and red hair. I think there was a scene in Batman where they're going through the metal detectors in the same issue with the Opera House, and you'll see, I think Wolverine and a couple X-Men are also in the background going through security. I've put my wife's name in chains, like Superman, I think Superman Unchained issue 1, he's bursting all these chains, and if you read up to the side, you'll see I love Carla in the chain, the broken chains. Yeah. So I put a lot of like those visual references throughout, like even on Hush, there's one where sort of Catwoman is tied up with all this ivy that's sort of winding around her body, and Batman's looming behind her. So if you look at the ivy that's wrapping around Catwoman, you'll see Superman spelled out in the ivy and Poison Ivy as well. So they're also in that cover, but in non-graphical ways, because I want the cover to be a reflection of the story that's inside. So, and I just do that because, when you're, I don't know if you draw much at all, but at 2 or 3 in the morning by yourself, you want to keep yourself entertained. It's like, I'll put this in here and see if anyone else notices.
Well, hopefully we'll inspire you one day, and you can throw us.
Sure, yeah.
I think we're interesting enough.
Yeah, I think so.
I'll
take my name. That's fine if you just want to write it.
Yeah. No, so like there was the issue with Batman fighting Joker and Hush. There's all this graffiti on the wall, and so in the graffiti, that's all the past sort of DC Batman creators, and I put them as graffiti in the background. So maybe you guys will find your way into that.
Or DC
Well,
stuff.
people are going to think it's Jesse Tyler Ferguson, unfortunately.
but now it's on wax, so you could get this. That's a perfect way to get him to start reading comics.
Sure,
flatter me. Yeah, exactly.
What advice did they give him? What did they steer you towards as the first thing to read?
Oh my gosh, I have received bags of books that are now sitting on my desk at home. I have started Superman for All Seasons.
Yes. Okay, yeah, that's a great one.
I think I've read the first one. My boyfriend has been a longtime comics fan. So when we started having these meetings, I came home, with the bag, and he's like, "Let me dig in my archives a little bit." And he found like, I was telling you about it. It was like I think from the late '80s, early '90s, just like 3 small comics that just like charted the history of the universe with the DC, the DC characters. So it's like, okay, this is like actually giving me a good base to start with. And I know Batman and Superman. I mean, you can't be an American and not know those characters, And I grew up with the Tim Burton Batman movies, and like those were really important to me. So
do you feel comfortable with the format, reading like dialogue and looking at pictures and putting it together?
Yeah, I was never a huge comic book reader, but I've read many graphic novels, and I feel like it's very similar. Just more contained, maybe less superheroes, but.
Do you read out the special effects, the crack-a-thoom? Or do you hear it in your head like I do?
I try to hear it in my head. I mean, I probably read too quickly because I'm so focused on the words. But this has become like an interesting way to dive into this content.
I suggested Superman for All Seasons and All-Star Superman for the cape section. I said Batman Hush. I have a bias, I know, I'm sorry. But I think Vertigo is a really great general imprint
of course.
Especially with like V for Vendetta and Watchmen and things that have been so cinematically charged. Is there anything you'd recommend on either side of Vertigo or Capes?
If you want to read a lot of something, like 100 bullets or 100 issues. So that is the beauty, I think, of comic book too, is that we can do incredibly long-form storytelling and keep people's interest in that. And we're bringing back Vertigo next year. We made that announcement at New York Comic Con, and we were talking about like, how's this, what should we do that's different, and what should we do that's consistent with sort of what made Vertigo so special, and so we're super excited to be bringing that back. And all that stuff is genre standalone content, so you don't have to have read decades of other comics.
Right.
And they're not necessarily superheroes, because superheroes aren't for everyone. And so whether you like horror, supernatural, science fiction, we've got it all.
I know everyone's going to enjoy seeing you here.
Thank you for having me.
This has been amazing.
Thanks for coming.
Okay, Tyler, I heard you have a game to bring us into your world this time.
Yeah. Movies, just movies. I love them. I love them so much, including DC movies, but also other movies. And I came up with this idea. I don't know if you remember our very first episode, Frankie.
Of course I do.
We're talking about Christopher Reeve, great icon. And I asked you, can you name another Christopher Reeve movie that's not Superman? And you said Superman 3.
Was I wrong?
Technically
correct.
correct.
I was like, that's right, though.
Not the vibe I was going for. I was looking for, obviously, a Remains of the Day shout out.
Rear Window.
A noise. Yes, Rear Window.
Show off over here.
So with that in
Not getting
mind,
extra
I've come up with this game. So what we're going to do, I have several great actors who have played iconic roles in DC films. What I'm going to do is I have, for each actor, 4 films. I'm going to list them out. The first person who thinks they have a guess. If you're feeling lucky on the first guess, go ahead and shout out the name. We don't have buzzers on this game show, unfortunately. If you get it right, you get a point. If you get it wrong, then you have to sit tight and you have to listen to the other person get the next 3 clues. All right, so I feel like this is an easy one.
Okay.
I'm going to close this so people don't accuse me of tomfoolery. I will not
Yeah,
be
that's
willing.
good. No
I'm just saying, letting the people know.
Laptops. You got IMDb up.
Okay. The first movie this DC actor is in, Gladiator. Number 2, The Master.
Good buzz, Coy. Russell Crowe. He was Jor-El, and he was also Master Commander. He was the Gladiator himself, and the Master, and the Commander.
Incorrect.
Ooh. I think
You get 2 more.
Okay, let me hear
The next 2, Walk the Line.
Oh, Joaquin Phoenix.
That's right.
I
The
knew
Master.
it.
But Russell Crowe's in.
The Master, not Master and Commander.
Oh.
The Master.
That's why he's hot in the pants.
He's
I
hot.
got.
He's hot.
That's why you need to listen to all the comments.
Do you want to know my favorite fun fact about the Superman fathers, though? I don't think this ruins anything. In Man of Steel, both of Clark Kent's dads are Robin Hood.
Oh, that's right.
Because Kevin Costner and Russell Crowe.
Yeah,
Fun
that's
fact.
right. All right.
Beautiful.
Okay. Second performer. First title, Zoolander 2. Tough one, huh? Number 2, The Secret Life of Walter Mitty. You mentioned this movie the other day, so I thought maybe we were going to get it.
I know. Let me go on a limb and let me get the third one.
Skeleton Twins.
Ben Stiller?
No. Okay, the last one. If you don't get this, I'm going to be upset. Bridesmaids.
Oh, Kristen Wiig.
Christmas scene?
No. It's Kristen Wiig.
Kristen Wiig.
Wow.
Nope, I wasn't actually going to get it.
Kristen Wiig from
Was
Wonder
Cheetah.
Woman.
I know Cheetah, but
Yeah,
I forgot
yeah.
she was in the third movie you listed.
After I
The
scolded
Skeleton
you
Twins,
for
yeah,
being
yeah.
hot to tot,
Yep.
it was me. And I knew the answer.
Yep.
And I almost gave it to
And
you.
you
How
almost
did you
had
not
Cheetah.
How did you not get it? I said her name.
I just did. I knew she was in Skeleton Twins. I forgot she was in Zoolander 2 and the second movie. So my brain moved
I
her
didn't even
aside.
know she was in Zoolander 2. I need to rewatch
Small role, but still counts. Okay, first film, The Double. Second film, The Squid and the Whale.
What are you talking about, Tyler?
I think I
You
have
should
it.
watch The Squid and the Whale. It's a great movie.
Okay.
Set in Brooklyn.
Okay.
Number 3, The Social Network.
Paul Dano. No. I take it back. No, I
said
can't
it.
take it back. I lost.
All right, let's hear the fourth.
Fourth one, Zombieland.
Oh, Jesse Eisenberg.
That's correct, Jesse Eisenberg.
Oh,
Who played Lex
know
Luthor
things.
in Batman vs. Superman,
Wow.
Dawn of Justice, right?
Wow, yes.
Great.
And I
All
have
right.
to say, I didn't technically get the second one, but I did technically get the second one. So I'm 3 for 3.
Oh, 3 for 3. Oh, she's
okay.
She's rounding up from 2.
I wanna go ahead.
All right, okay.
I'm gonna get on the board.
First film, The Fabulous Baker Boys.
Okay.
2, Hairspray.
Okay.
3, What Lies Beneath.
Oh, Michelle Pfeiffer?
She got it. Michelle Pfeiffer.
Now she has 3 officially.
The fourth one was going to be One Fine Day,
Wow.
which also stars another iconic actor who played Batman once, George Clooney.
Wow. Miss
remember thinking
Baltimore
this.
Crabs is what got it for me. Would you swing
I
in it?
almost gave you the hint and said it was the remake, but I didn't.
I didn't need it.
Yeah.
I didn't need it. Wow.
All right, okay.
I feel like I redeemed. Wait, is it not 4? You said you was gonna do 4.
Oh, I have
It's 4
so
movies.
Many, it's 4 movies.
Oh, 4
Yeah.
questions. I was like, give me the W, but you're
No. There's
you
more
guys
to
are
go.
like,
There's
no,
more to
we
go.
have
There's more to go.
more.
I want to fight on.
Okay. Love and Mercy. Number 2, 12 Years a Slave. Number 3, There Will Be Blood. And number 4, Little Miss Sunshine.
Paul Dano Redemption.
You got it right.
Paul
He did
Dano,
it.
As soon
the
as you said
Riddler.
little, I said boom. Oh,
You got it right.
wow.
Okay, I'm on the board.
Okay. Number 1, The Lobster.
The Penguin himself, Colin Farrell.
You got it. Damn.
Whoa.
I just had
The
to. I had to Hail Mary. I got to get on the
That's
board.
cheating.
No,
he
just
You
knew
were
it.
talking about it. You were talking about it.
We didn't talk about it, but we did talk about another.
Wow, in cahoots.
Two other, the 3 other movies, SWAT,
Would have killed
Yeah,
it.
SWAT.
I love SWAT.
In Bruges,
Oh,
which
my
we had
favorite
talked
comedy
about the
of all
other
time.
day,
Widows.
and The Banshees of Inisherin.
Dang.
Top
was
10 favorite
great.
comedy of all time.
Got an Oscar nomination for it. It's wonderful.
SWAT's so slept on too, as far as action comedies go.
You know what?
I do agree.
I have to say I've slept on it, so
You're like,
I'm part of the
one
problem.
the sleepers.
yeah. Okay. Broken Flowers. Jim Jarmusch film.
Mm-hmm.
It's okay. The French Dispatch.
Okay.
Wes Anderson. Kind of a tough one because there's like 30 people
Yes.
in that movie.
Yeah.
But, okay. Basquiat.
Jeffrey Wright.
Yes, that's correct.
Oh, he's so good in that too.
And American Fiction was the fourth one.
Yeah, we would have got rid
which,
of that.
yes.
But when you said Basquiat, I was like, who else? was
It's funny,
Jeffrey Wright?
Basquiat and American Fiction, the only 2 lead roles he's ever had in film.
What?
And Basquiat is it's his first movie.
Yeah,
basically.
yeah, ever.
And
I
then
didn't
like
realize
30 years later, American Fiction.
That's crazy. We were just
Yeah.
talking about how much we love.
He's
like,
one of the
Jeffrey
best
Wright.
actors, but he's always just like
He's
a
a good
supporting role.
supporter. Yeah.
All right. Gattaca.
Okay.
The Truth About Cats and Dogs.
Uma Thurman.
I was just about to say it.
I wasn't going to risk it. I was so scared.
This was going to be an easy one, too, because the next two, Pulp Fiction and Kill Bill.
Kill Bill. I knew as soon as she said Gattaca, I was going to say it, and then I was like, let me not risk it.
But
I was so afraid Ethan Hawke had a small role. I missed.
I was just going to say that. I was like, is Ethan Hawke in something? Because how could he not
I was going to pocket that. It's the Paul Dano, Jesse Eisenberg thing. I didn't want it to happen again.
I know. We're in the same vibe, because that's exactly what I was thinking. Good.
All right. Fences.
Okay.
Doubt.
Viola Davis.
I feel like that's a tie. They said it at the same time.
I do feel like that was.
Yeah, I'm going to
and we both had the same hedge
When
your
she
bets.
said Fences, I knew it was Viola Davis, but once again, I was like, is Denzel in it?
I was also thinking there's a supporting actor in Fences. I'm not thinking of that's like a lead.
Be safe, yeah.
She's
Just
a lead in
but
Fences.
anyone else that like I was worried about the rest of the cast of Fences. That would have been I thought he was misleading with Viola Davis.
Fences is
just
the
the
two of them.
Yeah,
it's
Denzel,
her and Denzel.
Yeah, but I was afraid I missed like a scene.
With the other two, I was going to name The Help, which she was nominated for. One for Fences, the Oscar, and The Woman King, which rules.
Yes, I love Woman
It's the
King.
best. All right, this is a good one. Coal Miner's Daughter, one of my favorite movies ever. So watch it. Lincoln, about Abraham Lincoln.
Yeah.
No Country for Old Men.
Is he in the DC?
And The Fugitive.
Tommy Lee Jones from Two-Face, right?
Yep.
Yeah,
Tommy
damn.
Lee Jones.
I was gonna say Josh Brolin, so I would have got it wrong.
Yeah, that's yeah. All right, where are we? Let's wait for the
Let's look at
judges.
the That was score.
nerve-wracking.
Tabulate
Let's
our wins. Is it a tie?
Yeah.
It's a
What are
tie.
the chances?
Wow.
We
That's
were on the same
amazing.
page.
That is a tie. I think we should give the second one to me and say I won because he got it wrong. We both got it wrong, and then I got it right.
I got Colin Farrell
no,
in
you
one,
can't get it
so I
right
got
the
the
second
harder
try.
challenge.
We're in extenuating circumstances.
Colin Farrell in one, it should be a higher point value if I didn't have any other
Wow.
clues. So I'm just saying.
We do have a tiebreaker question.
Yes.
And this is going to be tougher.
Okay.
This is going to be more trivia focused. So I'm going to read out a couple trivia questions.
Okay.
And you're going to guess the actor. This actor may arguably be capable of real acts of super strength. Over the last 10 years, this actor has been crowned the highest paid actor.
Dwayne The Rock Johnson.
That's the right answer, Dwayne The Rock Johnson.
Play with me.
I couldn't even finish the question.
I love him.
He's
so
very
much.
highly paid.
I
Black
love
Adam
him
himself.
so much.
Well, Frankie, you are the winner this week. The next game, we have Coy. I wish
Once
you
I get warmed
luck.
up, that was fun.
I would have never forgiven myself if I got that wrong.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Well, thank you both for playing. Thank you for
Yay.
indulging me. And seriously, watch some of those movies. They're great. Coal
Yes,
Miner's
yes,
Daughter.
Yeah, I've actually.
About
What is that
Loretta
about?
Lynn. It's about Loretta Lynn, the
Okay.
country singer. Sissy Spacek plays her. She sings her own songs.
Ooh.
Won an Oscar for it. Tommy Lee Jones plays her husband. It's wonderful. That's like comfort food for me.
I feel closer to you. Is this how you feel all the time when we're talking like DC?
Yeah, I'm so
kind of.
heartwarmed
You're
with your
this
love
is a
of
lot.
This is my nerdery.
I love it.
this. Can we all watch SWAT
Welcome.
together?
Nerds Unite.
Yeah, I guess I should watch SWAT.
We could watch SWAT. Well, I've seen SWAT,
It's
but
so
I'd
good.
watch SWAT with you.
Okay,
And you can
perfect.
I'll give you like I guess. Easter
Fun
eggs
fact
and
about
stuff.
SWAT: Jeremy Renner got a breakthrough Actor of the Year award for SWAT, but he also had gotten one for Dahmer, and then he got another one again for Mission Impossible. So that man keeps breaking through.
Wow.
Yeah,
Good
he's
for
incredible.
him.
He's incredible.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's all we have for today. This was a fun episode. My heart is still beating from that game.
Yeah.
Thank you, everyone, for joining us for another episode of DC Studio Showcase. You can stream us every other Friday on Max, or you can watch us on Max's YouTube. People can also listen to us anywhere podcasts are available. So Apple Podcasts, Spotify, all that good jazz. I'm nerd commentator Frankey Smith.
I'm entertainment journalist Tyler Coates.
I've been your comic book correspondent, Coy Jandreau, and if you want to read any of the comics that I talked about this episode, check out the DC Universe Infinite app, which is DC's online comic catalog, or you can support your local comic shop. Either way, read some comics and have fun doing it.
Hello, I'm nerd commentator Frankey Smith.
And I'm entertainment journalist Tyler Coates.
And as always, we are joined by comic correspondent and comic book expert Coy Jandreau.
And I am stoked to be here.
Amazing. And welcome to the DC Studios Showcase presented by Max. Here we dissect and we talk about all the latest and greatest from DC Studios. And we have a jam-packed episode today. I'm so excited.
I'm excited too.
We're talking Harley Quinn season 5. We have Katie Rich, who's the EP, the writer, the voice actor from the newest Harley Quinn series and from Kite Man. We're also talking about Coy's favorite, Supergirl, Women of Tomorrow. And Tyler, I heard you have a game for us.
I have a little game. I hope it's not too hard.
It will be. But let's get started. Harley Quinn, if you can't tell by my impeccable outfit, I'm a huge fan.
Yeah.
And I'm so excited for this new season coming out. What do you know about the show?
I knew nothing about the show. I didn't even know it existed, which is kind of bad.
It's not bad. You're a civilian.
That's true, yeah. But I know who Harley Quinn is. I've seen Birds of Prey, Suicide Squad. I know like the Margot Robbie performance, also Joker, Folie à Deux with Lady Gaga. So I know who the character is. I've seen at least 2 interpretations.
Okay.
But then, obviously I've watched the first 2 episodes of the show. So
you're like,
I know what I'm working with here.
Those are all so very different interpretations.
Yeah.
I think she's a very interesting character because she's basically like Urkel, like someone who was one off, in Batman the Animated Series. And then she just evolved into this like feminist icon that we see today. And I love her. Coy, what was the first comic book that she was introduced into?
So she was on the animated series, as you said, that original Bruce Timm 90s animated series. And then she very quickly got put in the animated series adaptation of the comic. And it wasn't long until she was full on comic book canon. And that's pretty unprecedented to go from an adaptation of a comic and retroactively be put into the comic canon. And now, as you said, she's an actual pop culture icon. But there's very few things chicken and the egg that way, where it starts in the animated series, becomes a comic book character. And speaking of what you were saying about this show being unique, this is my fiance's favorite DC thing. And I think it's because it's so approachable and different, and it gives nerds little sprinkles of more, but it's just such a good show.
It gives us a lot of sprinkles. Like if we were to sit down and go through an episode of Harley Quinn show, frame by frame, there's at least 10 Easter eggs for people who read comics, but it's so hidden and discreet that, to your point, you can enjoy it, your fiance can enjoy it, and you don't feel like it's being shoved down your throat.
I mean, obviously, I did not recognize those Easter eggs. They're not for me, but I love sitcoms, and this is just kind of an animated sitcom.
Yeah. Like, even myself, I've watched things where I'm like, I know I'm missing something here. We're like, like they're like to the camera doing that, but I feel like in this sitcom, you don't feel that way.
Yeah, no, totally. I mean, so she started kind of in the 90s?
So in 1992 was her first appearance in the Batman animated series on TV in the show.
Okay.
And within months, she was in Batman Adventures, which is a comic book adaptation of the show. So that's non-canon. The Batman comic book based off the show is considered Batman canon.
Got it.
But then it was only 6 years later, 6.5, in early 99, she was already in the Batman comics at that point. So that's unprecedented speed to go from one medium to another. So between 92 and 99, she evolved into comic book canon.
Yeah, she's younger than me, technically.
She is actually
25 years, actually, since comic canon.
She's
like
20, so she's younger than me, too. So now I'm not the youngest person out here.
We've never traded actual ages. I don't think
we're
keep
not
there
that.
yet.
Yeah. We'll keep that
We feel Harley Quinn's age, but for us, who knows? We're timeless.
Yeah.
But DC is very unique, and they do that quite often, Coy, what you were talking about, where they don't limit characters to people that are presented in the comic books. They are not afraid to introduce new characters and then retroactively make them canon.
Okay.
In the Arrow show, historically, there was a character named John Diggle. He was like super fucking cool. They said, let's put him in the comics.
Okay.
Harley Quinn is one of them. In Young Justice, which I think you'd really like as well, they have Aqualad. And he also like started off in Young Justice. He was cool. He looked like Cisco.
Okay. Thong Song, yeah.
Thong Song.
Yeah.
Does he not look like
does.
Cisco?
I never put that together. Unleash the Dragon, Aqualad.
Yeah, he wears red. Yeah, but he also started off in an animated series, and now he's in the comics.
Okay.
So that I love that fluidity about DC, that they're able to be like, here, showrunner, like, write a character, make up a character if you want. And if people respond to it, they'll be like, well, let's give you more.
Yeah, they're less bound to like rules.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, there are no. And Harley Quinn show, for sure,
Yeah.
does not have any rules. And what I like about the show is it feels like it's the real world if we had superheroes.
Right.
Did
They're
you
just
feel that
walking
way?
amongst us.
Yes,
doing
exactly.
the stupid stuff that we have to do.
Exactly.
I feel like these are the superheroes that invoice. We've talked about this.
Yes.
Like, do you get paid for the work that you do? How do you
do
Yeah, are you
it?
on a W-2 or are you W-9? What's the deal?
Yes. So yeah, like there are definitely corporations.
Not to get into like tax brackets.
Yeah, that's part of the show. Like
Exactly.
That's
one of the
actually
things
a part
we've
of the
talked about.
show.
Yeah,
where
okay.
They're like, where do you live? Like, you know, housing is a big part of it. The Legion of Doom is an actual corporation, like ran by Lex. They have like social media, PR.
Okay.
Even one of Harley Quinn's allies, she's able to get him early, even though he was a big villain, because he got canceled. He called Wonder Woman a bad name.
Okay.
On live.
Okay.
So,
okay.
Yeah, so that they really bring in that corporate aspect, and it makes it feel like so real.
Yeah.
While doing like some really bold things. There are characters like Darkseid and stuff like that that would never interact with Harley Quinn, and she takes them down.
All right.
Yeah. But Poison Ivy is also a character. What
Yeah.
do you know about her?
I know. Poison Ivy from. It was Batman and Robin, right? that
Yes,
she's in? Yeah,
this is
yeah.
my favorite Batman film
Okay.
of all time.
I was a Batman Forever, but we'll
That's
talk
our
about
episode.
that.
I'd actually love to have that episode
Yeah.
where we all break down our favorite Batman and why. That'd be so much fun.
Yeah.
Batman Forever's soundtrack rocks.
Oh,
I'm just gonna say
no
that.
notes.
That is no notes. I do
Yeah.
agree.
But no, I mean, I remember Uma Thurman playing her and that. But again, like I don't know the nuts and bolts of all these people.
Yeah.
So but I love the idea of like, are they roommates?
No, they're in love. They're in love, and they
Okay.
have a really good relationship as well. It's funny. This is animated, but she's actually way more serious than Uma Thurman is.
Right. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Lake Bell has that.
Lake Bell
very...
is so like her voice is so sincere and earnest. There's comedy
Yeah.
in it, but it's so rooted. And she's my favorite Poison Ivy. No disrespect to Uma Thurman, but
Right.
the way this show feels, it makes Poison Ivy makes me appreciate her more in all the mediums. Like I think Poison Ivy in the comics is better for having Lake Bell play her.
I think
like
so,
it
too.
enhances the experience because Poison Ivy is, in my opinion, one of the most nuanced versions of what bad is because her goal is to save the planet, which we as humans are killing. So she's an eco-terrorist.
She's an
but
eco-terrorist,
At
yeah.
what cost?
But heavy on the terrorist part. Like
Yeah,
she's
of
not an
course.
anti-hero.
No,
she's for
she's
sure
bad.
a villain.
She's blowing people up.
But in the comics, it's really cool because she'll have issues like the current run right now from G. Willow Wilson is my favorite Poison Ivy ever. It's only like 27 issues in, really approachable, but it focuses on her morality and what she really believes and wants. And Harley's always this anchor of like, well, humanity can't be all that bad. And she builds out this friend group of like Killer Croc and all these people that are misunderstood, but she's still doing active crime.
Right.
But you really get where she's coming from. And the show, I feel like, is the yin to the yang of that, where like it uses comedy to bring serious things to light, and then the comic can be super serious, and they both feed off each other really uniquely with Poison Ivy.
Yeah. And like, even though we were in season 5 of the Harley Quinn show, Poison Ivy is very closed off. She's very guarded with her feelings, with her backstory. And just like Harley, we don't know much about her.
Okay.
And this season, it looks like we're finally going to get her backstory because we start the show off knowing what Harley's motivation is. She's very open about her past and like what really motivates her. But when it comes to Poison Ivy, it's like pulling teeth. The tidbits that we do get out is by necessity, by need. And so what seems like, do we want to call him the big bad?
I was going to say, we talked about this before, and I hadn't even put together that element of her being reserved as to why it's season 5 before this reveal, but I'd say it's fair to say, at this point, perceived big bad. This is her origin this deep into a show, and with your experience like in pop culture broadly, I think it's pretty unique to have the co-lead of a show get their origin 5 seasons in.
Oh yeah, that's sort of unheard of. I mean, usually you want everyone to know who your main characters are pretty much immediately.
You don't notice it because
it's so well written.
Yeah, we're spending season 1 watching Harley kind of find herself and develop, right? So we're not focusing on who Poison Ivy is. And then season 2, we watch their romance blossom. So again, we don't need it. And then from 3, we're watching them both develop. 3 and 4, they're developing as couples, finding out who they are individually and together. And so now it's like, wait, do I even know you?
Right.
And I feel like they understand that, like, that question is starting to come up, like, what makes her special? What makes her, what gives her so much resolve?
Right. I mean, it's possible to be in a relationship with someone for 5 years before you
absolutely
learn something new about them.
Absolutely.
And that's how it felt to me. I was like, I feel like I've known you and I'm discovering something. I love that we obviously know she has an origin, but not having seen it, I didn't put together because I read the comics. But for you, if you'd watched it all the way through, you might not have noticed you didn't know where that came from. And Woodrue is such a essential part of her story, and I didn't feel the lack of it because, as you said, we are focused on Harley's relationship. And Woodrue, I think of as a Swamp Thing villain or a Swamp Thing character.
Who is Woodrue?
Yeah, I don't know Woodrue.
So Dr. Woodrue is the reason Poison Ivy is Poison Ivy.
Like why she's green, or
like
why
she got her
bakes with
powers.
flowers.
Dr. Pamela Isley was trying to prove herself to him. He was an emotional manipulator. He was someone that wanted to steal her identity as well as her inventions and all the things that made her proud. And she was a college student just trying to prove herself. And the events that led to her origin are directly related. I don't want to give anything away, but the events that led to her becoming Poison Ivy are at his fault. So if he's not the big bad of the season, he's very much the big bad of Poison Ivy. She wouldn't be destroyed if not for Woodrue. And he's a Swamp Thing villain to me, which is cool because it builds the world out of the green and this connection to Earth. And it makes more than just
big
Gotham.
words. Who's the Swamp Thing? What's the green?
So
he's just dropping.
I have an idea what Swamp
jargon.
Thing. The Swamp Thing is like all in the name. I got
He is
that.
a
The
Swamp
context
Thing.
clues.
Yeah.
So the green is the concept of everything nature on the planet. The green is like this ethereal, spiritual, supernatural, humanity-averse God of what nature should be and what we are destroying, like how things can be good, and it taps into all things on the planet. So Swamp Thing is like a hallucinogenic mind trip of what we could be if we were good, because he's part human, but he's been evolved through this horrible situation that we're going to get to in the James Mangold. Hopefully he makes the film. But that whole situation is going to be in live action. But what I love is that we all know Poison Ivy and we now know Woodrue, but it all ties into a greater story with Swamp Thing and the green and stuff that is to come.
Swamp Thing is also in the show.
Okay.
And he's played by Sam Richardson.
Oh, I love Sam Richardson.
Okay, I know you love him.
Yeah.
And he's like a hipster, like very green. He has a little man bun.
Okay.
But it's what is that called? Algae?
Yeah.
Seagrass? He's like
Oh.
made out of seagrass.
Okay.
And I really love this interpretation because they're both supposed to be socially conscious people, even though they, murder.
Yeah. A little antisocial at the same time.
Their people are the grass and the green. So like they're murdering people who they feel like are against who
Deserve
they
it.
advocate. Yes, I think so.
I mean, most villains are doing it because they think someone deserves it. But,
Right?
Yeah.
Some villains just like do it because for the fun of it.
Well, yeah, the anarchy, the chaos.
Yeah.
I mean, it's interesting. I think hearing about Poison Ivy's backstory, a lot of women getting fucked over in the DCU.
I think that that's a trope that's very common that you'll find in the comic book genre.
Yeah.
For a very long time, women weren't really included, with the exception of like cannon fodder and stuff like that. And I think a way of like correcting that and developing all these characters that, including Harley Quinn, was created for like a male character.
Yeah, like
they put it in the story.
Yeah.
So even with like what we're seeing with Poison Ivy, when she goes back to Swamp Thing and talks to him, it's all about like, who am I as a woman? Womanhood is just a through line we see with her and with Harley. And I think some of it is DC recognizing like women historically, even these characters are sexualized, used in ways.
Second to the men that they have a relationship with. Yeah.
And you feel like a pride with them when you see them.
Yeah.
And it's clear, I mean, we'll have Katie in a bit, but it's clear that women are writing it and they understand and connect with these characters. So even when they're making jokes, they're funny and they're they're very rooted in like it's hard to be a woman.
Yeah.
You know?
I've heard.
Yeah, I've heard. It's allegedly.
Yeah,
I don't know,
some
you
might
know?
say.
I heard men are having it really tough right now.
It's okay.
I want to call out your rooted pun and give it credit because I don't know if it was intentional, but rooted in that truth.
Yeah.
I think Poison Ivy empowering that, overcoming her being that character when she might have been originally written, and how she's just a Batman villain who is evil for hurting, but now it's the reflection of what billionaire Bruce Wayne has probably done to hurt the planet, and now his villain is someone that just wants to heal the planet. So who's it right and wrong here? And I really love that she uses sexuality as something that a dumb man falling over his knees for. Like there's a taking back your power element to Poison Ivy where she's taking back power from the planet. She's using sexuality for dumb men. The character I mentioned, Woodrow, he wrongs her and her power is overcoming him. And I think that is absolutely a trope, but I love when writers can make that a strength and fix the wrongs of a past decade.
I mean, I have to say, I always connected with the lady villains the most.
Right?
Like Catwoman. Michelle Pfeiffer's Catwoman was like
particularly, right?
Game changing for me.
I loved her outfit, honestly.
Yeah.
Me personally, I love Poison Ivy in Batman and Robin. Like I said, that's my favorite film. The fashion in that, I don't think that this Poison Ivy is as fashionable as Uma Thurman, with the exception of every season they have a gala to go to.
Okay.
And they be having that shit on. I
Wait,
love
is it
it.
the same like annual gala, or is it like
It's
a different charity?
things.
Yeah.
Because it's, like I said, it's like rooted in the real world, and the Legion of Doom, the villains, are part of a corporation. And coming with that is like fundraisers and things like that. Award shows, like they try to get best villain couple at one time. And I love the character design and how they understand the characters so well. And so every time I know there's going to be a gala episode, I'm always like, man, I want to see what they're wearing. And it's always totally different, but it's always like an homage to their original character. So Harley will always wear a red or a black dress that's like sexy and playful. Poison Ivy will always wear something that makes you feel more earthy, more like grounded. She'll wear different colors, but all of it will remind you of like flowers and stuff like that.
Right.
And I could just like see the board of them like being like, well, she would never wear this. She'd wear her
like
hair
what's
like
her
this.
season? Is she a spring or a autumn?
She's
you know?
an autumn.
Okay.
Well, I don't know shit about seasons.
Well,
she
it's
wears
like color. Yeah, it's like I don't
florals.
know it well either. It's like a very kind of like 70s, 80s thing.
Well, she's about rebirth, right? So I'd imagine spring. She's green.
She got
She's
jewel
trying to bring back.
tones.
Yeah.
Jewel tone. Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
I should. I mean, I don't know why I should. I shouldn't know that. But
I was like, why would you
why
know
would
that?
I? Just
Your
another
fashion.
thing to file away on this encyclopedia.
But
in
one
my
day
brain.
you'll be talking to someone randomly about the Harley Quinn show, and you can ask them like, what's your favorite gala outfit?
Okay.
And they be like, oh, this guy knows his stuff. But let's talk more about womanhood and stuff. And as I mentioned before, we got Katie here.
Katie Rich.
I'm so excited. So let's bring her on and let's talk about this show, because I think she'll be able to give you some more insight into it. Please welcome Harley Quinn, executive producer, writer, voice actor, fellow big girl. We're tall,
We're
big
tall
girls.
and we're proud of it.
Katie Rich, welcome.
Thank you so much. This is awesome.
I'm so excited you're here.
I know Tyler, secret. We know
I used
each
to
other.
see her perform improv 2 decades ago.
Now look at you both.
In
Look at us.
1965,
Exactly.
we used to, many years ago in Chicago. But it's wonderful. It's wonderful to be here. This is awesome. Thank you.
We're excited to have you here. I am a huge Harley Quinn fan. And I talked to you earlier, but you're funny and you have so many hats in this world.
Too many hats.
You did a lot of work in this newest season coming up.
Yes, season 5.
Season 5. What drew you to the DC world in general?
Well, they offered me a job, and in that sense, that was number one. No. You know, I wasn't a big like Marvel versus DC thing, because to me it's like Greek and Roman mythology, right? It's like you pull from each other, and so I'm not like a huge proponent of that necessarily. I'm a Cubs fan and a White Sox fan, so that gives you a
I'm
vibe
a Yankees fan.
of who I am. Well, that's okay.
yeah.
You guys. I think you'll get your break someday.
Yeah.
I forgot what happened to us.
You'll know what
Pushed it out
it's
my
like
mind.
to win someday. But when I was little, if a girl, we had girl comics, You know, you would have like Archie, or like you had girl comics and then there were boy comics, and my brother had boy comics, and I would be like, these are kind of cool. And then when I was little, it was 1989 when Batman came out. And Batman, that's, you know, when we were kids, like every summer there was one thing that you did, and that's all anyone did. And it was Batman came out with Michael Keaton and Jack Nicholson, and it was like every cup you drank out of was Batman, every, you know, shirt you wore was it was just Batman was everything. And so I think that sort of tipped me a little bit towards DC. And I think too, working on DC properties, they're kind of the iconic superheroes, right? So there's a shorthand there when you say like, do you know Superman or you know Batman? And then like someone who has no interest in comics or no, they're like, oh yeah, I get it. So there's it's nice to have that shorthand too of like, this is the world that I work in. It's not as niche as I think some things in comedy and stuff like that.
I don't think so. I think Harley Quinn now is iconic.
Well, now she's huge. Exactly.
Yeah, and I love that you started with Batman, because she also starts with Batman. Her first appearance was on that show.
Yep.
What did you think about the animated world of the Harley Quinn show?
Justin Halpern, who's one of the creators of this version of Harley, he always describes it as if Mary Tyler Moore was a psychopathic murderer. And what I love about this version of Harley is that it's all about the relationships. The show starts in the pilot episode of it where she's like, goodbye, Joker. And she's like, who am I without this person? And so it focuses more on relationships, and it also focuses on the banality of life, you know, in a way that we don't get to always see with these supercharged by design stories, right? So you get Bane going to Jamba Juice and they spell his name wrong. And it's Bane, so he's going to explode the Jamba Juice, whereas you or I would just, you know, be mad for the day.
Yeah.
So I think that's what I loved about it, is this juxtaposition between she can build a highway that's a roller coaster, but also she can be upset when they put onions on her sandwich when she didn't want it.
When you say that she's sort of a Mary Tyler Moore, does that mean Ivy is her Rhoda?
Yeah, I think
totally.
so.
Yeah.
Because I also think they didn't know that they wanted to be together on Mary Tyler Moore. And if
Fair
that
enough,
had gone on longer, maybe they would have been together.
What Mary Tyler
See, this is my
is.
job explaining to the youth. So Mary Tyler Moore, the famous actor, had an incredible sitcom. She wasn't the first woman to have her own sitcom, but it really...
No, but it's kind of the... like,
but it was like a feminist,
Yes.
you know, landmark, because she was a reporter, right?
Yeah, and she was like, she's going to be in the big city. She wasn't married. She didn't have children. It was just, I want to try this on my own.
Yeah.
And that was if you think, there's a iconic, she like throws her hat up, and the theme song is, we're going to make it after all.
Yeah. And
I've
then
seen
Rhoda.
references.
So you know the references.
Yeah,
yes.
and then Rhoda is her roommate.
Yes.
Slash kind of
is
like...
it roommate or...
Well, not
is it
then.
like-
Oh, no.
Not then,
They were
like-
platonic,
Yes.
just two gals sharing expenses in
Exactly.
the old-fashioned way.
It wasn't a Boston marriage.
Yeah,
It was-
exactly. But I think that again, like an archetypal
Yes.
female friendship that I think
Yes.
like then we started seeing replicated across television and movies. I feel like in Romeo and Michelle they have the argument over who's the
my
Mary,
favorite movie.
who's the Rhoda.
I'm the
because,
Mary.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, that
Yeah.
makes more sense because I have seen Romeo.
There you
and
go.
Michelle.
Yeah.
With Harley Quinn, to me, she's one of my favorite characters of all time, like uniquely poised to always carve her own path. Like I consider her power being emancipated from expectation, whether it's starting as someone in Stockholm Syndrome with Mr. J, or starting on a TV show and then emancipating herself into the medium of comics, or retroactively putting herself in canon. One of the movies is called Emancipation of. To me, Harley Quinn's power is to carve her own identity. What do you think it is that makes people relate to her in such a way that she literally overcomes mediums and expectations?
First of all,
You do have a PhD, right? In media
That's why they give me
studies?
the computer so I can like feel studious.
did you practice that? Because
It came to me.
That's how Coy talks.
I'm so sorry.
that was so good.
No notes.
He actually doesn't say
That was incredible, and nothing I say will. That's like when the setup to a joke is better than the punchline. So I don't know how good my answer will be. But one thing I will say about Harley is that she has this dichotomy where she is like, she's pure id in a lot of ways. And there's so much rage and anger and trauma, but she's optimistic. There's this joy in what she's doing. And we don't get to see that depicted in female characters a lot, is where we get to tap into that rage, but that's not who we are entirely.
Right.
So I think there's a complexity to her that you don't necessarily get to see a lot in characters of that type. I don't know what your question was now that I'm saying that, because it was so well done.
The mediums are usually so part of who the character is. Like if you debut on a show versus debuting in a comic, it becomes part of your identity. And I've always seen her as something.
Oh, I see. You're talking about the crossing like movies and
I'm talking about both. Like what anchors the human being that is us to find ourselves in her to such a level that it doesn't matter in what experience we're seeing her, whether it's directing the panels between the comics or experiencing someone's telling of her through their writing or seeing a live action story of her. She's always Harley to us, and it's always so true and real. Like, what do you think that anchor is?
I think in the end, she really is just looking for love. I think she has a lot of love to give, and I think she just wants to be able to give and receive that. And she's so fucked up that she can't quite do it right. But every once in a while she does. And I feel like that's what we all do, right? Is we're just trying to be loved and figure out how we can also love. And that is just who she is at the crux of her character. And that also transcends a physical, words on a page, a movie. I think that's what it is, because you can give a character all the powers in the world, but if you can't distill it into some sort of humanity, then it doesn't have the staying power, and it doesn't have the power to change along with how the times change, And so I think that's the main thing of her, is that she has this deep need to just love and be loved. And unfortunately, the circumstances in her life are preventing that from happening. So that's why I think she really appeals to so many people.
I love that.
And they do such a good job of still making it very funny. Like the Harley Quinn show, all the storylines are so very complex and meta. And then you see something like, Bane blowing up a Jamba Juice, or like something I'm like,
a victimless crime, by the way.
Jamba
he
Juice
was right.
involved.
And also Jamba Juice, they fooled us all into saying it was healthy, and it was not.
Are they not healthy?
What's wrong with you?
It's like 3,000 calories. This morning I saw you with a juice.
No, I didn't. I had a protein shake. But I know what you're saying. Yes. Like I think you almost buy her heightened. Yeah. And you buy her having to go to Kohl's because there's a sale. You know what I mean?
Right.
And I think sometimes with Superman is a hard character because there's so many ultimate things about him that can be hard to relate to sometimes. And it's how do you depict it
in a human way.
I mean,
or
he's
in a
not.
comic way too.
Correct.
Yeah.
Like, how is that funny? What is funny about him? And there's just something so funny about Harley because she represents id. She represents id that also is so brilliant, knows the superego as well. You know what I mean? It's almost like you're seeing her in real time fight with those two sides of herself.
Well, she's also like a psychological
genius
professional. I mean, like that's her background.
And I've always said that that's like, to me, that's the most interesting thing about her too, is that she can look at you and size you up right away. And so don't you want to see her do that with Superman?
Okay, when's the last time you went to space for fun? I mean, Metropolis may not need Superman, but you know who does? Superman. Wow, you are so toned.
There's that amazing, my friend Jameson, he wrote this amazing episode in season 3 where she taps into Batman. The story we've seen every time. Your parents got shot. We know. That's why you do everything. Blah, blah, blah. And like she taps into that part of him because she's uniquely equipped to do that.
And she reads him to filth. That's my favorite.
Of course she does. And it's, so I think her ability to understand humanity is also what keeps her just so iconic in so many ways.
How much I don't want to ask how much you're allowed to make fun of these characters and like poke fun at like, you know, exactly like what the core of who Batman is. I mean, I have always said, I don't need to see his parents die again. Like,
Honey,
I get it.
we get it.
We get it. Your parents are dead.
Your parents are dead. Big deal. My mom's dead. I didn't bring that up in this interview.
Wow. You really brought it down, Katie.
Oh, it's fine. It's fine.
You're voice acting on this show as well, right?
Yes, we do. Like, I think sometimes, certain times, sometimes you're just like, oh, I can just do that. Like, you know what I mean? Like, just because I am an actor, and so there'll be. I don't do any like huge. Although I do this one that I'm kind of excited that I get to do, but I don't want to reveal anything. But yeah, I'll do like little stuff here and there. Yeah.
I mean, as a writer, you kind of performing as you write these characters too.
Like it's a lot of me like doing the voices of the character, you know, like that's
pacing around your house
as you're writing them.
It's kind of fun, and you're like, and then she's like, "What are you talking about?" You know, like I have like, you know, you have your like Lake Bell impression, and you know everybody has their Bane, and my Bane is Lorne Michael. Like I can't help it, it's Lorne Michaels. But wait,
can I hear your Bane real quick?
I just did it. It's always, you know, like it's Lorne. Like my Bane is Lorne. But wait, you were gonna ask something about. You were like, I can't see Batman's parents die again.
Oh, yeah. I mean, well, how much are you allowed to kind of poke fun at?
Yeah. So what's interesting with Harley, and then especially with Kite Man, which was the spinoff of Harley, is DC is a lot less precious about their villains than their heroes, right? So, and especially when you're dealing with a character that's like Kite Man, like there's nothing. Who gives a shit?
I like Kite Man.
Of course,
I'm the guy's
I get this shit. I love
but I'm
this show
saying
too.
the character, like, you know what I mean? It's like I think the less backstory that they have, then you can kind of create it. But also, you're never making fun of them because we love them. But it's like there's so much comedy in these villains, and so I think to answer that, it's like. They're a lot less precious about the bad guys.
Do you ever go on like Reddit or Twitter to see what we're saying about the characters? Because sometimes I feel like when I'm watching the shows like Kite Man or the Harley Quinn show, I'm like, how do they know what we're saying about these characters? Like the jokes we make about these characters and their personality.
You know, I don't a ton, but some of the guys do. I don't like while we're. I really try to stay away from it while we're creating it. But then there's something really lovely of like if you see a thread and somebody brings something up and you're like, oh, they're gonna be so happy.
I've always wondered. I always see Batman's rogues, and speaking of his villains, as kind of the mirror to his psychology. Like the way he loves Gotham is how Mr. Freeze loves Nora, and the way that Two-Face would be him if there was the political ambition of who he is as the White Knight, and the Joker is the chaos to his order. Like they're all like the psychological schisms of the broken mind of Bruce Wayne. To me, Harley Quinn is the joy on the other side of the psychology of if he actually went to therapy. How often do you guys think about the psychology of the villains as you're making fun of them?
I mean, I'm gonna now, I guess.
I was going to ask you about the dresses.
Yeah, like, can we go back to the clothes?
Yeah, the dresses is safer. That's fair. That's fair.
What's your favorite dress?
All right, what?
So I feel the villains are all inversions of Bruce Wayne's psyche and how it's broken. So his love of Gotham that's never requited is Nora to Mr. Freeze.
Oh, this is your philosophy.
Yeah.
This is some bullshit.
It's my own thing.
No, I get
think
it.
the dresses might have more substance than my own bullshit.
No, it's not. I know what you're saying. Yes, I see what you're saying. But and so you're saying like, well, okay.
I'm wondering how often the conversation about the psychology of the villains is used to find the humor, because all humor is coming from a place of like their specificity.
Got it. Okay. Yes. So I think one thing that, and again, like I didn't start on this show like this, you know, so I'm not taking credit for this. But one thing that I think Harley Quinn, the animated series, does so well is that they found so like every character has a wound, right? But they found a way to extrapolate that into everyday things, as opposed to just like, my parents died, so I'm going to have to become a vigilante so no one dies again. And you're like, okay, well, that's a big one. But it's also like, well, what happens if someone breaks up with you? Like, how are you going to act? And so speaking of their psychology, I think what this show does so well is it brings their psychology below the superhero aspect of it and brings it more into the like daily life of their psychology. So I think one thing that is so fun about our Bane is that he is created. Bane is a genius. Bane is a genius, and he is treated like absolute dog shit because everyone's like, "Shut up, Bane," you know. And it's so funny because he's like, "But I'm right," you know. And so it's just so funny. I think especially it's unexpected. It's an unexpected way for these characters to function in the real world.
That totally answers my question because I've always wondered.
I did?
Yeah, you did.
Because the chicken or the egg, like I've always wondered if you use the character to make the story, if you use the story to make the character, and it sounds like you use the characters to shape the narrative as opposed to the other way because you know their wound. So I've always wondered, like, what is the element that launches the idea for each arc? Because the arcs
an element of story will never work if it's not based in something emotional. When the story comes out of the emotions of the characters, it's always going to be richer and it's always going to feel more real. So I come from a sketch comedy background, which is where you almost always start with a character. And so because these characters are so defined in a way, we always are like, well, you know, you dive into the season and saying like, well, what is the emotional arc of the character? And then that's how you build the season.
It shows. I feel it's amazing.
I mean, I kind of describe it as a sitcom, and like
it is a sitcom.
Yeah, and like it's just
there just happens to be like murder and explosions.
I mean, my favorite kinds of sitcoms when asked. But no, I mean, but I think like I think great comedies are not to reduce it to a formula, but I think that like a character is defined by like one kind of insane thing, and especially some of the best sitcoms, I think, in my opinion, the characters are incredibly stupid. And I think that that's what makes it. They don't know they're stupid. And they don't know that each other's stupid.
No.
And so like watching the folly of their lives.
Yes.
But they're not. The best part is they're all insanely smart.
Yeah.
In the
Yeah,
Harley
but they're
Quinn show.
insane. That's
but
the
they're
thing.
all
Yeah.
the insanely is the
But what you're bringing up is that the best sitcom is when the characters have a clear want. And the want can be a basic, it doesn't have to be anything complicated. In fact, the less complicated it is, the more universal it is. And so it's just watching them see how they get their want. And the difference, one of the challenges with comedy too is that the characters can't change too much. If the characters change too much, then they're not the character we fell in love with, and it doesn't feel right because people don't really change that much.
Then it's a drama.
Correct. So it's how do you find a way to keep it interesting and moving them forward without changing the thing that we love about them? And that's kind of the challenge with Harley. But I think the thing that we've kind of cracked, and that's why it's been able to go as long as it has.
Because she's grown so much. Like
she
when
has.
You look at it, and it's so great to see that type of journey. To your point, post breakup, and to like pull yourself away from this famous man, and to be like, I'm talented. I love the like corporate aspect of like the legions of villains and stuff, and like what it would be like being a woman who's associated with this man who's trying to make a name for themselves. You know what I mean? Do you ever feel that pressure, particularly in this season where like Harley is starting again a totally new thing? Did you feel that pressure of like keeping her true to herself but also trying to put her on a new journey again?
100%. Yeah. Like our thinking was at this point, we've said many times, Harley and Ivy aren't going to break up. We don't want it to be because that's also like doesn't ring true. Like that's a like, oh no, are they like, no, they're not. Like they love each other. They're each other's soulmates. We're not interested in that. We've seen that. Like what's more interesting is how does this couple keep going, like and so that's kind of where we started with season 5 was like, so they're actually doing well, like, and so what does a healthy relationship look like between these two
kind of unhealthy people.
These two psychotic people, and that's what we wanted to explore, and so that's what season 5 addresses, is like what happens, what would Harley do if things were going well?
Gotham City's bestest, most titillatingest, most excitingest couple are going to the Big Apple.
It's the Big Apricot.
We're going to the Big Apricot.
Tyler, you'd love this, but there's a Valentine's episode of the Harley Quinn show, and they show Superman and Lois. They show all these couples that are very famous, and they highlight that they have that Harley and Ivy are the only actual good relationship that's healthy.
Right.
And I think it's so very important. I knew once. They didn't break up when Harley became a good guy and Poison Ivy became the head of the villains. I was like, this is healthy. I couldn't imagine even dating a Red Sox fan, what that would be like.
Well, first of all,
what I mean?
don't do that.
Why would I do that? I know Coy's from Boston.
I am from Boston.
We can't go too crazy on the Sox. But
No, I'm just kidding. But it is that. But that is real. Your partner isn't gonna be exactly like you. Your partner is gonna, and it's well, how do you do that? And I thought that was a great metaphor for relationships.
Yeah.
Ivy's in the Legion of Doom, and Harley's in the Bat Family. What does that look like? And so I think it's just you're using a heightened reality to shed light on our reality.
Yeah. How does animation as a medium play into that? Does it allow less boundaries, less constraints because you can kind of do whatever you want?
Yeah, you can't do whatever you want because it is still it still costs money.
Yeah.
But obviously with animation you can really do that sitcom thing of everything just resets the next day.
Right.
So when the Gotham blows up, it's it's fine the next day.
Yeah.
But it's also I think animation makes harsh things a little more palatable. So when Harley's beating someone to death, it's funny.
Yeah.
As opposed to maybe if we saw that,
It'd be a little tragic.
It would be a little exactly.
Yeah.
And I think it also makes simple things a little more poetic and beautiful because it's this lovely painting almost of. So I love animation, and animation is just so incredibly collaborative and beautiful. And so the people that we work with are so incredibly talented, and they do so much. They're so funny. I'll watch a cut and they'll put they're called marquee jokes. The Simpsons has a ton of them where it's it's just what's on the billboard.
Yeah.
And you're that wasn't in the script. And it's so funny. So there's a lot of writing that happens in the animation too.
Oh, wow. I never thought about that.
Yeah. Where a character will just be on their phone and then they drop their phone on their face. And that wasn't in the script. They did that.
I love that.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for joining us, Katie.
Oh my God, this has been so much fun. Jury's out on you, but
No,
and
the Boston reveal again.
No. Your questions were. This was the best.
Well, we love your show.
Yay, thank you.
We love your show.
Yeah.
And you guys can catch, I'm going to say Kite Man too. Definitely
Yes,
check
ma'am.
out
Hell
Kite
yeah.
Man, and you can watch Harley Quinn on Max.
Yes.
And we cannot wait to see what you have in store for us this
New
season.
season.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming.
Thank you so much. This is the best.
I love Katie Rich.
I know.
You have no idea.
She's funny.
Yeah.
I could tell that connection. I was like, man, I want to be her friend too.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's talk about Supergirl, Women of Tomorrow.
I've seen the original Supergirl movie from the 80s.
Okay.
Faye Dunaway.
Okay.
Which is sort of I would say a cult classic to a very specific cult. Gay guys, basically. Yeah. But other than that, that was so long ago, so I don't really know who she is. I don't remember much about that movie.
Okay, well, good. Well, because this is totally new,
Yeah,
and
it's
I think
new.
that this is a great way to kind of be introduced to the character. We don't know much about the film, but I heard Coy let us know that it's actually based on Supergirl Women of Tomorrow, the comic book.
Okay.
So Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow is one of my all-time favorite comics in the world. It's only an 8-issue series. You don't need to have read other continuity. You don't need to read all of Supergirl. You can pick this up with issue 1. It is written by Tom King, illustrated by Bilquis Evely, and the style of art is like a portraiture mixed with sci-fi space opera, and there's swashbuckling elements. So it's this really intense story of Supergirl who, unlike Clark Kent, who was raised on a farm, when Krypton blew up for him, he was a baby. He doesn't remember Krypton. Whereas Kara Zor-El, she remembers her family. She's from the House of El and grew up with it, so she actually has that loss. So I've always seen them as a nature versus nurture. He got nurtured by Smallville. She grew up on an asteroid and literally has none of that exposure. So the socialization's different, but what's beautiful is she turned that into a strength. So when this story takes place, there's a young girl who loses her whole family and she vows revenge on this man, Krem of the Yellow Hills. And she vows to kill this man, but Supergirl encounters her and says, no, she wants to take on that burden. Like, let me carry the weight of murder. I will kill this man for you. So they go on this noble quest across the cosmos, and on that journey you meet different alien races. The whole thing's very like vibrant and technicolor, and the art mixed with the writing. Tom King is an ex-CIA operative. He writes very intense. And then you've got this lush, beautiful art. So that juxtaposition really fills out who I see Supergirl as. And this one story being so contained, but such a grandiose story, I think is a great way for people that don't know Supergirl to realize all of the differences from Clark and why his cousin is in some ways a more approachable character, because who amongst us hasn't been lost in a fit of rage and has to find their grounding?
Yeah, and wants to murder.
Sometimes you gotta murder.
You've never wanted to murder someone?
Oh, there are plenty of people.
You know?
Yeah, but I haven't acted out on it.
Right, and so that's the point. That's the point. Like, she's
you
like, I'll
know.
do it for you.
I mean, it sounds sort of, it reminds me of True Grit.
Very.
Yeah, except that, you know, instead of Rooster Cogburn, I think Cogburn, played by Jeff Bridges or John Wayne, it's Supergirl.
Supergirl.
I love that.
And Millie Alcock. Is that how you say your name?
Millie Alcock? Yeah, I think
Yes.
so. From House of the Dragon.
Yes, from House of, she's Rhaenyra Targaryen. She's playing Supergirl.
Okay.
And it's honestly a perfect casting.
You're happy with that casting?
I think so.
Yeah.
From her small stature to your point, Coy, like that being juxtaposed with so much power in a lot of iterations. She's stronger than Superman.
Okay.
And she'll beat him up.
Is
And
it because she stayed
Because so
longer?
Superman dipped when he was an infant.
Yeah.
But she was there until she was around 16.
Okay.
And then that's when it blew up. But she was kind of, in a lot of iterations, she was kind of in stasis on her way to Earth. So Clark got there younger, grew up to be an adult. And in that time, she was like frozen in time.
Are they kind of the same age and they just like
So
age
she's
separately?
normally younger.
Okay. Yeah, I thought so.
Yeah,
'Cause
so
Supergirl, I mean, not
exactly.
Superwoman.
And that's where it's kind of weird, because it's like she remembers her planet more than Clark does.
Right.
But Clark understands the world more than she does. I don't know. People find her harsh, but I think it's just she grew up somewhere else.
Right.
And she's not acclimated to the way of the world versus like Kansas over here, who had like these perfect parents and like lived on this beautiful farm and ate corn every day. Actually, I don't know if he eats corn.
He looks
there's
pretty
corn
corn-fed.
there.
I
Right?
mean,
That's the definition of
the
corn-fed.
body is very Midwestern.
The body's
corn-fed.
giving corn.
Yeah, yeah.
The body's giving
Yeah,
corn
steak,
for sure.
potatoes, corn.
Yeah. But I did want to talk to you about the nature versus nurture thing, because that's something that's really brought up. A lot of people are wondering, are the Kryptonians by nature good people who want to do better? And that's why both Clark and Supergirl and Kara end up being like superheroes? Or is it that they've been nurtured into it? Is it that Clark was raised by good people and decided to use his things for good?
So who are Supergirl's parents?
I mean, you won't really meet them. They're dead.
They're They're cousins of, you know,
Of
who we
Clark.
know. They're the House
Are they
of L.
first cousins? They second cousins?
Oh,
twice
that's
removed?
you know, I've never actually. That
You
is
said,
a
are
fair
they?
question.
No, they're first
I need to see the
cousins, right?
family tree.
They're
Clark
first
and Kara.
cousins.
Okay.
So like, sometimes one of her parents are like siblings of one of Clark's parents.
Okay.
Sometimes they're cousins of each other. It's always vague, but
Right.
they're always cousins.
Right.
You know, they're all. It's shown that like she knew his parents a lot of times. But I couldn't tell you, like who's related to
I've
you.
actually never thought to look into the Kryptonian family tree. That's a really fair question. I've never been like, how
Well,
are
I
they cousins?
finally stumped you.
Mom
boy.
side?
Finally got us. I will say I would love to see if Supergirl's in the new Absolute Superman.
Yeah.
Because family, this new Absolute universe, family is like a big thing, and class is
Okay.
like baked into that society. So Superman is from the lowest of class. He's from laborers.
Oh,
So I'd
okay.
love to learn, like, in every other iteration, he comes from like a really stush, cushy scientist family.
Because Jor-El is a scientist on the planet that sees the writing on the wall about Krypton. He's always, or in almost all continuities, aware of the impending doom, but no one listens to him.
Okay.
And that's a big, like, you know, morality tale of like, we should stop what we're doing on this planet that's destroying it. And the House of El always has that distinction. So I love your nature versus nurture concept, especially since we know Zod and other Kryptonians are not inherently good and like
Right.
they're causing harm. So I'm really curious curious if we explore the Phantom Zone. I'm really curious what happens in the parallel between Superman and Supergirl. And we've got some casting beyond Millie Alcock now. We've got Eve Ridley, who I'm very excited about as the little girl. It's Ruthye. I think I've always pronounced that as Ruthia, but I've never seen that name. So I'm very curious. Ruthia Mari Knoll. And then Matea Schoenaerts is Creme of the Yellow Hills, the one who does the murder. So I think that is really interesting. Now, Jor-El is the brother of Zor-El, so that makes them first cousins, right?
Okay, yeah.
I told you they had some sibling thing going on.
Wait, so let me. So, does Supergirl get the idea to become Supergirl because Superman?
Yeah.
So and like the branding and the color. Yeah,
it's their family crest. The S that we see with Superman, that's like their family crest.
What does the S stand for in Krypton?
What was it? Hope.
So the S standing for Hope is not original canon. We've talked a lot about like Kryptonite being radio show. We've talked about the tagline. This is another of those editions. And what I love personally is the S in David Cornsweet, James Gunn's Superman. It actually looks like a sigil because I love that Superman has the S in his chest, but it looks like Times New Roman. So I'm really excited for the S to be a sigil. And that symbol of the L stands for hope. That is the concept of. So in this new iteration, that symbol is a legit sigil as opposed to like, hey,
instead of that, but it's supposed to be his house sigil,
like your last name.
Crest.
Got it.
Yeah,
got it.
Which is
Family
not
crest.
S or it's
yeah.
L. So I don't know where they got this swooping shape. But yeah, I think even though they're from the same family, to your point, the way that Kara distinguishes herself is her own lived experience. So when she comes to Earth, she's living with her family member and he's influencing her, but she still has her own mind, and that's why it's so very different. And I love Supergirl because I do think she's edgy. She's definitely more violent than Clark is. She has a shorter temper. Is it a shorter fuse? How do you say that?
Short fuse.
Temper. Yeah,
quick tempered.
She has a quick temper. Coy said she was feral earlier when we were in the green room.
That's been the debate of the day. Is I see feral as a positive of like if you're in a situation where you haven't been socialized and you handle things by defending your own, you're protective, you're feral, you've got an animosity. I see that as a net positive.
I mean, Tarzan was feral.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. The fact that you reached for Tarzan is why I was like, that's not the right word.
She's not
because
like she's a fish out of water.
Yeah, she's not raised by wolves.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
monkeys,
She's from the streets.
But she's got an animosity.
She got an edge.
An animosity is like
the
a
streets
feralness.
of Krypton.
See, but when you say feral, you're thinking like void of civilization is what people's mind
raised on an asteroid.
Weasel.
Weasel. Right?
Yeah, weasel's
There's
feral.
an animal quality.
But
to
feral
it.
as compared to Clark.
I just think that Clark is nice.
Okay.
And she's not nice.
All right.
You know what I mean?
But I think that's why the story needs to be told, right? Like,
I agree.
We know Superman. We know the lore, the richness, and I feel like Supergirl is another way to grow out the greater superhero community. Like, what if Superman didn't immediately find Ma and Pa Kent? What if you were stuck in this situation? What if you knew your family and they were lost to you later on? And this particular story, this movie is inspired by a comic that not only has those elements, but expands the greater cosmic universe. So just like we got Creature Commandos, which kicks off the DCU in such a bold way, I love that following Superman, the next theatrical experience is Supergirl, where we're going to have a largely terrestrial Superman. We got Daily Planet, we've got Justice, we've got all the things that we're somewhat familiar with, and then we go to space, and we have a cosmic, and I love that those feel like a pair. I love that we get the kinship between Supergirl and Superman. Even the title, like Supergirl, Woman of Tomorrow, feels so forward-facing.
Well, no, I think of DC as like everything's it takes place on Earth.
It takes place on Earth.
Yeah,
this
it's like
will not really be on Earth.
It's a road trip to the cosmos.
Somewhere else. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's funny you feel that way because I feel like DC is about like people learning that there's more to Earth. So I really feel like the DCU is going to tackle that more, where we find out like we have humanity, we have our own struggles, but there's so much more that we need to consider, and that becomes an issue. Like, how do we come together when there's a bigger threat?
Yeah.
But
Any
that's
questions?
all we got.
I mean, I think that I'll sit tight until the movie comes out.
Until the movie comes out. That's all we know.
But
So
your excitement is palpable.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. I honestly, this is the first time we're really seeing Supergirl, especially on this scale.
Yeah.
So I think it's going to be very fire.
Cool.
And now that you know me, you're going to have to watch it.
All right. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I mean, I have to watch it all.
Yeah, exactly.
I get to.
You get to
Yeah.
watch it all.
Yeah.
And I'm just saying, it's a good
I will
time.
keep that in mind.
We got a little game for you.
For me?
For you.
Okay.
So you can learn a little bit more about the characters.
Okay.
We're going to call it Who's Your Daddy?
Okay. All right.
So what we're
I
gonna
like this
do,
where it's headed.
I knew you'd appreciate it. So what we're gonna do is both Coy and I are gonna name characters. We're gonna go through cons and pros. I'm gonna do the cons. He's gonna do the pros, and then you're gonna tell us whether or not you want them to be your daddy.
Okay.
Okay, and these are all famous comic book fathers.
Okay.
This is
Like the
Coy.
biggest, I'd like argue amongst the most. Like you should recognize these characters.
Yeah, it won't be anyone that you've never heard of
Okay.
before.
And so I'm picking them at the end?
Yeah.
The
You'll
one
pick
daddy, the daddy
you'll be
to
like,
rule them
this is
all.
my daddy.
Okay.
But also give us like your instincts. Like, give us a
Sure,
little bit of how you're
sure.
feeling with each one.
All right.
All right.
Let's hear it.
Batman.
I know him.
You've heard of him?
Yeah,
Maybe?
yeah.
Okay.
I felt that there was a little spice on that. I
Yeah.
feel like there's already a little inclination.
You're not starting off strong. It's clearly a bias.
All right. So a benefit, a pro, he's not afraid of a big family.
That's
Loves
true,
kids, very welcoming, big family guy. Secondly, financially secure. Would not be worried about where supper's coming from. Very contented family man. And maybe the coolest of all, has a cave. You get access to a cave. Pretty great real estate. A lot of beautiful property and a cave. A lot of benefits.
All right. Cons. He has a cave, which means he has rats.
And bats.
And bats all up in the crib.
Yeah.
If that's something.
I'm keeping that in mind.
Even though he's rich, he's putting you to work immediately. Okay? You're in danger.
Oh, I see. Am I fighting?
You're fighting. You're not just gonna be his son. He's gonna make you work.
But you're learning how to fight.
You're learning, but if you're rich, why do you need to learn how to fight? Just
That
get a
is true.
bodyguard. But he's
Yeah.
gonna make you learn.
Okay.
Okay. And you gave 3?
I gave 3.
Okay. And then finally for a con, I would say because he is a full-time billionaire, like entrepreneur, and then at night he's Batman, he's tired. You know, he's not gonna have time to play catch with you. He's only gonna have time to like fight and send you off to your death. And actually, finally, I know this is 4. You can put one more pro. He will not avenge you if somebody washes you up.
Okay.
You feel me? Like,
Oh, well, I've seen it.
You've
Yeah.
seen it, yeah. So, like, you're going to be a little tight. If you want revenge, as vengeful as he looks, he's not going to get that for you, you know? You could get one more pro to be fair.
Okay, so we've talked about the job security. We've talked about, the location, the real estate. We've covered the fact, I'm going to say a benefit is you never have to worry about any chores because you have a loyal butler. And that's pretty
Alfred.
great. So
Wow.
money
Heard
and no
of him.
chores.
I know him.
Wow, man, labor is crazy. Bringing the labor force
okay,
is a
whoa.
crazy pro to bring out.
I'm just saying there's
No
perks.
value judgments here.
You're
okay?
right. You're right.
Also,
you're right.
like butler's a noble profession. Like every
Yeah.
butler I know is in like high regard. Like I think Alfred is like such.
Alfred
an
ain't doing that work. You ain't never see Alfred do no work.
I've never
Also,
met
how many
Alfred
butlers
yet.
does he know?
I'm assuming he has a staff. I
okay,
will say
fair.
that. But
Okay.
let's move on.
The Magic Castle has a fleet of awesome butlers. All right, so next we're gonna go with an icon of dadhood. We got to talk about the man himself, the Superman.
Okay.
So pro, no long transportation. You get wherever you want. You fly there pretty quick. Any trip like that. He's always down to play catch. Those two tie together. He's always airborne, down to have those times. And third pro, very well read because he's so well written. Very intelligent man, can teach you a lot. Very worldly, and in fact
that's a good point.
timely and worldly.
Well, let's get into the cons because I got a bunch. I would not
All right.
want Superman to be my father. The first one is his standards are unreasonably high. Okay. You can't even swear. You're putting your money in the swear jar and he can hear and see everything you do. You can't even get like a squeeze up in the room. Can't even creep that in. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do get what you're saying.
Number 2 is he's normally worried about everyone in the world, so he'll never have time to focus on you.
Oh.
And that's, yeah, I know. Jonathan would agree. He gets sad about it too.
Yeah, I do like to be the center of attention sometimes.
Yeah, and the third one is, I know you're an LA guy now.
Yeah.
You're going to live on the farm.
Well, at least for a part of, yeah.
For a long time, you're going to be on that farm. It's all right, but it's not like.
But he doesn't, I wouldn't live in Metropolis?
No. He does as an adult. You got to grow up on that farm. Clark is really big on like raising his children on that farm.
Could I be bi-coastal?
No.
If one of the farms is next to
you got to be
river,
hidden because you.
All right.
What I hear is a work ethic and farm to table meals. That's what I hear.
You're letting the guy from Boston tell you it's a good place to live. I don't know how credible that is.
Okay.
But let's go to the next one.
Okay.
Flash. Have you heard of the Flash?
I know who the Flash is. Yeah.
There are many iterations of the Flash. We're gonna keep it general, right? Because this is broad.
Do you want to start first? I started last. I want to be
no. But I think pros should always go first.
Just want to make sure I'm not.
Yeah.
So Wally West, no picking favorites. My favorite Flash.
Okay.
Great sense of humor. Will always be there for you, literally in a flash. If you ask nicely, he can take you through time and space. Do you want to see a dinosaur, kid? You got a dinosaur. It's pretty cool.
Okay. Yeah, that's.
You ain't never won no dinosaur.
I love Jurassic Park.
Oh, for real?
If Jurassic
I sense that about you.
If Jurassic World were real, I would go there.
Would you? Okay.
It has some issues, obviously.
Right.
And I would argue of the Flash, doting friend, so he'd like share his super speed with you, so you get access to the Speed Force yourself.
Okay. Well,
Why does he suck?
I'm glad he brought up the past and the future because you could get stuck there. And so now you want to be cute, go see some dinosaurs. Now look where you stuck in Jurassic Park, the original. Okay.
Okay.
He also has the pettiest arch nemesis of all time.
Which is who?
Reverse Flash. So
Reverse Flash?
Yes. I mean, obviously, right? It's reverse. That's how petty he is.
So like backwards?
Yeah, but honestly, yes. Like that's how petty he is. He's like, I'm not even gonna get a new name.
Right.
Okay. I'm the reverse of everything you are.
Okay.
And so just out of pure spite, there'll be times that you're having an amazing day and he ruins your day because he don't bang with your dad.
Okay.
Right? So imagine like you're having a birthday cake and Reverse Flash comes and smashes it in your face, throws it on the floor.
Okay.
It's like he'll do stuff like that
Okay.
at all times. What was the third thing you said too?
I was talking about how he's always there for you. Did you cover that?
Oh yeah. Why did he say that? He's never present. Because he's never present. So he's always going to be running in and out. He got work with the Justice League. Like, he's never going to be present.
Okay.
So that's going to be a big thing too.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna switch over to Aquaman.
Oh, okay.
Aquaman is able to speak to any animal. So we're talking whales as friends, dolphins as friends. You just got a whole kingdom. And he is a king. So you got a whole kingdom. You are now in the monarchy. Not the worst
I'd be
thing.
a prince. I'd be
Not
a
the
little
worst.
You'd be a prince, yeah.
So that's pretty great. And third thing, the world is what, like 78% ocean. So you've got the entire planet now.
Yeah.
Because you've got the land already.
Okay.
Add the ocean to that. Pretty great gig.
Okay.
Khan, you hate the ocean.
I do hate the ocean.
Why you hate the ocean?
I do hate the ocean.
It's Aquaman. What do you want me to leave?
I know. I was like, I can't wait to remind him.
Yeah.
He hates
I
the
didn't
ocean.
forget.
Yeah. So there's that.
I think about it every day of my life.
Yeah. Do you like seafood?
Sometimes.
Well, you'd have to give it up. You can't eat seafood.
I can't eat shrimp.
You can't eat
Cocktail.
shrimp. Not even shrimp. And they're like roaches, right? Of the water.
Yeah, I don't get shrimp. I don't get it.
Really? Yeah, they're roaches of the water.
Okay, well, I do like a shrimp cocktail.
Well, you can't eat any more.
That's good to think about.
Put away the marinara. You're done.
Marinara?
What is in a shrimp cocktail?
It's like a horseradish.
Cocktail sauce?
Yeah,
Is it
cocktail
literally
sauce.
called cocktail
No.
sauce?
It's a marinara with a little horseradish. It gives a little kick.
I've
I don't
actually
eat it
never.
either.
I don't eat seafood.
I don't eat
So
shrimp.
I don't know what I always. I always figured it was pizza sauce that they were eating it.
I love that you never like investigated. You're like, I assume that's pizza sauce.
No, a
So
shrimp
look,
pizza.
Yeah,
I think it's literally called cocktail sauce, but I don't eat shrimp. So is it?
No, I mean it's like a tomato sauce with horseradish, so it's
Yeah.
like spicier.
And then finally, all your furniture and stuff would get wet. You could never wear velvet again, like all that stuff, or velour, anything.
I like this idea that you think that I'm like
You're the
when
fanciest
you
guy
don't
I
see
know.
Me, I'm like covered in velour and velvet.
He's the fanciest.
Okay,
Yeah.
I always pictured you in your living room with like a fireplace and a highball and like
Pajamas
the
with a
most
smoke.
yeah,
Yeah,
exactly. So you don't ruin that for me. So
Well, yeah, I will keep my mouth shut then because that's not how.
I love that you're describing Bruce Wayne. Like I just pictured.
Yeah,
you.
I feel like you think I'm just
highball.
Bruce Wayne.
This is
yeah.
an excellent year, like and then we'll finish off with Green Arrow.
Green Arrow, lots and lots of money, a recurring theme here. I think it's very important. The industries that he runs, a little bit more maybe climate friendly than Bruce Wayne, but like,
Okay.
he's got a lot of money. Maybe the best facial hair, Green Arrow. Not to be biased, but perhaps the best facial hair in comics. Also, you'll learn so many athletic skills because this is a standard human keeping up with gods. He is able to shoot an arrow so well. That is discipline, that is athleticism, plus all that money. I'm just saying he's got a lot going.
Okay.
Yeah. Some of it is the complex that would come with being the son of Green Arrow, right? He's always competing with Batman and Bruce Wayne, and you're going to get the butt of that.
Okay.
You know what I mean? He's not always rich.
That's true. That's true.
So
Sometimes
you may
he
be
has failed
poor.
this city.
you may lose the money. He's not great.
Yeah,
And then
yeah.
finally, if he does force you, which he probably will, to also be his sidekick, his gear is terrible. So now you're running around here looking like Peter Pan. And when you, at least with the Bat family, like the Robins have
Yeah,
a little
yeah.
bit more autonomy. They look great. Yeah, so you're going to be in green. It's not, and you're going to be shooting an arrow. Who wants to do that?
You also, and I don't know if we can say this, but it's on HBO, might get hooked on gear because Speedy did.
Oh.
Make it hooked on. Oh my God. That's like a dark turn. All right, so we'll go through the candidates, not the
Okay.
pros and cons, but I'm just going to list them.
Yeah,
Take
yeah,
a
yeah.
beat.
Yeah.
And then you tell me who you're thinking of.
Okay.
So, first one was Batman. We had Superman. We had The Flash, Aquaman, and Green Arrow.
Okay.
Those are your 5 choices.
I'm gonna cut out Green Arrow because he's the one I know the least about.
And that's fine.
Just-
And
that's how it's gonna
he's
work.
used to being the last one picked.
Okay,
So no
fair.
trap. Yeah.
Aquaman, you all know I hate the ocean.
Yeah, let's get him
That's
out.
like the stuff under there is like scarier than outer space as
Mhm.
far as I'm concerned. It's alien shit down there.
And
Yeah.
And this confirms, he confirms that there is like alien type shit.
Yeah,
down there.
exactly. So
Yeah.
there you go. The Flash, I don't like running. So it just feels like gives me a jogging vibe all the time. Superman, I feel like Superman and Batman are the ones I would feel the most comfortable around.
Mm-hmm.
Superman, as you say, the standards are really high. Batman, I feel like not gonna love going to see movies with me.
That's a good
Triggering.
point.
You could build a theater at home.
You don't know how triggered he's going to be.
That's true.
He's
He can
got
just
a
see a
lot of
projection
baggage.
and be like, no.
However, I think I'm going to go with Batman because the cons are kind of outweighed by the pros.
And that's why he's got a whole bunch of
immense
Robins.
wealth.
I think would
Yeah,
I
and
honestly
cars,
pick
and
him.
cars.
I'd honestly pick him. Personally, I was just talking shit, but
Yeah.
I think of all of them, Batman is actually a really good father.
Okay.
And the best like comic books and stuff like that show that he's a good like actually nurturing father. So that I think you chose the right one.
Yeah. I mean, I guess if I were choosing my mother, it'd be Catwoman.
Well, next time on, choose your mommy.
We'll tackle that Oedipus complex later.
The whip has a lot of context.
Yeah.
That was really fun because I love that your exposure to these characters is different. So hearing about like what these choices are versus
Yeah.
our experience.
Yeah.
Well, that was amazing. And thank you all for joining us for DC Studio Showcase here. This was incredible. We had a stacked episode
did.
today. So we stream every other Friday on Max and on Max's YouTube, or you can listen to us anywhere that podcasts are available. So until next time, I'll see you all later. I'm nerd commentator Frankey Smith.
I'm Tyler Coates.
I'm comic correspondent Coy Jandreau, and I hope to read some comics.